right, check, check, check. This is gonna be a quick stream starting. What's up, y'all? Rolly's in the first round, so I'm pretty much jumping in about 2 minutes. So give me 1 second. I'm gonna switch the scene. Everyone that's coming in, let me know. Let me know. It's been a while, a little rusty. Let me know who you guys got tonight. All right. We're gonna get the action started, man. We're going straight into it. For everyone that's coming in real quick, just letting you know, this is a live commentary watch party. So if you're looking for the fight, this ain't it. This is just one of your homies just hanging out with you. Don't get mad at me. It's in the title. Alright. Let me switch this. Switch this. Boom, boom, boom. Alright. Cutting out the music. Switching over to the scene. And what's going on, everybody? It's your boy, Ron Goodall from FightHype. It's been a while since I did one of these, so I appreciate everyone stopping in. About 300 of you guys so far. We're just getting started. I'm a little late, but you know, technical issues. I got to show up right on the main card. First round just happened. Romero and Jaimes, we just got done. So now a lot of stuff was going on with the fill-out round, but in the process, Maria Mendez, no, this is a live watch party. So I'm just letting everybody know, just ahead of time. This is just a live watch party. All right. So I see a lot of Canelos. Ready Champ, Jaden Lopez. Who am I betting on? I got Canelo, man. Canelo, man. Canelo for life. Canelo's the man. Fighting who? What up, Flocka? Soldier for God. What's up, everyone? No one's won yet. This card's crazy, B-Hawk. You like it? Who you got? Tell me who you got. The Street Fighter music. No one officially won yet. The main card just started, all right? So for everyone that's just coming in real quick, my name is Ron Goodall. I cover boxing for a living. I'm one of the many guys here on the platform, and it's just a quick little live watch party with you guys, just getting down. We got a stack card of talented guys that we all know of, from Caleb Plant to Danny Garcia, Lara, Rolly Romero, and then of course Canelo Alvarez against Edgar Berlanga. So for everyone, you're going with the new kid? Where my man at? Let me see. Who got Edgar Berlanga? What channel can you watch it on? It's on Amazon. So if you're in the States, you just go on Amazon, you pay for it. You know what I mean? Need Danny to pull it out? He definitely can pull it out. He can definitely pull it out. So the first fight on the main card just started. So Rolly Romero is fighting Jaimes, which is essentially what some people might feel like it could be his comeback fight after the Pitbull fight. Canelo sucks, Berlanga sucks even more. You're watching the jacket. What up, Mr. Quake? What's going on, man? Long time. Plant got to starch that dude. I mean, that dude apparently has a good amateur background, right? But I got Caleb. Canelo's going to sleep? Damn. You can, oh, it is on DAZN too. So you go on Amazon, DAZN, if you want to watch it. For everyone that's coming, you did not miss the fight. We're in the second round, and it's just a fill out round with Rolly Romero, right? So we got three fights before the main event goes. And pretty much I'm good, and you? That's what's up. Uh, I gotta snipe some of these guys. Put these up. Perfect. Yeah, there's gonna be a few of those coming through. Easy dub for Canelo. Duke Mike is fighting a different promotion. Fix Electronics. What's up, brother? I know it's been a little while since I've been on, so we're gonna change that. We're gonna get we're gonna get back to regular schedule daily. I'm gonna do some call in, some video call ins. I got this crazy new setup now. So I'm right now just posted up. I just had to just talk this Canelo Edgar Berlanga card with you guys, so couldn't miss it out. As of right now, Rolly Romero is in the second round, very patient. You know, over time, if you guys have been watching Rolly Romero, he's been very aggressive, come forward, come to knock your head off. But these last two fights, switching trainers from Bullet to Solid has put Rolly on his back foot. Even I would say maybe his fight when he fought the older guy. Those he's just kind of a little bit more defensive and using his feet a little bit more. But as in right now, Rolly just being extremely patient, trying to pick his shots, not as reckless as he used to be. Rebecca Vasquez, I think Berlanga might surprise everyone. He should win. Thanks for doing this, of course. And I'm telling you, I'm gonna give a full blow by blow when the main event goes. So don't worry. If you're not able to watch the fight, I'm gonna be very specific and very detailed. So that's pretty much how I'm gonna do this. A little rusty right now, but once these fights start happening, I'm gonna be all excited. So Puerto Ricans rule boxing. I mean, there's a lot of great Puerto Rican boxers, man. We're waiting to see if Edgar Berlanga can do it. We're waiting for Xander Zayas can do it. So I know Matias became a world champion, had a setback, but he'll be back. Kenneth Trust, what's up? Really got to show us something this fight. I mean, this is definitely one of those fights that, he lost to Tank, he lost to Pitbull. I think fight fans can use those fights as a sense of like excusable, right? Like you lost to, tough guys, right? Jaimes now is trying to make a name of himself. And people really haven't heard of him. So a win for him over Rolly would be huge. Rolly, on the other hand, can't afford to lose this fight. This is a fight where it's supposed to essentially allow him to work on some of his tools, build some confidence, and to be right back in the picture. So, but hasn't been any like clean fighting going on. A lot of filling out, a lot of clinching and hitting inside. So there's not a lot of action going on. Bro, you hooking it up with the fight? I can't. I can't. See, so for everyone that's coming in just like, yo, are you hooking up with the fight? They would take the stream down. Oh, Rolly just landed a solid shot. Sends Jaime's back on the ropes. First solid good shot. We know Rolly can punch. So as in right now, Rolly has hurt his opponent. Rolly fights like a martial arts guy. He can't fight. Riggy, just so you know, if you didn't know, Rolly actually started his martial arts career in judo. He was actually a really good judo fighter. Kind of hence why he has a lot of power. He uses a lot of his hips. So actually, what's ironic, he is actually a martial arts guy. Oh, and Rolly lands three solid shots in Jaime's. And Jaime's taking it pretty solid, but it's very apparent that these punches he cannot take over and over and over. But yeah, he actually started boxing at 17. Oh, yeah, you know. I mean, greatest fight fans are here at FightHype. So, but yeah, you can definitely tell his awkwardness comes from his judo background. So, a lot of hips. So, when is the fight start in Miami? So the main card started already. We're on the first fight, so probably like 12 o'clock. Salute Jaime Munguia, real young cannon. I mean, I don't think this is technically a cherry in what people feel like when Rolly's fighting. It's just he's fighting a guy that relatively no one knows, right? So he can't afford to lose to this guy. This guy has a great, solid up and coming record. I would consider him maybe a prospect turning contender, and he's trying to use Rolly as that guy to get over the hump. So Canelo's gonna whip his snake and slap everyone. Chill out, bro. Now if Bivol wins, if Bivol and Benavidez same weight, they've sparred each other before. So as of right now, Rolly has been pushed back against the ropes, and Jaimes is trying to put some pressure. Nothing clean or nothing landed, and Rolly throws a 1-2. Jaimes is just poised, trying to be patient. As of right now, I think Jaime needs to put a lot more pressure on Rolly because Rolly's trying to pick his shot, be patient, and actually use solid distance. And I think Rolly's a little more unconventional when he's throwing the shots on his back foot. He likes to be in control mid range and pressing. So put a little pressure on Rolly, make him a little bit uncomfortable. I think Jaime's can get some good stuff going on. But as of right now, when Jaime's does jump in and he's not being defensively responsible, what happened in this round is that Jaime's kind of jumped in recklessly and Rolly caught him with a couple good shots. He even snuck a little elbow in, which I don't know if it's intentional, but Rolly cut a pretty short hook and it caught Jaimes in the top of the head. So Puerto Rico loves baseball. Absolutely. What's up, man? Got some kanji in here, man. From Japan. When does the fight start in Chicago? Uh, I think probably maybe around like 11 your time. Probably a lot. Do you think Canelo can beat Bivol at either weight? No. I mean, if Canelo's gonna go 175, I think it's gonna be a harder time for him. I mean, it's if he brings Bivol down to 168, it'll probably be more competitive. But I just don't know if it's necessarily just the weight. I think it's just style wise. I think size, height, reach, and I think just overall, Canelo might have underestimated him a little bit. But either or, I think Bivol is going to come in even better after that first fight. So I don't know. I just don't really see Canelo being able to beat Bivol, especially if he beats Arthur. So I mean, you're talking about solid competition, and he grows from that fight. So I don't know if Canelo's beating Edgar Berlanga and Jaime Munguia does not get him ready for Bivol. Bivol beating Arthur for sure will definitely get him ready for a Canelo rematch. So, but I think Canelo is extremely talented, and he did show improvement when he fought Triple G in the rematch. So I can't exclude Canelo's ability to. I just think that 175 is a no. 168 might be a little bit more competitive. It just depends how Bivol looks at 168, but he's a small 175, so it'll be funny if Rolly just just up and karate kicks the dude. I don't know if he can kick. Rolly's winning finally. I mean, Rolly's definitely in control on this. Uh, what fight? What time is the fight? STL. Is that St. Louis? I don't know what STL is. Rolly's landed a good right hand left hook. Rolly's pretty poised in this fight, and I think he has a good sense of distance. He's backing out. He threw a good right hook to the body shot. You know, I can see there's a lot of fundamentals that Rolly worked on for this fight, and it obviously helps. It's not a guy like Pitbull coming at him like 100,000 miles per hour. In between of the speech, can you grab some toys and simulate a fight? Want to see some action? I mean, I got some chopsticks. I mean, nah, I can't play the fight here, man. We'll get a copyright strike. So, what up, David from Liverpool, England? Who you got for the fight? Let me know who you got. I think personally, and I'm just gonna say it right now. I just think this fight for Canelo fighting Edgar Berlanga is just I don't want to say like a tune-up or a cherry, right? Because I don't want to disrespect any fighter like that, especially a guy who made himself into a mandatory position, right? Not saying it. I just think that for Canelo's level of experience and Edgar's level of experience, I think that there's a huge gap in between. And so it becomes like a fight where it's like, unfortunately, you're fighting one of the best fighters of this generation, and you haven't fought even a former world champion. So there's a Rolly lands a good left hook. So Jaime's eating these shots pretty well. So the fight I'm watching right now is Rolly and Jaime. So it's the first fight of many. So we got Rolly's comeback after the Pitbull fight. Then after that will be Caleb Plant versus Trevor McCumby, all right? Which some people has built as like the Eminem urban white dude versus the MAGA white dude. But and then after that we got Arasandi Lara defending his middleweight title at a catchweight 155 versus Danny Garcia, who tries to make himself a three division world champion. And then Canelo Edgar. So it should be a pretty simple night. Not a lot of hoopla. Rolly, Caleb Plant, Lara and Danny, and then Canelo, right? So Eden, another slick black fighter getting a gift decision. I was in the process of getting a stream, so I don't actually have a score card because I was watching. I did see Fulton get rocked, and I already knew this was going to be a tough fight for Fulton. Long layoff, coming off an anyway loss, moving up in weight. That was not an easy fight for him at all. He only lost to Brandon Figueroa and Lewis Neary, so Fulton fighting him was stylistically a tough fight. He had a great jab, so it was extremely competitive. And so, unfortunately, I don't really actually have. I heard it was a split decision, so and I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of people thought Fulton lost the fight because what I was glancing at looked like he was getting hit a lot more um, than a slick fighter should, right? But well, like I said, he fought a good opponent, a tough opponent. He fought. So I mean, a rematch would probably be something the fight fans want. But Lara's 41. He's technically the oldest middleweight of all time. Ki. Oh, it's 157. Okay. Oh, Rolling lands two solid shots. Jaime's eating these shots. He can't keep eating these. Rolly landed. Rolly's pretty much throwing two solid hooks back to back. You know, he'll have his little awkward little skip around and then throw some jabs and then a hook and when it lands you can see it rock Jaime's feet and he's all over the place but he's still coming forward, he's still putting some pressure. We're in the fifth round out of 10 and I think Rolly's in complete control, so I really wouldn't say um, there's any drama in this fight unless Rolly gets clipped with something, but Rolly's landing all the good shots. So um, I'm so tired of these paper champions being afraid of their go. Nothing like back in the day. I agree. You know, I understand boxing's a business at the end of the day, right? So you definitely do need to. Yo, Rolly's landing these bombs, man. You just gotta be careful. Um, it's a business. So, but back then there was less promoters, and a lot of the fights that we wanted to see were with the same promoters, right? So they were able to kind of move them around a little bit better, more like UFC. So now everything is so watered down and yeah, it sucks. So I agree. I don't think losses define fighters, but how long it takes to make a fight, at that point you might as well say a loss does because we wait 6 years for a fight and then it finally doesn't pan out and then politics get in the way. So what's up, Kevin? For everyone, my boy Kevin's at the fight right now. Put user in time. And he's been getting some good solid content. So if you guys want to check it out, if you haven't already seen, so he's doing his thing out there, man. Team Canelo, dad play game 347. I just personally, I just don't see how Edgar wins this fight unless he lands a solid shot, right? So um, Edgar's already shown a lot of fundamental flaws and frustration in fights in his developmental career. He's been dropped. I'm not saying that's a big deal, right? Like we just saw Fulton get dropped, solid comes. But when you're on the come up, you know, he's a questionable thing. So he's being dropped by lesser known punchers, or even if they are punchers, he gets frustrated. So what does he do? He resorts to biting people. And I remember, when I was covering a lot of boxers when I lived in New York, Edgar Berlanga was one of the young kids that was very excited to get in front of the camera. He was very eager, um, very charismatic, right? He had the whole bravado of like New York, Puerto Rican, and I liked it. Um, but I knew along the line that if he kept getting these first round knockouts, at a certain point, people will start to wonder. Um, is there going to be a point where he gets too comfortable and falls in love with his power, and then adversity comes, and he doesn't know how to do it because he lacked the experience from his developmental fights, and he's learning in his tougher fights, right? When he fought like I think Angulo. So now at that point, he has to learn what he should have learned and get rounds to now at a tougher level. And there's a huge gap in between those levels, which not every fighter gets. It's fight like a former champion or a seasoned veteran that gets you kind of ready. So, but at that point, he's jumping now from that to Canelo. I just don't see him landing a bomb and even hurt Canelo, which is probably one of the best chins in boxing. So, yeah, he had a bite in Gula, right, Fix? Right? What up, City? What's going on, man? Hope everything's all good. Edgar can at least take Canelo's here. I mean, shit. I'm sure they've been prepped about that. Big jump from absolutely, absolutely. Chris, what up, Chris? Not watching the fight, but really needs to watch it for the counter with those double hooks. I mean, wide hooks, right? I agree, but I just think right now that Jaime's what he needs to do is that he needs to probably just not swing with Rolly and kind of work his way carefully. Maybe do some level changes, some rhythm changes, bait his hooks out because they come in twos, right? Pretty much. So if you can bait at least one hook out, but he needs to use some sort of arsenal to get inside, like a jab. He needs to change his rhythm. So, and Rolly's just waiting for him to come in and eat some shots. So, no, we ain't got the fights coming up. This is a live watch party. They'll take the stream down. So just pretty much we're gonna be after the so everyone that's here after the fight's over, we're gonna play the post conference. So don't leave. Right when the fight's done, after the reaction and everything, we're gonna put the post conference. So you're from Brazil? That's what's up, man. Edgar's so happy for that Canelo bag. He said that he got baptized when he got the fight. Yo, I'm not gonna lie, and I'm not just so everyone knows, I'm not hating on the fact that Edgar got this fight. You know, I think there's an opportunity that everybody wants, and hallelujah for Edgar, man. Shout out to Edgar for just sticking to the script. We're in the sixth round. Rolly is still in control. Not a lot of actions going on. There's just a lot of poise. Rolly's just trying to be on his counter game. He's not putting a lot of pressure. He'll take a chance here and there. You know, he'll probably throw a jab and probably attempt to throw a hook here, but he's pretty much trying to bait him in for a solid shot. But Rolly's in control. Um, 6 rounds in. What if? Uh-oh. What up, Edwin? What if? Just what if Berlanga drops Canelo at some point? You know, I always say that we've seen stranger things in boxing, right, Edwin? So personally, I think here is this chat box a little too big, right? Let me see. Let me just make it a little bit smaller. There we go. All right. All right. Just what if Berlanga drops Canelo at some point? I mean, like I said, we've seen stranger things in boxing. It wouldn't be the first time we've seen guys get dropped when we don't expect. Stephen Fulton just got dropped. Roman Villa got dropped. You know, so it's kind of already given spooky vibes, right? Tonight that what you consider in boxing is just these guys that are supposed to dominate and win tough fights or lose. So, um, Canelo is in his fourth weight class. He's been in a lot of fights, 66. Edgar Berlanga is a big guy. He says that he rehydrates to 205 pounds fight night. So, is it strange for that to happen? No. But you got to think, Canelo's been hit by Kovalev. Canelo's been hit by Triple G. Canelo's been hit by Bivol at 175. Canelo's been hit by a lot of solid guys. And I can't remember a time seeing Canelo on his ass. So can Edgar do it? I would be completely shocked, but it would be crazy. I think it would be a good a new start to boxing, a new start if Edgar drops and stops Canelo. It's 8:39 on the East Coast time. Rolly's balance and footwork's in the ring so bad. I mean, as a guy that started boxing at 17. So my expectation is, pretty impressed that he was able to accomplish what he did. So if you compare him to amateur kids that were boxing since they were six, then absolutely it's bad. But for a dude who started 17, who has no boxing experience, great. My personal opinion, and I think Frank Martin's also a testament of a guy that can do really exceptional footwork, starting really late. Uh, so put it on the TV behind you. I mean, you just trying to get me blocked, brother. You trying to get me blocked. So seventh round, Rolly's still in control. Not a lot of action going on, I would be commenting a little bit more on this, but it's just kind of the same thing. Rolly's kind of waiting and posturing, going back, trying to be a little boxing. He might throw a jab and attempt to throw a hook to bait. But other than that, he's kind of waiting to catch. Jaimes is coming in with really no head movement, no jab, no setups, willing to exchange with Rolly, but high guard. So Rolly's winning the fight. Um, Canelo's not getting dropped. I don't expect that. Um, Teodufo, yes, Berlanga won. Michael, bro, I didn't get your name, but I'm watching on my phone, but I don't want to chat through on fights. I'm really here for Canelo Edgar. I'm not tech savvy, so I have to ask. Oh, it's all good. My brother, my name is Ron. We're doing some commentary, so if you just want to hear, just have a phone on back, have someone to react to. That's what we're here for. So, and just so everyone knows, I will have the post conference playing right after it. So right when it's done, we'll be able to get everyone's reactions, and we'll have interviews and everything going on live. So you'll get it first and exclusive right after. So I'll post everything up. Belong Nuggets knocked out in 5. What up, Tech? Is it Tete? What's up, man? That would be funny if Belanga somehow puts Canelo to sleep. Benny Blanco, bro, bro, bro. I mean, look, if you guys are just tuning into this live and never seen me before, which is all good, but if you see my reaction to Devin Haney getting dropped at the Ryan Garcia fight, I would probably have a bigger reaction, by far, a million times bigger if Canelo got dropped and stopped. Like, I would lose my shit. You want to see like the craziest reaction? Someone probably that's gonna get kicked out this building if Canelo got stopped. Yeah, that would be me, 1,000%. So, um, if I come out of this now, I would be able to come back to this live stream. Absolutely, yes, you can, Michael. So the main card already started, Raphael. So I don't know what zone you're at, but if you're talking about East Coast, we got the Rolly fight going on. So if anyone's going 9 is Belonga, right, Mr. X? Oh, well, what, bro? What's happening? So Juan, the Canelo fight hasn't started yet. We're on the first card on the main event, undercard, and it's Rolly Romero going on against Jaimes, and Rolly's just kind of in control. Jaimes is a guy who's just coming forward, trying to put a little bit pressure. Is ineffective. Rolly's throwing good hooks that sends Jaime to jump back. Every time Rolly even kind of attempts to fake a hook, Jaime jumps back. He's kind of like a high guard bouncing around a little bit. He's trying to work the inside with Rolly, but it's ineffective. Rolly ties him up. I wouldn't say this is the most eventful fight. You got Rolly on his back foot boxing, using his jab, showing defense first. But when Jaime does get a little reckless, Rolly does catch him with a solid good jab or a hook here and there. But Rolly's common punch is a right hook and a left hook. And he might follow it with another right. So it's pretty much Rolly throwing right, left, right. So, but Rolly's just in control. Um, no knockdowns. Jaime has a good chin. He's taken some good Rolly shots. And honestly, for what I know of Rolly, this is a huge improvement in his defensive like game plans and just being a lot more control of just controlling offensive, come forward fighters. Who wins Crawford Benavidez? The weight classes, man. I don't even want to do hypotheticals in that. Just, I think David would have to be the favorite just because he's just big, right? Big as hell. He's like a 175 pounder now, right? Um, the main card just started right now. Canelo body shot and 5 just wait. Fear none. If you're right, come back. Make sure you come back. I got it right here. I got your prediction. Salute Rolly. Bazooka Boxing. What's up, brother? From what I know about a lot of guys in boxing, you get the fame, you get all that stuff, but Rolly's just an average, regular guy who just happens to box. That's how I view. So, and right now he's boxing himself in a great position in this win, and he's taking on an up and coming prospect, and he's reminding him, "I'm Rolly Romero. Fuck what you say. I've only lost to Tank and Pitbull." So, and Rolly lands 2 solid uppercuts that sends Jaime's back. So, I appreciate Jaime's actually being really respectful about Rolly coming into this fight. Jaime's just trying to put a lot of pressure. He's throwing a lot of punches in the clinch right now. A couple land, but Belonga's going above 6 would be a moral win. I mean, Canelo said he likes to carry people, right? So if he likes to carry people, I don't know. Don't be surprised, Canelo kind of, unless Edgar's not that type of guy, he's going to come forward the whole entire time. So, mm, how soon do you think the fight will be uploaded on YouTube after it's over? In really bad quality, probably like 30 minutes. 30 minutes to an hour, probably Quinton. But what they like to do is they zoom up the fight and they shake it. So, but You're better off going on Twitter. If you're unable to watch the fight tonight, or get like you're not paying for it or whatnot, it'll always be on Twitter. Just go to Twitter. You'll get like high quality highlights, and people will have it on Twitter probably within like the full fight, probably 30 minutes too, but highlights will be all like within seconds and minutes. Yeah, I'm watching the fight. I'm watching the Rolly fight right now. Yeah, I'm watching the card. So if Edgar catch Canelo, I think it would be a good fight. Absolutely. But even Triple G couldn't like catch Canelo, right? If that makes sense. So why is Rolly Romero even being featured on this card? He's garbage. Boxing 504. He's a big name, you know? So when you sell or you're when boxing fans, if they like you or not, are still interested of seeing you. Because think about it. Rolly is one of the most viewed, charismatic, or disliked, boxers, right? Like whatever you want to call it. Regardless of what you think about him, people will want to see him for whatever the reason is. He's been on pay-per-view twice already. His fight with Pitbull was the number one trending video on YouTube over the main event, so former world champion. So that's why. Salute to this channel. Much love from Charlotte, NC704. What's up, man? I think I might be going to North Carolina soon. I really wish there was some more North Carolina fighters coming up in the trenches because I would love to cover a fight in Charlotte, man. Um, I thought Rolly would get sparks. This is not like a cherry. It's a guy who's trying to come up and have his first developmental tough fight. I think people sleep on Rolly, right? Because you're so used to seeing Rolly in like these tough fights with Pitbull and Tank. Like you actually forget that what he's capable of. Rolly was actually able to beat and stop Anthony Yiggett. Okay. And for people who don't know about Anthony Yiggett, all right, Anthony Yiggett beat Sandor Martin. Sandor Martin beat Mikey Garcia and arguably beat Teofimo Lopez. I know it's triangle theories, don't. But Rolly beat the guy that allegedly beat Tio and definitely beat Mikey Garcia. Right? So you gotta put some respect, right? And then the dude's entertaining, like outside the ring. So, but people sleep on him. And there's a lot of sparring footage of him just like fucking people up, like no name. So, and Billy versus David Morrell, be hot. David Morrell. I got David Morrell in that. What up, angry casual fan? Yo, it's been a minute. I've actually seen your comments and stuff. I've been doing some time off a little bit, enjoying myself, and every time I see some video comments, see the angry casual fan, I'm like, man, I gotta say what up to my guy. So it's good seeing you, man, and congratulations, man, on your graduation. I see you still got the picture in there. So all that hard work paid off, so man. But did I even read your comment or just Broly breaking this guy down? He is. And I'm actually really impressed with Rolly. Like, I actually like seeing this patient. Rolly's winning Frank Lopez. Rolly is like in full control, in my personal opinion. Um, what's his opponent's name? I've seen him around a little bit. Manuel Jaimes, 16-1-1, never been stopped. Um, a guy that's coming up, has some decent wins on BoxRec. They have him 90, in the world, 25 in the United States in the weight class. So, and so we're in the 10th round right now, and I'm gonna look at Jaimes. Has Jaimes ever been past? Yeah, Jaimes never even went past 8 rounds. So this is the furthest Jaimes has ever been in the 10th round. Has Rolly been past? Uh, Rolly's been in the ninth round against Ismael Barroso. He went 12-12. Yeah, Jackson Marinas. Yeah, so guys typically don't go the distance. So, but yeah, Rolly's winning this fight. We're in the 10th round, 2 minutes and 16. Jaimes is gonna have to jump on Rolly and make something happen because I got Rolly probably shutting this guy out completely. Edgar's not even beating Munguia. See, it's so hard to tell what Edgar's ceiling is because he hasn't fought nobody that has given us the. Well, I can't say that. I've seen what he's done at the level he's at, and I would assume the same. Yeah, I think Munguia, but we'll see how Munguia does too. He has a fight coming up next week. You know, he's a tough fight. So Zio, so how is Rolly doing? I mean, it's not the most exciting fight, but he's dominating completely. He probably won every round, every single round. So Edgar predicted a KO in six. I don't think that's happening. Cam, what up? Are you Filipina? Filipino? No, I'm not. I'm black and Korean. uh, let's see. Where we go? Canelo's really gonna put that boy down for show. Yeah, man. I think Canelo is just wanting to have a fight and have some fun. I hate to say that about Edgar, but I think he wants to have fun. He wants to style a little bit. I know he's taking Edgar very serious. That's what got Canelo here. So he's not underestimating him at all. But I think he just wants to have a little bit of fun because he's been in a lot of tough fights. You know, when people were like, oh, he's fighting Bill, but that's a cherry. And a lot of people did feel that way. Um, it was a tough fight, you know, and a lot of people now have Bill was a 50-50 fight against Arthur. So Canelo's just enjoying himself, man. Canelo's enjoying himself. You know, I know we want the David Benavidez fight. I don't think that fight's happening. I think that fight's dead. And if it does happen, it's going to be at Canelo's discretion of David coming back down. And where's Lonnie B? That's my brother, man. Lonnie B. I just did an interview with Lonnie B. Lonnie B told me Caleb Plant punches harder than Edgar Berlanga. And that's not a disrespect to Caleb Plant. What that is how the perception is that people think Caleb Plant can't punch, and people think that Edgar is built up as this punching machine that, uh, like the first round, 16 knockouts in a row. So because of that, I think it's interesting for a person who sparred Caleb, David Benavidez, and Edgar, and to be like, Edgar didn't really impress me with his power. He has 16-ounce gloves, and he was kind of like, in his sparring too, 16-ounce gloves does take some of the heat off. But he's just like, I just didn't really feel the power. Like I kind of thought he was gonna be this monster that was kind of built up. So that's what Lonnie told me. So if it's true that Caleb Plant punches harder, and Caleb was a lot more versatile in his footwork. You know, he was, I think, an Olympic alternative. Like Caleb has a solid amateur background of being able to maneuver, which is who's coming up next on the card. Good transition, right? But if Caleb, who's been viewed as the boxer, slick mover, doesn't take risks, isn't heavy puncher, the Darrell fight's a reminder. You can get caught. And the Trevor McCumby fight, we might see. But that's what Lonnie B told me. So we'll see. And if Edgar can't punch and can't put any type of, then he's cooked. Like he is completely cooked. I don't know anything besides a puncher's chance at that point. So he will open up a can of Canelo beans. Whoever tried Canelo beans. What up, Bearded King? Canelo Sensu. Yeah, that's right. Um, yeah, so it's practically a sweep. So Rolly just got done fighting Manuel Jaimes. Rolly just won his comeback fight. So congratulations to my man Rolly. He did his thing. So and I like seeing the what he worked on. This was a developmental fight. He worked on a lot of stuff. He wasn't impatient in that. So I'm fighting you. Why are you gonna fight me, bro? Win or lose, draw, people like Roller. I think basically he's a funny, goofy, weird, but I think he's good for the sport. I agree, Frank. And honestly, to tell you the truth, I think if you actually get a chance to meet Roller, I think you would actually be like, wow, super chill, down to earth dude. Uh, why did bro drink a Yappuccino? Waiter, I didn't order Yappuccino. What is this dude, Jonathan Lopez? Yo, Jonathan, man, you having a bad day? You put money on Edgar? You put money on Edgar tonight? Why Eddie trying to lowball Devin with 1 million versus Liam? That's pretty low. But I can't really say that that's like a fight that sells in the States, right? But it's still Devin Haney, right? And it's a championship fight. It's definitely a bigger name than Liam. So if Devin gets 1 million, how much does Liam Paro get? I think that's just him maybe just not wanting Liam to fight Devin. And that's just what he's just throwing a low ball offer, you know? He just doesn't want that fight, you know? I don't know. I really don't know. Like 1 million? I'm trying to think what other. I mean, I don't know. Eddie, right now, I would have to interview Eddie and ask him why 1 million, or I would have to ask him why he, lost the purse bid, or what was the reason behind a lot of stuff, or why not the 2 million for Norman. I haven't had a chance to talk to Eddie, so, but that's pretty low. Canelo Beans, Real Boxing TV, bro. Are you really retiring for YouTube? So Real Boxing TV, I want to clarify that is none other than Ben Thompson on Twitter. So, is he retired? I mean, I don't know. I mean, I didn't ask him if he's retired. He did tweet hashtag retired. He might be retired. I don't know. So, I'll probably have to ask him after you ask that question because I did wake up from a nap earlier today. And so, who knows? But no, that's not me. If that's what you want. I'm Ron Goodall. It's Ben Thompson. So, your boy ain't retired. So, Laura's going to stop Danny late. Yo, that's an interesting fight because Laura's showing a lot of versatility now since his legs isn't as good, that he can fight in the inside, willing to bang. That Jared Hurd fight showed that he could bang. He's been knocking everybody out. Bigger than Danny, very versatile. So I don't know. I was extremely critical of the fight because it's a catchweight. Lara, older 141. Danny coming up from 140, 147, and 154. I really just don't know what to expect, you know? If Lara shows a lot of finesse and flash, I think Lara could completely dominate Danny. But if he has no legs, then it's really who can land good shots. And Danny was actually, ironically, I did an interview with Danny. Danny showed that he was more of the boxer in the Benavidez fight, and Lara was more of the guy that's patient, sits in the middle of the pocket, lands counter punches, and gets the guys out. So they've almost traded places, right? So I would probably assume that Lara is the favorite in this fight just because the weight and size and his versatility and just is Lara, right? I just will always think of Lara, the one who was boxing against Canelo very impressively, the guy who got robbed against Paul Williams, the tall boogeyman in the division that allegedly Floyd Mayweather was ducking and yada yada, beat Margarito, and gave Martinez pretty much his highlight knockout, right, until that point. So I don't know. I think Lars should be the favorite. I don't know who's the favorite, but no, the main event hasn't started. Rolly started the main card and he won, pretty much dominated. So now we're going to be waiting for Caleb Plant versus Trevor McCumby. Then it's Danny versus Laura, and then the main event. Um, is Canelo doing the pa pa pa? I don't know. We need Charlie Zelenoff on one of these cards. No, we don't. He should have fun with David. Canelo Beans. What is Canelo Beans, man? Belonging to the next Buster Douglas. If Edgar Berlanga beat Canelo, is that a bigger upset than Buster Douglas and Mike Tyson? I mean, technically no, because I think the odds was like 40, what was it, 47 to 1. So I think this is technically not a bigger upset than. It may last 3 rounds. Didn't Sander beat Broner too? No, Sander Martin didn't fight Broner. Mm-mm. Mm, yep, black and Asian. Edgar says Edgar says if he wins tonight, he wants to fight Tank Davis if Canelo doesn't ask for him. He did not say that. Stop, Michael. You capping right now. There's no way he said that, Michael. That's unless he was trolling. um, ATP Canelo needs to rematch Bivol if not David. I agree. He's actually Canelo says he would fight Bivol in a rematch if he beats Arthur. So Canelo has stated that. So um, commentator just said Rolling has to learn some new moves. Um, he was repetitive. I agree. I mean, to be honest, if he had a guy who was a lot more creative on the offense, they would have probably read the consistent left hook, right hook, or was it right hook, left hook, and would have tried to implement different stuff. So, but Rolly's just coming back. He has a new trainer. This is his second fight with them, so he's working on some stuff. So I'm sure by the time that he's fighting someone who's a big name, he would try different things. So Benny Blanco, Belanga's gonna test Canelo's chin. Borica, I can't even say that right. Borica, God, I'm not. I'm sorry. I don't even want to disrespect the Puerto Ricans. Right? I'm really bad at being able to say that. But power, yeah. Borica, Borica. I'm gonna embarrass myself. I'm sorry, yo, Benny. I'm sorry. Please, please, please don't. But yeah, he definitely has a lot of power in the fights that we've seen. But I don't know. Longy said he ain't got power. What up, Too Honest? What's up, my man? It's been a minute, right? It's been a minute, so we would definitely be back live more often. So I got a lot of stuff. What I want to do with you guys too is I got some video call-ins that's going to be coming in. So I'm getting situated with the setup. I'm adding some new things. So once that's up and running, we're going to do a daily show, right? Every single day, Sunday to Saturday. We're gonna call fights unless I have to go to the fight. I'm going somewhere, right? We're gonna do a recap show on Sunday, and then Monday through Friday, we're just gonna do our thing, and we're gonna talk about whatever is gonna be call-ins. I'm thinking about doing it maybe like later in the day because like waking up to news is cool, but like there's so much stuff that happens that we have to digest that when we finally can grasp and everyone's getting off work, right? Because there's so many morning shows we can kind of do like a night show and we just chill, put the kids to bed or whatever. You just ate some dinner, whatnot, winding down, do some call-ins, and then I'll have you guys come up too. It's not just my face that'll be up there. So I got a lot of cool ideas, and then we'll get guests, we'll get boxers, we'll play some fighting games. I got a lot of things implemented. I got some fighters that want to play Street Fighter. I've been in touch with. A lot of stuff. So, if you guys get down with the games too, maybe like Street Fighter, Mortal Kombat, you can play with them, right? Virtually fight the fighters because you can't really fight them. We're considered keyboard warriors, right? So it's going to be going on a lot. How until the bout, Christopher Torres. The main event is going to probably start uh, maybe like 2.5 hours. Caleb Plant's walking out with D Smoke right now. Man, that was fast 10 rounds. Yeah. Rolly didn't look very good in my opinion. I mean, I think Rolly looks good for him trying to be a defensive fighter. Does that make sense? Like I'm so used to Rolly being offensive and going forward. So, but Gas, Rolly versus Brandon Lee, Rolly versus Matias. What do you think about Daniel Lapin from Ukraine? I've seen a little bit of him. I need a little bit more just because like the fact that like it's so hard to tell when fighters come up on the developmental scene. If it's the guy I'm thinking, I'm box wrecking him real quick. Yeah, he's the guy with the hair. I mean, he looks good, like he could box and stuff. I know a lot of his fights has been kind of on the Saudi card, so I just need to see a little bit more better competition, and I can gauge a little bit better. But right now, he looks like the part. Danny's about to have a swollen right eye. What up, Edwin? Danny couldn't stop Benavidez. He definitely couldn't stop Benavidez. But Benavidez is I don't know disrespect to Benavidez. I don't know if that was the prime Jose Benavidez, and I think at the same time too, he has a good chin. I mean, he went almost 12 rounds, actually technically just about 12 rounds with Terrence Crawford. So, and we know Terrence was an extremely like solid puncher at 147. So I don't really want to say that he couldn't stop Benavidez because of whatever reason. Just Jose, bro, Charlo, Jamal Charlo couldn't stop Benavidez. So you know what I'm saying? And Jose Benavidez went from 140 to 168, right? So I know. Damn, Fulton went to Warwick Castro, but still show Philly dog processing. I knew that fight was gonna be tough. Castro ain't no joke. He's only lost to Luis Nery and Brandon Figueroa. And Brandon Figueroa and Fulton went, I mean, it's kind of a toss up in some people's eyes who won that fight. So, but Caleb Plant's in the ring, Trevor McCumby's in the ring. I'm gonna call that fight. I feel like there's gonna be a lot more that I can call in this fight than the Rolly fight. So, how many fights to Canelo? So we got two more. So we got Caleb Plant, Trevor McCumby, and Lara and Danny Garcia, and then the main event. So Fulton already fought. So lackluster performance by Rolly. It wasn't eventful. I can tell it was a fight they was working on. We here in the 50th floor waiting for Canelo. That's what's up. Y'all at the fight, easy one. Caleb wins this fight. He should win this fight. What times fight start? What times Canelo? The fight probably starts in like 2 hours. Marcus Williams, man, I'm hungry, brother. I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to be smacking, bro. I'm hungry, man. $20 cash app. Oh, you want to bet someone in the chat? PBC cooking some nice event this summer with Tank Benavides. I don't know officially, Pat G, if that's true, but when I get the official, like, you know, then I'll definitely confirm it. But none of that's confirmed. Like everything in boxing, just things constantly change so often. Like it's so hard for me to go off what is true on the internet now that I've heard a lot of stuff. Like I've heard Caleb Plant was supposed to fight on his own main event, and Fulton's supposed to be on that. And that was supposed to be in Florida. And instead now it's Tim Tszyu headlining at Florida, and Caleb and Fulton was on this card. And I knew about this fight, Trevor and Caleb, before it was announced. So, but um, oh, you said yes, he did. Oh, wow. Okay, Michael, you're gonna have to send me that link or tell me what that is. I love Danny, but Lara beat someone decision tonight. I think the safe bet's what Lara, but Danny's always been the underdog. So like, what's new, right? I think Canelo is gonna win this. Yep, I agree, Daniel. Mad ups to the Philly fighters. Michael Dutch over was nice. Leverage. The ring walk's another 2 hours away, pretty much. Um, Plant's gonna put the trash stash cowboy in the dirt. Yo, chill out. I kind of got a trash stash going on right now. I need to shave this. Um, took offense to that. Orlando Mota, shout out FightHype. What's up, man? Shout out to you, man, for being loyal and a supporter. Um, Fam, don't forget Undisputed comes out next month. Yo, I haven't really I was at the alpha testing at the Hall of Fame. Tested a little bit, but I haven't really gave it a fair shake, so I can't really speak on it. Been so busy. Canelo, I heard 8. Tank needs to fight Loma, not trying to get sparked. Loma didn't want to fight Tank, so damn really went 10 lackluster rounds. Yeah. I was hoping he'll get the stoppage, but it's okay. Um, First round. All right, we got Trevor McCumby. I've seen a little bit of him in the past, but nothing too frequent, nothing too recent, you know. How this is kind of built up is it seems to be like the hip hop white dude versus the MAGA white dude, which is, it's some sort of storyline, that someone can ride along. But at the end of the day, it's two guys fighting for a WBA interim super middleweight title. Caleb's been proven to fight pretty well at high levels. Trevor hasn't. So as of right now, they're in the middle of the ring. A lot of feinting going on. Caleb's trying to set up some jabs to get some level changes. Caleb's really good at going high, low, high, low, high, low. Trying to get you to kind of bite on a different position or a different level so that he can get you off balance a little bit. Caleb's a very quick guy on his feet and quick on his hands. Um, and as in right now, I think he's looking faster than Trevor McCumby. He's throwing in 2 to 3 jabs. He's in the center of the ring right now. And Trevor's trying to get a little rhythm, trying to get his timing down a little bit. But it looks a little bit slower, a little bit off. You know, um, he lunged against Caleb right there already in a minute and a half, which Caleb's really good at picking up guys who make those type of baby mistakes. And if you're not a guy who packs a punch, strong, and can walk through a lot of Caleb's punches, then I don't really see you being able to hang with him. Like Canelo was able to keep an offensive pressure, and we know he's a puncher. David Benavidez, who struggled for a solid straight 5 rounds and turned it on in the sixth, and essentially probably won 7-5 on my cards, maybe 8-4. Not saying that it was controversy. It's just, there's going to be a lot of adversity that Caleb gives you, especially in the early rounds, because people claim that Caleb fades in the later rounds. But in these early rounds, Caleb's in control, putting a lot of solid feints. Not a lot of action, but he's putting a lot of jabs together. He's hitting Trevor's, took a lead left hook wrist right there, slightly missed. Attempted to do a right hook feint, got Trevor to bite. But as of right now, no real solid shots. Caleb is just kind of showing that he's a little bit faster, a little bit more versatile, a little bit better on defense, and better with his jabs. And as of right now, at the rate of this, I'm assuming Caleb's going to pick a little bit fast. Ooh, good solid jab sends Trevor McCumby's head back. As of right now, Caleb Plant looks sharp. There was a right left hook, sneaky little left hook landed. And right now, Caleb is looking like the more seasoned veteran guy, like he's been saying at the press conference. So, Edgar, his best shots to pull what Salido did against Loma, what Canelo measured. I mean, first, he could have came overweight, right? But he wanted to secure the bag, right? You gotta secure the bag, right? So, but he could have came in overweight a little bit, use some little tactics like that. Canelo's gonna be a G, like, nah, what Canelo's measuring, fighting taller young guys to get ready for the monster. I think fight's gonna it's gonna happen. Do you really want to? Like, it's so hard for me. And there's no disrespect to Edgar, but it's like I'm getting ready for David Benavidez by fighting Edgar Berlanga. So I don't know. It's kind of the main event's probably gonna start a little bit later. Plant should outbox Trevor. Pat G. It looks like he's doing it right now. Plant's about to get his wig split. Damn! Come on, Kaz. You don't believe that. You don't believe that. My boy think he Mr. Han with the chops. I mean, what's crazy? I'm half Korean. I still use chopsticks all fucked up. So yeah. But I'm cool with it. I'm cool with it. Brian Norman's the biggest duck in the history of boxing. Yo, we gonna get into that. I gotta go see Boots and all of them on it because I know a little bit of certain something stuff that personally I don't need a fact check. I know what certain stuff is true, but we'll get into that. We'll get into the whole Norman John thing another day. This is Canelo future. It's Canelo night. Canelo versus Edgar Berlanga. So we we gotta put that on another day. Oh, second round and Trevor McCumby lands a solid shot on Plant. I mean it. I don't know if that was like an off balance, but Plant was like all over the place. Like kind of got Plant like all over the ropes for a second, sliding all over. And what the hell was that? I need a replay. I was reading the chat. So you guys could tell me what just happened right there with Trevor. Did he land a solid shot on Plant? Damn. I mean, Caleb shook his head no, so he acknowledged something hit him, but it's like, nah, that wasn't it, bro. But anytime a fighter shakes their, oh, a solid left lands on Caleb. Yo, as in right now, Trevor has turned it up in the second round. So from what I'm seeing, minute and a half is that yes, Caleb looked fast. Caleb's footwork, he was throwing in combination. But this round showed me that Trevor's timing, right? There's speed, and then they always say timing beats speed. So as in right now, Caleb might be throwing at a speed in the first round too often where it gives Trevor the idea of knowing when to counter it, right? So punch by punch, Caleb looks faster, but Trevor landed two solid good shots on Caleb, like really good shots, the two best shots in the fight, and he definitely got Caleb's respect. Caleb goes into a three punch combination. It looks like two or three of them landed. Caleb tried to do a little level change by feint to the body, but oh, Trevor's taunting plant. Like you missed a shot. Okay, yo, this okay. Trevor McCumby kind of a lot of people are sleeping on Trevor McCumby, myself included. You know, I know he had a really solid amateur background. I know Top Rank signed him. You know, I knew a little bit about him on the comeback. Went on the come up, but I know that he had like a failed drug test, and a lot of his momentum kind of went away after a while. But he definitely landed a very solid shot, and he landed another solid left right there. Is is that was not yo? Is Plant hurt? Yo, I think Trevor just hurt Plant. Plant was stumbling back to his corner. Yo, I think Plant is hurt. Yo, yo, he was hurt. Yo, Angry Casual, you said this. I told you Plant's getting his wing split. You fucking did. You did. You fucking did. You did. You are like, right now, you're like one of the goats in the chat, bro. They call you a hater, right? And sometimes I goof and say you a hater too, but you are 100% right. You're 100% right. And I think the problem in that first round that Caleb probably didn't realize is that Trevor got his timing down. He got his timing down. If Caleb's constantly throwing fastballs, well, as a batter, you're going to anticipate constant fastballs. But if you throw a fastball, slow ball, a curveball, you don't know what you're expecting. And I think that's what happened. Trevor timed it very well. Plants all over the place right now. Oh, snap. The problem is that McIntyre, yo, yo, he got cracked again. He did. Yeah, he is hurt, man. Yo, real quick, that's Ben. That's Ben right there. Whoever was asking about. But Caleb's in a fight, and who was it? Trevor has shown power against lesser level fighters. Plant might overlook them. I ain't gonna lie, I overlooked them too, but I know a little bit about Trevor McCumby, and he took his what's the channel? It's on DAZN and Amazon. On DAZN and Amazon. But he's been training in Vegas. He's been getting solid work. Um, Not a hard pick, to be honest. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a little shocked a little bit. You would think a guy who made David Benavidez, but it's styles. I know Trevor is kind of like a Caleb Plant, but without the experience and unproven. But and in my opinion, he does look slower when he throws a jab. But as in right now, his timing is solid, and that's really what you need. You need timing and the body shots that Caleb's throwing in the third round. So he's taunting. Trevor's taunting the body. I think Caleb might have fell in love with the idea of that. I can sit here, I can bang with you. I banged with David. I was in his face. I was banging with Canelo. I was in his face. You Trevor McCumby, like bro, like come on, let's keep it real. That's how he's feeling, right? But that false sense of confidence, you kind of get yourself in a situation like this. And I'm not saying that he overlooked him, right? I don't think he did 100%, but I think that maybe even he was probably caught off that a guy that maybe visibly doesn't look like his jab was faster than his in the first round. It's a trap, you know? That stuff's a trap. When you feel like you faster than your opponent and they a little slow, that's always a trap. Is Plant going to win or no? I mean, Plant won the first round. He definitely lost the second round. And this third round, it's a little bit competitive. I think Plant's starting to get his momentum a little bit, but um, but Trevor got some pop. and when he lands flush, Plant reacts to it. So this is if Caleb Plant loses, he's fighting on Donkey. Nowhere. This might be passing the torch for a crazy white boy. Yo, what round is this? This is the third round, and Trevor definitely hurt Caleb Plant. Like he hurt Caleb. A little good sportsmanship in the third round. Trevor patted his back, so Plant got this. Who's winning? I mean, shit. I wouldn't be surprised Trevor's winning this fight. That MAGA jab. Yeah, Caleb Plant is hurt. Yeah, he got hurt in that second round. Yo, this is Plant versus Berlanga, Berlanga soon to come. Broly did win. It wasn't like an exciting 10 round fight. Broly was on a defense. Looked like a little bit more on choice, but he got the win. It was a practically shutout. Manuel Jaimes didn't really do much. He couldn't really penetrate Broly. But anytime that Plant is throwing a shot and he misses, Trevor is taunting, doing the Canelo Mayweather kind of moment where, Floyd's like, and he's getting some confidence in there. He's getting a lot of confidence. McCumby about to say, Caleb, I'm pretty good, right? Yo, this is a tough fight, man. This is Plant fighting his alter ego, casual fan. Yo, chill out. That's probably like the best comment tonight. Tell you this though, Trevor probably knows that he can't take this to the decision because politics in his mind. So he's coming to fight. He probably feels underestimated. He's on a big stage, big opportunity, and I don't want to kind of put it into this kind of position, but like everyone has respected Caleb Plant as like a solid boxer. And there's a lot of race prejudice that goes against like you know white boxers because typically a lot of the best boxers are like blacks and Hispanics and things of that nature. And so he doesn't want to be considered like the hype. So Caleb went through that and he's proven that he's more than hype. Now Trevor, on the other hand, a lot of people probably just gave him the same type of prejudice of idea, like, nah, man, unless you're a boxing guy, like, and you're a casual fan, you know, did his homework. But he's showing it tonight. He knows it's a big stage and that he can kind of essentially prove to everyone that he belongs here and take, it's like Eminem versus Slim Shady, right? Like, like Trevor McCumby looking like Slim Shady, Kill Plant looking like Marshall Mathers. um, damn, dude. It's the mustache. We're in the fourth round, a minute and a half. This is a pretty competitive fight right now. Style left hook by Trevor. Nothing dramatic happened in this round like the second round, but I'm still trying to recover from Caleb Plant getting hurt. Caleb just got a solid right hook just landed on Caleb right there. Caleb's gonna fight McCumby next. Yo, I mean McCumby's words, Caleb Plant. Yo, I personally right now feel like if Caleb is not being careful, he's gonna get caught with something crazy. You know, I don't like Caleb's confidence right now. Like Caleb just, as of right now, in my opinion, has given me like I want to say like timid, but like kind of like that moment when you're kind of like, did Caleb just go down? Okay, he doesn't look hurt, but yo, Caleb just got knocked down again. Oh, good body shot by Caleb. Yo, Caleb got dropped again. I wouldn't. I have to see. He didn't look hurt. Well, Caleb's definitely losing the fight now. Caleb got dropped in the fourth and got hurt in the second. Planet fighting variant planet Earth minus one. Oh yeah, that's a legit knockdown. Yeah. I don't know. Ah, that I was there. I don't think that was a knockdown. I don't think that was a knockdown. I don't think that was a knockdown. I mean, the ref called it a knockdown, so they can do the whole review on the. But Caleb, yo, whatever, if that was a knockdown or not, Caleb needs to get this fight in control because right now the momentum's in Trevor. Caleb needs to get busy. He needs to come up with a game plan because Trevor has a knockdown. He definitely won the second round, my books, and the third round could be a toss up. So Caleb right now definitely fight. That was a knockdown. Damn, dude. That was a knockdown. I'm watching on some King Pop. I'm eating some. Now we can get Charlie versus Plant flying without the ego and who's A side, B side. That was a knockdown? I tried to tell y'all Plant getting wrecked tonight. I don't nobody want to see you eat and show the fight. I'm sorry, bro. Plant is getting embarrassed. I mean, I got Plant losing the fight. Let's see. Caleb Plant should fight on free TV. You can't show. So we're in the fifth round, a minute and a half. Caleb's trying to put a lot of pressure, like almost like trying to get back that knockdown. He's definitely fighting in the inside. They're going nose to nose. Caleb has him pushed against the ropes. I'm gonna buy some TrevorMcCumby.com. As of right now, Caleb is definitely putting a lot of pressure trying to get back that round. He knows right now he's probably behind on the cards, and he needs to make a difference maker at this point. Trevor probably has won every round minus the first round. And with a knockdown, that negates that first round. So pretty much at this point, McCumby's won every round. And that's right now, Plant is putting a lot of pressure. They're going toe to toe. And this might be the most solid round from Plant. Plant's showing a lot of inside versatility. As long as he doesn't gas out, doesn't get tired. People have criticized Caleb getting tired in later round, but he's putting a lot of good inside work against Trevor McCumby. But he's throwing a lot of body shots. Trevor hasn't really found an answer for the inside game. Caleb's getting better work done in inside. He might want to stay. I agree, 1,000%. Yeah, Caleb. Now Caleb starts trash talking a little bit. Caleb raises his hands. Yeah. Um, that happened by mistake. It doesn't count. Hey, Dylan, Roof. I see your little comments, man. You ain't gotta be in here, but you can stay in here if you want. I'm not offended, but I see your little comment. Okay, brother, man. So. You can sit there and type and text away and be miserable, or you can have a good time. So, Pat G, what's going on with Morel? He's supposed to be fighting December against top 10 opponents from WBA ranks, but the talent pool there's weak. Um, I think he needs to take another developmental fight at 175. I think he needs. I think both Davids need a little bit more developmental fights, but they moved up a weight class. Caleb Plant might get knocked out. Caleb won that round. Oh, for sure. I mean, Caleb went straight back to the same game plan, but now he has to be careful not to get caught with hooks because, Trevor, showed that he methodically was able to get his timing down after that first round, but he's kind of struggling in the inside right now. Caleb's taunting, went straight back, playing some solid shots. As of right now, Trevor's not showing he has an answer for this inside phone booth fight. Yeah, Rolly already fought. Plant has no power. I mean, that's not what Lonnie B told me. Lonnie B sparred Edgar and Caleb, and he said that Caleb got more power than Edgar. And he's starting to tag up Trevor McCumby now. Oh, you didn't give Caleb the fifth round? You didn't give him the fifth round? That was like his best round. That was clearly like his best round. Really, Jerome? You got 4-2 Cumby? Um, guys, Plant winning this. I got Trevor ahead because he got a knockdown. So in the sixth round, minute and a half, as in right now, Caleb is definitely in the inside game, throwing a lot of good solid body shots coming up, nose to nose. It seems like Trevor's best game plan was that mid range where he was able to take advantage of Caleb trying to position himself to jump in and land shots. And Trevor always beat him to it at that point. But now Caleb's not giving him that time to calculate, compute, get essentially his rhythm. He's kind of in a dog fight, phone booth, toe to toe. And Caleb is putting it on Trevor. Like he's putting it on Trevor. Like Trevor needs to get out off the ropes. Oh, Plant lands a solid shot on Trevor. Whatever Caleb did was a switch. Oh, a solid left. Now he's in the mid range that originally Plant was doing. Plant is taunting Trevor. Plant is dancing. Plant's having a good time. And now Trevor is ideally in the range that he wanted to be in before. But Caleb's having his way because all the work that Caleb was putting on him on the ropes. This is a great fight. Oh, what's up? Yo, I'm telling you right now, Trevor need to watch out for that left hook. Plant got a good left hook, and he's trying to set him up with it. Plant won that. Look, Plant made the adjustments. Plant made the adjustment. Caleb is taking over now. If Trevor wins, he becomes a Canelo. No, Trevor, I don't know, man. I don't know. Trevor don't look like he hanging in there. Trevor don't look like he hanging in there. All that work that Caleb was putting on him on the ropes, it's starting to pay dividends. Trevor's looking tired. Trevor's looking frustrated, and Trevor might be hurt. He doesn't really, he's showing it, but these shots that he's eating are solid left hooks. Fight in the night, I mean, yeah, this is by far. I mean, the Fulton fight, from what I was able to watch, was a good fight with Castro, but Caleb and Trevor, there's a lot of taunting, drama. Yeah, I mean, I'm a fan of this fight. I'm a fan of Trevor. Look, I wasn't really like all into like, but from what I'm seeing, like I'll definitely watch a lot more Trevor McCumby for sure. But right now, Plant has showed the adjustments that he needs to do as the world class fighter that he says he is, and learn how to take away these attributes and these shortcomings that he had in the early rounds, and it's showing. Now Caleb's now not going straight back like he originally did, where it was very effective. Pushed him on the ropes, worked him on the ropes, went toe to toe, had the better inside game, practically washed him for 2 rounds straight. He wants to take the chance and bring it back in the middle rounds again. And this is where Trevor really originally got off the better work. So I wonder why Plant is now wanting to take it back in the mid range. He had a lot of good success in those previous rounds. He did let off in the later rounds and landed a lot of good lefts at this range. So I don't know if he wants to carry that momentum, but that was a complete wash, those 2 rounds. Like Caleb had to double the punches that Trevor landed or more. But Caleb needs to be careful because he built a lot of confidence, but he's now needing to go back to what got him in this position, Do what works. Don't deviate from the plan, you know? So plan's definitely walking down McCumby, minute and 30 minutes. Trevor was on the back foot. Caleb Plant times counters. Ooh, a solid 1-2. Trevor's definitely needs to get his head off the center line because if he doesn't, Caleb's going to start picking it apart. Plant now puts him back on the ropes. And now this is where Trevor needs to get off. He needs to get off the ropes. But the one thing Plant definitely needs to do is be careful because while he's throwing these hard punches and these exchanges, Trevor definitely has shown me that he can hurt Caleb. So even though Caleb's getting off the better work and he's accumulating punches that might start to break down and maybe even start to hurt Trevor, Trevor's still showing that he has the solid power to actually buzz Caleb Plant. So as long as he's cautious of that and not get too reckless, but he's dog walking Trevor on the ropes. He's putting a lot of pressure. And Trevor right now is battling his stamina. It's starting to become a battle nutrition for him. So Plant got levels to stuff him. He shows it right now. Oh, how many more rounds? I mean, we're in the seventh round right now, and these guys are still going at it. I mean, Caleb has made a 180, and I think right now that, want me to be fair, I think the fight is starting to even out. I gave Caleb the first round and the last two. Trevor might be, he had the knockdown, so Trevor might be on the verge of just starting to lose the momentum because Plant, in my opinion, won this round too. So Plant won the last three, right? Last three in the first. So I think Caleb might actually now have switched the tides and might be up in my books. So I think I got what Trevor, I gave him the first and three, so 4 out of 7. Yeah, so. And then, so it's practically almost even, but the momentum's clearly Caleb. So at this rate, if Trevor doesn't do anything drastic, it's all Caleb playing. So, and like well connected Elite Sports says, Caleb's showing why his levels in boxing. So 5-2 plant, 5-2 plant with the knockdown is what you got, right? So then that probably negates. So probably 4-3. So yeah, so four. Okay, so plant just, in my opinion, just changed the momentum and now just got up. But earlier was looking really bad for Plant. For whatever reason, Plant was having a real hard time catching Trevor coming in. But as of right now, I think I got Caleb up. But he definitely needs to take advantage. Like I told you, Plant wins this, Riggy. I mean, I don't know at this point, right, Riggy? Like at 1 minute, I felt confident Plant was going to win the fight too, right? I knew Trevor had a good, solid amateur background. It'll be a little bit of, solid shots, but I didn't expect all that so early. Because Plant usually has the better early rounds. That's where Plant shines. Plant is extremely dominant in the first 6. And that first round kind of looked like it was showing the story. But now we're in the 8th round, 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Caleb Plant has completely switched ties, dominated, and essentially became the bully. Was not the boxer. He was the bully. And he bullied Trevor McCumby for 3 straight rounds, and he's bullying him in the 8th round. So, Canelo fight is on pay-per-view, unless you're in Mexico. Plant was landing more early, but McCumby was landing the hardest shots. Everything was hurting Plant. Yeah, definitely was. And then he got that knockdown. So, but Plant has completely negated all that, and now he's good. Plant has more skills than Shakur. Yo, chill out. Yeah, we need some fight hype merch. Yeah, we definitely need some fight hype merch. But yeah, I got Caleb Plant, man. Caleb Plant's up. He's doing his thing. Dylan Roof, Shakur got surgery for more fluff in those pillows. Dang, yo, Dylan, what is it? What does it take today to just get on your good side? Like, who, who you got for the main event? Let's talk boxing, Dylan. All right, you want to come in? You want to talk some boxing, right? We got a whole bunch of boxing guys in here, right? Who do you think wins the main event, and who do you think wins Lara and Danny? Because right now Caleb Plant is completely dominating Trevor. Let's hope Garcia's beat Lara and we get Crazy Angel, aka Birdman, one last time because Danny retiring soon. He already talked about it. I mean, if Crawford wasn't, looking for the Crawford fight, I mean, a Canelo fight, um, I think Danny and Crawford for 160. I mean, I think that'll be giving Crawford the ability to be a five division world champion, which puts him in like names like Sugar Ray Leonard, who's been five, and De La Hoya and Floyd and Pacquiao. So, and that'll be a big money fight. So, Plant landed 63% of his punches. Yeah, he's dominating now. That Fulton fight was great. It was. Um, I'm not gonna lie. Like him getting knocked down wasn't surprising, but I think what surprised me was that he didn't wanted to box. Like he wanted to show a lot of bravado and fight Castro, which I mean he won the fight. I know there was a lot of controversy in some people's eyes. I didn't really watch it entirely because I was setting up the stream. But, you know, that was a definitely tough fight for him coming back. It was not a cherry. And I make jokes all the time, like, does Al Heyman like Stephen Fulton? Because when you really look at his career, like he's never had easy fights. He's always had tough fights. So him moving up in weight, fighting a guy who's only lost to Brandon Figueroa and Lewis Neary. Brandon Figueroa and Fulton went toe to toe, and many people debated who won that fight. I thought Fulton won the fight, but um, either or, that was a hard fight coming off of a knockout loss against Inoue, long layoff, moving up in weight. Like so, props to Fulton and props for Castro. My bad, Hugo. It's all good. It's all good. Look, I know sometimes change ain't always good, but change was never really a thing. I've been here for like ages. So at the end of the day, I just want a good environment, right? I could take trolling, you know what I mean? But it's a fight night, right? We just all boxing dudes, right? Right, Dylan? All right. So look, you give me a fair shake, I give you a fair shake, right? We cool, right? Because I'll refer to you as the truth. Because at this moment, we start over my guy, the truth, representing the chat. So it's all love, man. 63% is not bad. 63% is great. And we're in the ninth round, 2 minutes, 10 seconds. And it's completely dominated by Caleb Plant. Caleb Plant looks like the bully that I didn't really expect to see. But he's showing that you gonna knock me down? You gonna knock me down? You gonna embarrass me in front of my wife and kids? Yeah, I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you. And he's breaking Trevor down. I like this. And even though Trevor is losing the fight now, I'm a fan of Trevor too. I want to see more Trevor McCumby. This is a step up in competition. He had a lot of setbacks in his career, so it didn't really necessarily probably help him prepare him for a fight like Caleb Plant, where Caleb was able to constantly get developmental fights to get him ready. And so, but yeah, there's a lot of taunt going on. Main event is weak. Canelo, TKO, Berlanga's dropped in 154 in sparring. I'm not a fan of the main event, but we'll see. We got to see how the fight turns out, and then we can hindsight. But on paper, I'm not. Bud and Danny makes sense, absolutely. It's kind of like unfortunate because that's the that's his class. Theoretically, that would be like the eras Leonard, Duran, Hearns, like they all fight each other, and we're almost complete essentially. But Crawford's fought Porter and Spence. Spence fought Porter, Danny. Thurman. No, he didn't fight Thurman, but yeah, I just Danny after such a long layoff fighting at 160. I know it's a catch weight, um, but for the people who saying the stats like 60, 63%, I want you to think about it like this. If you're landing 63% of anything, let alone power punches, right? And Plant is he's at 61% power punches. And he has Trevor in the ropes. Trevor just looks completely uncomfortable, lost. I mean, Trevor's showing a hell of a chin. So, but I want you to think about the percentage, right? If you're, oh my God, Plant is just unloading on Trevor. Oh my God, and it's over. He just stopped Trevor McCumby. That was a good stoppage. Plant showed some dog. Like that boy cooked Trevor. And he doing the shovel again. Valid effort, Trevor. Valid effort. Valid effort. But Plant just turned it up. He shifted gears. That's what good, solid champions always talk about when they change gears. That's what Plant did. He made adjustments. He showed levels. He battled adversity, and that was Marshall Mathers versus Slim Shady, like the new album that dropped. And yeah, Trevor will become a better fighter from that. So, man, I just rambled on. Oh, but going back to the 60, yeah, the 63% phenomenon. I didn't get a chance to fully go into that. Right? What's going on right now in the update? Caleb Plant just stopped Trevor McCumby after coming through adversity, getting drops, getting hurts, getting outboxed in the mid range. Caleb Plant actually had to become the brawler and actually take it to him and break him down so that he can bring it back to a fair fight for him to box and move because he was getting outboxed. His timing was getting cooked in the middle of the ring. Trevor was landing harder punches, but Caleb Plant just became a dog. So, the 63% is extremely phenomenal because I want you to think about it like this. That's over the average of 50. And if you're throwing an average of two punches, that means one of those two punches will land. Think about this. All right. I'm not really explaining this well because I'm reading the chat and all over the place. So I'm just going to take a break from the chat and explain it. If I'm landing 63%, that means if I throw 10 punches, six of those punches are landing. And those are 63% of power punches. So it's constantly like hit, miss, hit, miss, hit, miss, hit, miss. Think about that. I'm going to miss one and hit one. I'm going to miss one and hit one. I'm going to hit one, miss, miss, hit, miss, hit. Like, think about it. 63%, that's 50% average, right? Because I'm going 50 miss, 50 hit. He's over that. So that means he's on an average hit, miss, miss, miss. He's landing more than he's missing. And that's when you know an ass whooping. Anytime you see more than 50% power punches landing on stats, that guy's whooping ass. He's 60%, he's really whooping his ass. 70, I don't know why the ref ain't stopped the fight. You don't see 70s, you don't see 80s. That's brutality. That's Mortal Kombat fatality. So those fights where you're like guys are getting completely dominated and washed, and the ref needs to stop the fight. The fight percentage is 60-ish, 50% power punches. So that's what you really want to take in account. Now, if the other guy's also landing 50, 60% power punches, then who's landing more of their power punches, right? It's a stats thing. And at that point, if they're both like that, then you just had an all-out solid 50-50 fight. But if you're seeing one guy like landing 20, 30%, another guy's landing 67, you don't even really need to watch the fight. You just know that guy was getting fucked up fair. So, but all right, I'm gonna read the chat now. Yeah, we saw Lubin handle Berlanga and sparring. Berlanga looks shook. I believe Danny retires tonight. If he loses, I think he probably will. Um, when an Asian and a black guy fight, who do you initially go for? I hate you, Edwin. Well, Pacquiao and Floyd fought each other, and I picked Floyd just because I just thought he was the better fighter. When Inoue and Fulton fought, I thought Inoue was going to beat Fulton. So it's really just more about boxing. Um, Typically, Asians and blacks don't really fight because of the weight classes they're in, right? Asians are usually smaller and blacks are a little bit higher. But I just go for the guy who I just think who wins. I try not to be tribal about it, but Plant is more than one. Yeah, I'm just catching up with the chat. Yeah, shout out to FightHype and Ronda doing their thing. We all boxing familiar, of course, man. Appreciate it, Pat. No, I'm not related to Dougie Fish. I just talked to Dougie. And I just say, yo, people always think we related, man. Um, yeah, Caleb Plant definitely got him. That stoppage, I I was probably not a fan of the stoppage. It was kind of what Trevor got like a minute or two left. You could have gave it. Oh, they're making up in the ring. Um, I could have seen Trevor making it out that round, but at a certain point, like what would have happened next, right? Um, that stoppage was BS. Stoppage after the bell, trash. Um, Oh, Ben, you didn't like the stoppage? Trash stoppage? Yeah, I mean, I'm sticking with my guns. At least let him drop him once. I mean, he was taking an ass whooping though, Ben. He was getting cooked. I mean, he was getting cooked. But stoppage after the bell is trash. As a bloodthirsty fan, yes, it would be nice. Told you, Ron. Yeah, I mean, I thought Plan was gonna win. We stoppage. All right, so you guys aren't a fan of the stoppage. I respect that. He was whooping his ass though, man. Like, what do you think would have happened? Let's go Plan. He ain't done. He had a point to prove. He still got it. Bring me my money. McCumby was exhausted. He was. I mean, damn, it was a good fight. It was a good fight. Trevor McCumby, earned my respect. I'll definitely tune in a lot more Trevor McCumby. Um, who you got winning, Danny or Lara? I got Lara as the favorite. I know he's 41. I know he doesn't have his legs as much, but I think Lara is just. I mean, really, when I think about Laura's losses, I mean, who did Lara really lose to? Right? Lara box, right? Right. We look at Lara's resume. He's 33 and 3, right? So his first loss was to Paul Williams, which I thought was a robbery. Right? I thought Lara won that fight. He had a majority decision against Carlos Molina. Vanas Matarosen, that was I think a headbutt was in that fight, right? So Canelo Alvarez was very controversial in a lot of people's eyes. So Jared Hurd, Lara did get cut and dropped, I think, in that fight. He definitely got dropped in 12th round. Went toe to toe. Big as hell hurt. I think that was the start of Lara losing his legs. And Lara could have potentially won that fight. So Castano could have lost that fight. That was a draw. I was at that fight. Um, so that's when you start seeing him lose his legs. Then he fought Canelo's brother, Roman Alvarez, and I stopped him. Then he stopped Thomas Lamana, and then Gary Sullivan and Michael Zarafa, which no disrespect to any of those guys, but they're not Danny Garcia, right? But you start to see him get these stoppages and these undesirable fights. Like you're Erislandy Lara. You're arguably the guy that beat Paul Williams. People defend and say you beat Canelo Alvarez. I mean, you really shouldn't be fighting Thomas Lamont, Gary Sullivan's, Michael Zarafa's, but I get it. You're 41 now, but Danny Garcia is a younger guy, and I could see something happening, but I'm still gonna safely pick Lara just because I haven't really seen Lara get dominated, and that is the opposite. I've seen Danny actually get dominated by smaller guys in smaller divisions. So yeah, I got Lara. Yeah, it was a great fight. That sucks for that underdog. That was his only shot to fame. No, I mean, it's boxing, right? Someone's gonna call him back up. So, and especially the showing he had, I think he'll be good. I mean, he didn't get the Cinderella win, but you can't be sleeping on Caleb Plant, man. That boy didn't beat Canelo David, but he's showing some levels, man. He did better than Demetrius Andrade against David. So Caleb fought beautiful. Benavidez and Decno got this boy tough. Plant show levels. He ain't one dimensional fighter. Appreciate your content, bro. This is my second time. Appreciate Big Bird. We're gonna do a lot more of these, but it's not just we're not just doing like I'm gonna do call-in shows. So coming up soon, you guys are actually gonna be able to come in and call in and interact and talk. We're gonna just all chat. So if you disagree with something, you can just tell me, and I'm all open for it. It's everything just out of respect, right? You know, so you can make fun of me picking something wrong or whatnot. I don't care. That's what I'm here for, right? Plant's been there with Darrell, same scenario. Good fight, but early stoppage. Okay, so everyone's not a fan of stoppage. Never sleep on my boy Plant. But Angry Casual almost became the truth in here, man. That inside adjustment on Plant was really good, man. 50% connect rate is where stoppages start to happen, right? Yeah, so you know about that, Edwin. Yeah, Caleb Plant got the stoppage. Seems like Caleb Plant's not going to Dominating Network. Shout out from the Philippines. Hey, yo, I've been out to the Philippines, beautiful country. I went snorkeling out there. It's the most beautiful fishes I've ever seen in my entire life. And ironically, when the what you call it, like I guess I would say like fast food chains, but like the McDonald's or the Papa John's or whatever, like it devoured and destroyed whatever Americans was able to cook because the McDonald's burgers and the pizzas from Papa John's felt like they made it with love. So whatever they're doing in the Philippines, right? Yo, they need to bring that over here, at least in the fast food joint. So I got a lot of love for the Philippines. I appreciate it. You see 80% lot, but it's short fights that end in KOs before the fifth. Okay, I actually did not know that, Jerome. Um, that's like a disgusting amount. Like they probably don't even show that stat. Like that's probably like someone getting fucked up from the beginning of the fight. So those, yeah, those must be like those fights where like it's a complete dominating whitewash. Like why we even make this fight main event? But we'll see, right? But that's good to know. I'll keep an eye out and see how often those 80% comes up with those like what they call like cherry pick fights or like developmental fights, but 80% is disgusting. I never want to have a fighter in a fight getting 80%. I would stop that shit. Um, and now, guys, when we watch the main event, let's all eat five slices of pizza, four tacos, three Big Macs, so we won't have to eat breakfast tomorrow. That sounds terrible, Uber. Yo, what up, Uber to your mom's house? What's up, man? You always be talking about food in the chat. So, for everyone that's coming in, just to get a quick recap, I'm reading the chat. We're just waiting for the co-main to start. Rolly won his fight, 10-round decision. Fulton won in a very close contested, maybe controversial, um, very controversial. Sorry, I was just reading another chat over here. Very controversial fight. It seems like people thought it could have went either or. The black guy. Elite guys have ability to conserve themselves and redline when they feel the guy starts slipping, and it might be tough for three, 4 rounds. I agree. I agree. But that's like you said, that's what elite guys do. They're able to they know what they can do and go the distance, right? That's that distance stuff where it's like I know what it feels like to go 10, 11, 12 rounds. You don't. And so a lot of those fighters because they never experienced it, there might be concerns and the confidence goes away. Even if they can, they start worrying about conserving their gas tank and stuff like that. And then they start making mistakes. Those elite guys know how to conserve them properly and when they need to turn it on. And when, like you said, they're on that teeter totter, they know how to prevent themselves from burning out. Because the best way I think a coach described to me was like when you're driving a car and you're on like I don't know what they call it, like the barometer or whatever, when you're flooring the car, right? If you ever just kind of like go up like 20, 30, 40 miles per hour, it's easy to go back down to zero, right? But when you go to like 80 or 90, if you ever one of those speed demons, it's harder for it to get back down to zero. It almost like revs up really fast, but it's even slower going down. Not the distance from it, because obviously it's going to take longer, but for whatever reason, it's like it's going down a lot slower. And it's the kind of the same thing. A sprint, you can do a little quick little jog, and then all of a sudden you're good. But you're sprinting as hard as you can, and now you're trying to get your breath like you're out, and now you're spending all that time to recover. I believe that's what you're talking about, right? So I agree. Danny Garcia will win the fight. I mean, I hated on the idea of this fight, but now it's here, and so I might end up really appreciating and enjoying it. So, I mean, impressive win by Caleb. He showed his experience and level. Yeah, sorry guys. I think I'm on like a super delay. So you guys might be way ahead of me. So I'm gonna figure out why. I don't know if it's on the Wi-Fi that I'm on. Um, Bud versus Plant. Uh, they won't ever fight each other. They're actually really cool with each other. I've actually seen them wrestle each other, but nah, that ain't gonna happen. Weight class. The inside fighting exposed McCumby. I agree, but I still come in mini sizes. I don't know. Too Sharp was mini. Stephen Fulton, I guess, is considered mini. Bud versus Plant would be a good fight. Yeah, I don't think they'll ever fight each other. Danny got a great chin, never been down. Laura loves some 1-2, so sooner than later it will be time. It will be time. It will time. I would be shocked to see Laura sleep Danny, because Danny's been hit by some solid guys, you know. But you know, Laura's been on this knockout streak now, so he's more willing to trade inside. And Danny showed a lot of boxing in the Benavidez fight, so I feel like Laura's gonna be like trying to low key stalk Danny. I feel like Laura's gonna be the guy that's gonna be hunting Danny. And Danny might be kind of boxing, so Danny got a great chin, never been down. Oh yeah, yeah. Man, I could beat Plant. Yo, James, if you could beat Plant, let me sign you, man. Um, Caleb was gonna hurt McCumby in that round. Yeah, see, I didn't want to see any more Samuel. Trevor was decent. He'll get an opportunity. Maybe around Pacheco. I agree. I mean, ooh, that's good. Pacheco, yeah, that's correct. Crafty. He won the experiences everything. Plant did this against Doral. Hey, what up, Attorney Bailey? What's up? I didn't even realize that was you. Yeah, we back live. He did lose to Jarrett Hurd. Yeah, yeah, but it was close. That I think it was the difference of that knockdown. But that was like prime Hurd. That was like I never forgive Brian Orr for being a duck. Oh man, Hurd versus Laura was a firefight. I think that was fight of the year. That was prime Hurd, man. Hurd don't even look the same no more. Laura Easy W has a momentum though. Oh, Daniel Garcia hasn't fought in 2 years. Damn, it's been 2 years, huh? Mm, Caleb was gonna fight Borrington. McCumby embarrassed him. He has to redeem himself. Props to Trevor, man. So we got Danny Garcia walking the ring. So we're at the co-main. So everyone who's just coming right now, we're at the co-main. We're getting it started. We're getting ready. So Edgar's taking Canelo. Talk too much shit, Alvarez. Damn, you got Edgar? So yeah, we got the co-main, and then we got the main event. Um, Sorry, I can't really speak Spanish. You're gonna see Old Man Lara tonight, I think. If Lara boxes a boring fight, not saying like I don't respect skill, I'm gonna be a little sad because I want Lara to like fight Danny. You know what I mean? Like you've been knocking all these dudes out, and now you want to box Danny. Ah, but I appreciate good Cuban boxing. You know what I mean? But tonight's been a really fun, exciting fight. I mean, everything's been a little backwards. Fulton was in a war. Rolly was the boxer. Plant got dropped and went to war. So, I mean, maybe we can get some action in this fight, right? And I know Danny's going to be very cautious and calculating. You know what I mean? So yeah, I think the fight really is going to be up to Laura and at the pace of how this fight goes. But I respect Lara, solid boxer, solid champion, great amateur. Probably talked about as one of the best Cuban amateurs of all time. So just give us a solid fight tonight, man. Facts. Lara's been on tune-up tour. We still waiting for that unification for Adamas in general. So I'm saying you can't be not being on tune-up tour and just squashing everybody. Now, like okay, do that with Danny. Like, Laura beat Williams, Hurd, Canelo, and Castano. Damn, you said all his controversial fights he won. Laura's a lefty, and Danny didn't have no answers against Spence, so he's also a lefty. I got Laura winning the fight. You know what I mean? So, but I wouldn't be surprised that the 41-year-old man who has lost his legs loses to Danny Garcia. If Danny was able to sleep Laura and become a middleweight champion, this dude Danny is like the underdog king because he has to be the underdog tonight, right? Danny got the best chance tonight of all the underdogs. If he doesn't win, it's over for the underdogs. Danny's beating up. See, I see Danny got. Got a lot of support in here. Who's going to win? Canelo. I like Danny, but I think the layoff kills him tonight. His time will be off. Lara's boxing legit. Lara just fought two recently. Bud versus Plant fight if Bud wants Nello. I think Bud's gonna retire. I knew he would win if he got past the six by Greer. That was an early stoppage. Caleb did get knocked down. Caleb did win. He like dogged it out to win that fight. He broke Trevor apart. Lara should win, just battle ready. Caleb won. I usually does stoppage. So Laura's in the ring and Danny Garcia's in the ring. So I'm just speaking through some of the comments and then I'll be ready to start calling the fight. What happened with Lara and Danny hasn't started yet. It's about to start. Yeah. Should have did a parlay. This card was easiest to bet on. Everyone what big names won so far. Did y'all hear the music they were playing while Danny was talking? It sounds like a dating app. What does that even mean? Was Rolly elite boxer? He was a world champion. You can call Rolly a world champion. Laura's a Danny. Laura's where the plant haters at. Laura's gonna put an end to that Tony Montana accent, Danny. Like fights like this, because I know a lot of fans weren't asking for Lara versus Danny, but we're all here and we're all watching the fight because we still like, how does this fight go? Like, what is the matchmaking behind this? Like, what is you know, like Danny's not a forward pressure fighter. He's a well timed counter puncher, right? What power? A little bit smaller. Lara, you know, essentially doesn't have the legs that we normally see him, but he's been on a mid-range knockout tour. So, is this going to be a counter punching match? Like, are they going to be, dare I say, in the middle of the ring all night, waiting and missing lots of shots? I would be really upset. But Danny's going to win this fight. About what time when the main event kick off? I probably got an hour and a half. Rolly's more of a comedian than boxer. I mean, he's definitely one of the biggest personalities of boxing. So, the Zone has the worst streaming service. Did it just shut off on you or something? Rolly's feet stink individually from the rest of his body. Yo, give him time to develop. Man. My man turned pro at seven, or started boxing at 17, became a world champion. Old overnight watch. Lara versus Garcia would be only entertaining for purist fans. This is a counter puncher versus. No, Dogs, I just said that. No, I mean, at least give me a lot of good, interesting feints. Then, like, give me a lot of good feints for me to appreciate. Because I do not want like an uneventful 12 round main event. I mean, co-main. Danny Garcia for the win. All right, give me your picks. Give me your picks. Throw them right now. Throw them so that I can go back to them if I need to be. Because I don't want to hear nobody say, "Oh, I called it right and I didn't see it." All right. So Danny should have had a tune-up. I agree. Danny's gonna find a way, but it's gonna be a tough fight if Laura doesn't start slow. Danny's about to get his eyes swollen. All right. All right. I'm gonna get back to the chats later. I'm sorry if I missed some of it. It's just now it's the co-main on my screen, so I'm a little delayed. So they're both in mid-range right now. Laura's in the southpaw stance. Danny's in the orthodox. All right, so it looks like Danny's gonna start taking some chances already. He's trying to put a little, I think maybe a little aggression. Try some jabs. Try his timing. But Laura landed a good solid jab. Already, I see Laura's distance looks good. Laura looks in solid, good distance against Danny. Now, my question is like, when Lara is setting up his shots, is he going for a knockout? Like, is he trying to knock out Danny Garcia? Like, is like those tune-ups that he was fighting? Like, is that what Lara wanted to become, a knockout artist? Because knocking out Danny Garcia at the age of 41, I know smaller guy coming up, but that's a nice thing to have because Earl Spence wasn't able to do that. But I'm expecting them to fill each other out a little bit. Now, pause. Jesus. Fill out round. Fill out round. I called it, guys. I paused. My bad. Fill out round. God. And then I think maybe in the middle fight, just start letting their hands go. How long to the main event? I think probably an hour and a half. Lara's seventh round stoppage, huh? I remember that, Bailey. Lara decision, unfortunate, but rooting by Danny for stoppage. I'll be back after finishing watching the card, but Lara should win, but don't count out Garcia. Such a I don't even know how to. It's like it depends on what they do and what they show, and it's more like what Laura shows. But Laura has his foot. Laura's playing his foot more to generate power. Pat Gio. Nah, you don't, I hate you, James, brother, man. We're supposed to hear that. But okay, so yeah, so Laura is trying to put some steam, but it's tough round to already score, man. What? Laura landed a good jab, so I think Danny's gonna take some chances though. Like I feel like if Danny is not getting the looks that he needs in the counters, then I think we'll see something. I think Danny's gonna go for it, but that's only if he's behind. I'm a little frustrated. Mm, very uneventful round, but expected. All right, let's see. We got Canelo in the dressing room. Okay, I'm gonna refresh my fight stream because I feel like I'm so behind. That's what I'm getting messages about. So let me all right, cool. All right, let me that layoff is Danny's biggest issue, but he can manage to keep that left hook counter landing and Lara reset Danger so he could get a decision. What do you think about Rolly's performance? I think it was like a performance where he was like trying stuff out, right? I know a lot of people was very that fight sucked, but he got a new trainer, and I think what he was working on was like trying to be a little bit more defensively responsible, trying to be patient, trying how to use his jab. Um, so I think he was working on a lot of stuff. So personally, like I'm not like the biggest fan of the fight, but I think I knew what he was working on. So, but he dominated, and he won the fight pretty comfortably. I hate y'all, man. People booing already to fight has not even that. It's I mean it's two counter punches, right? And we just got done with Caleb playing Trevor McCumby, so the crowd is bloodthirsty. They want blood, so Danny needs to take chances. This is it for him. He's staying. He ain't staying it for too long. He already said he don't need a box. He's okay. I mean, I think he is. I'm starting to see a little bit of him trying to be a little impatient, but he needs to be careful because Lara already landed like a solid three-piece shot on Danny. And man, Lara looks so quick and so sharp, and the fight's kind of going kind of what I predicted. But Lara's putting actually pressure. He's putting forward pressure, and I think he is going to go for the knockout. I really think he is. I think them three, four tune-up knockouts will probably build some confidence in him. He's 41. I know that he probably doesn't want to, you know, he had to do those things against what he respected was considered power punchers and big guys, but he's the big guy here. So in this case, I think he's going to take chances, just patient, calculated chances. But he has to be careful because I see Danny wanting to take chances too. At some point, I see one of these guys really going for a big shot. And I think Laura's technique will probably give him the better shot of landing it. But Danny's the no look, the shots that you don't see hurt you the most is what they say. And Danny's really quick with it. And I think he even caught Earl one time with a solid shot that kind of had everyone spooked for a second. They're on the second round. So Danny's timing is horrible. He looks a little off. his timing, but he's fighting Lara. Lara's gonna make your timing look pretty bad, you know. And a lot of people in here saying 2 year layoff. So, bro, you the real Bruce Leroy. Oh my God, this is not the first time I heard this shit. Bowling's from New York, so what you expect? Danny doesn't have the heart to take chances. Remember the Spence fight? I mean, but you're right. But I think that's a different style of fight. I think that Spence was a guy who relentlessly came. I don't know. I think you make actually a good point. I didn't really put that in the calculation. I might have to revisit what I'm saying now. Um, but I don't know if he was 100% there for the Spence fight. He spoke on it. His heart wasn't there. I mean, he said he, whatever the case is, battled depression. But I don't know what his mind's in this fight either, too. You know? Um, he's been waiting for this Lara fight for so long, and it has been prolonged over and over and over. I don't think he initially thought he was going to be waiting this long. And the Michael Zarafa fight, and I actually have to take this back on like the tune-up tour. The Michael Zarafa fight was an interference of the Danny. Danny and Lara was supposed to fight like back then, but Michael Zarafa was called up as a mandatory. So Danny wanted to fight the belt for the belt. Lara was going to keep the belt so he could fight Danny. So he had to fight Zarafa. So that extended, and Danny probably should have took a tune-up in between that because whatever this is, it's not going to help him. Danny's going to be on Law and Order SUV. He's how he's getting touched. How many to the main event, please? It's next fight. Next fight. Exactly what I told you. You did, Riggy. I mean, I'm not saying we weren't on the same page, but you did. I had Lara too. I think he was definitely the guy that should be the favorite. But I'm for a Puerto Rican too. I gotta go for your. Oh, I'm assuming you're saying you're going for your boy. Okay. Danny came for a payday. I don't know. I think he's actually trying to fight. It's just stylistically a tough fight, you know? He's fighting a long, rangy guy who's probably a better counter puncher, bigger, crafty, athletic. As a 41-year-old man, he looks pretty sharp still. He's the oldest middleweight champion beating Sam Solomon. So if Berlanga wins, it's going to shake up the boxing. Oh my gosh, we ain't ready for that, and it's going to be funny. So, I'm not a Canelo hater, so I'm going to say that. But a part of me would like it'd be a breath of fresh air in boxing because it feels very stagnated at the moment. So anything to disrupt the boxing world will be fun, person. So I would like that. But as in the reality of things, I just don't see it happening. And I'm not saying I'm rooting for it. It is what it is. But Berlanga being Canelo it would shake up boxing. And that's what we need. We need some shakeups in boxing. It's kind of getting a little too redundant. A lot of guys are going in and out. I'm sorry, I'm not even commentating the fight at the moment. Um, we're in the third round, Lara versus Danny Garcia, a minute and 30. Lara just seems like he's able to get in and get out pretty solid. His boxing, his distance looks better than Danny. It looks like a vintage Lara fight where he's able to catch and get out of the way. Danny's a little too flat-footed right now. He's not able to get in range. He's not using his jab to kind of cut off the distance. And even if he's trying to get in there, he's biting on a lot of feints, what makes him hesitant to throw, and Lara's resetting Danny. Danny's not able to get in a rhythm that's comfortable for him to start letting his hands go. And right before you know it, Lara throws a solid shot. Lara's also putting a lot of forward pressure on him a little bit. Not aggressive like high guard, but just enough pressure to keep Danny on his toes because I don't know if any of these punches add a little, Danny's feeling a little sting, but I'm sure one of them kind of cracked him a little bit and put a little respect, behind his punches. So he's not just going in. Danny threw a lazy jab and got countered right there, and that's going to psychologically make you freeze up. And that's what Lara's doing. He's making Danny freeze up and biting off a lot of feints. Danny's doing a lot of feinting and upper body movement, which I don't know if that's going to eventually drain him out in the later rounds. But Danny needs to make sure all his movements count properly because Lara's minimal movement is conserving his energy for the distance. Lara is not putting a lot of upper body movement, a lot of footwork. He's just pacing himself comfortably and not an exciting fight. but you can see that Lara is in control. So if Danny fully, which I haven't seen Danny go in a brawl like style, but he needs to start taking some chances a little bit and put Lara on the rope. I don't know if he can put him on the ropes. Like Lara's legs is not the best at this age, but it's still enough to get away from Danny Garcia. So Danny's gonna be so Danny is really coming. Benavidez gets dog walked. So um, let me check this real quick. All right, cool. Everything's good. Let's go Canelo. Is Danny really committed? I just don't know if he's able to get to Lara. How many people look good against Lara? Does anyone look like no one's ever dominated Lara? So like at this point, this was already a risky fight for Danny to take. Um, how much percentage you give Berlanga? I give Edgar Berlanga 5%. 10% if I want to be generous. Canelo versus Bivol 2 and Benavidez versus Benavidez 2025 might come. Um, it depends on how those fights play out. Canelo says he'll fight Bivol if he wins, and it would better be want to fight David after. Like I don't know. Like he's like 40 some also. So I'd rather have Benavidez dethrone Canelo instead of Berlanga. But yeah, I get it. Fresh new generation. I agree. I agree. Just something different. Anguilla looked good against Lara, maybe. Damn, that's like way back. That's forgot they fought. That's when Anguilla was like really like Anguilla, right? Like was he trained by Virgil Hunter at that time? I can't remember. Like, jeez. Lara's been in the game so long. We talking about Angulo. Fourth round, not a lot of action going on. Lara's keeping his distance. Danny's just not able to get in rhythm, get in distance, land anything. Danny's trying to counter punch Lara, but he's just unable to. Lara is keeping minimal punch selection and taking only smart calculated shots, so it prevents Danny from able to even really try to counter. And Danny's not really throwing any type of offensive attempts besides maybe a jab or like a lunging hook, which you got to be careful when I get caught and get desperate. But a lot of upper body. Danny's really just trying to feint his way in, you know? He's trying to feint his way in and counter what Lara throws. So, um, and Lara's trying to counter over Danny's jab or get his jab off before Danny tries to get in rhythm to reset him. This is just a pure like I don't want to say like a sparring match, but this is like a super high level, like the highest level sparring match. Like because Lara is just constantly resetting Danny's rhythm to kind of prevent him. I mean, we're talking about Danny didn't land a single punch in the second round. Like and Lara landed what one punch in the fourth round. Like we're talking about 22 punches versus 9 punches in the fourth round. Like this is kind of rough. But Danny's trying his best, but Lara is distant. Yeah, wake me up for the main event. Lara is just controlling the rhythm, the pace, and Danny's just kind of waiting or just throwing out jabs just to just try to cut some distance. But he's not cutting any distance with it. He's just throwing it out there. Maybe hoping that Lara bites it and he tries to counter over the jab, right? Like kind of like a baiting jab. But he can't throw a lazy because if he does, Lara can counter. But Lara isn't capitalizing on every opportunity. So he's kind of like picking what he feels like, which feels like an eternity. And so because of that, here we are. Danny turns into AB. I mean, I'll say that Laura is making it hard for him to kind of get in the rhythm, but I don't know. Like, is those punches like really? I don't see anything that allegedly Danny got one of the best chins in boxing. Right? We were talking about Canelo's chin, right? Today, like Danny's chin has been regarded as one of the best chins in boxing as well, right? And he's also told people that like, hey, I'm actually a really big 140 pounder, 147. So like for people to think me moving up in weight, it's not so crazy. So in this situation, then are these punches like very and our stream did not let us guess they weren't on the okay. So um so overall, yeah, this is a glorified boxing match. So we're in the fifth round. I'm a glorified sparring match. So something's wrong with Danny. Lara be taking out the former face of PBC Boston. So next up is your boy Keith Thurman. You want to see Lara versus Keith Thurman? Keith Thurman won't do that. Would he? Would Keith Thurman fight Lara? I think Lara wants to fight. Danny's kind of scared. Well, they're two counter punchers, so naturally they're kind of baiting and waiting for each other to make an opportunity. But Danny's incapable of to create his opportunities unless he actually goes and attempts. Like he has to be like, fuck it, I'm gonna get hit. And that's really the only way this fight works. And that's what Laura wants. He wants to kind of make Danny go in desperation mode and then probably capitalize, right? Because Laura don't need to. He's won all four rounds comfortably, in my opinion. Well, I don't know. Depends on what you like. It's not really a lot to say in these rounds, but I think Laura's in control. He's landing the more consistent jab, and Danny's just practically missing on a regular basis. So I think at some point Danny's going to have to go for broke if he wants to win this fight. He's going to have to lunge in. He's going to have to throw some combinations. He's going to have to get a little rough and dirty and bring it to Laura. Because those are the only fights that you see Laura, lose essentially or have draws. Like Hard, he brought it to him. Canelo brought it to him. Castano brought it to him. So you're not going to sit and wait and counterpunch Laura at this rate. And I was hoping to see Lara be aggressive and Danny be the boxer because it seemed like that. But Lara is just patiently respecting Danny Garcia, and now this is the fight we have. And Lara has no problem winning fights like this, man. This fight's boring, reminds me of Shakur Stevenson. Danny Garcia has been one of the best Puerto Rican boxers genre, and he wasn't caught up in the nationalism stuff like Berlanga, who is an unproven contender. I agree. Over the years, Danny Garcia has definitely proven to be one of the best Puerto Rican fighters in this generation, regardless of what people think about him being born in Philly or him not winning all his big fights. But at the end of the day, Danny is definitely considered one of the best Puerto Rican fighters. But as of right now, hey Chad, I'm about to crash out. This is rough, yo. No hands, Garcia. Keep your head down. Find the opening. We got to see, is Danny going to do that? You know what I mean? I'm seeing him lunging, but where I see the fight, Amazon and the zone, Laura's going to give Danny an oil change. And this shit's kind of rough to watch, I ain't going to lie. Dan just came for the free Canelo tickets. What time's the main event? Probably like in an hour. Danny said he wasn't thinking about boxing when Laura fight was offered to him, and it shows. And Laura always patient but skilled. I agree, Mike Ross. And this is I'm not. Well, also no, like I'm not knocking, like quote unquote, these guys, aka the champions. Like they're these guys stylistically, they just don't think mesh up. I think the name Danny Garcia and the opportunity of being in the world championship fight is what is selling, the Puerto Rican support, right? You got Edgar Berlanga, Canelo, Mexican versus Puerto Rican, and you put like the probably most well-known Puerto Rican fighter out right now as the supporting co-main. But do you do this? Is this the only fight that Danny wanted to take? Because this is not stylistically the most entertaining, pleasing fight. I know there's an obligation because Laura is a PBC fighter as well, so they're also fulfilling their obligation. They're giving Danny an opportunity to fight for a world champion and be on a big card. Same with Laura defending his title, but um, Ace, I give Edgar, I think I answered earlier, 5% chance, and 10 if I'm feeling generous. Um, it's probably the last time, maybe 15 if I really want to be generous. Probably the last time we see Danny Garcia, so thanks for everything, champ. Danny Garcia is losing every round, and not like because he's getting destroyed. It's just he's not doing anything to, I guess, counter the jabs that he's eating from Lara. He's not getting like destroyed, but he's not contributing to the fight. So Laura's just Danny's not battle ready. And real time boxing is different than sparring. Danny's fighting off expectation of the past. Might be. And I don't know what was his. You know what's crazy? Like even though like he did a speech about win the sixth round, 40 seconds. It's not really much to commentate. If you guys know how Laura fights, he's pretty much fighting in his fashion. But yeah, the fight's still going on. The Lara winning every round. He's just boxing Danny and not taking any big chances himself. Um, I don't know what Danny's depression was about. Like when he was after the Benavides and kind of broke down. Like, was it about money? Was it about certain financial, stability? And maybe he was stressed out, and maybe certain so maybe he feels happy that he's able to start fighting again at the Benavides fight, and now against the Laura fight. Um, but no one really actually got to dig deep and ask and figure out specifically what those type of things he was battling and dealing with. So I don't know if this is a fight where mentally like he feels like he has to, like because he wants to be champ again. I don't know if he has feels like he has to do it because he needs the money or like, I don't know. I really don't know. Angel's telling him you need to get focused. You have to back him up. Okay, so Angel's telling him what you got to back him up, and Angel's talking to him really like respectfully, you know, you got to move your head, you got to back him up, you got to like, and they're telling him too, you're waiting too long, and I'm hearing words, are you okay? You need to back him up, you know. So Angel's telling him exactly what he needs to do, and he's also like checking, are you okay? Is everything good? Really, concerning, but fatherly, respectfully, not screaming. "Argh!" He knows that Danny's not doing what he's supposed to, and he's telling him what. And I like the fact that he's telling him that. So Laura is definitely winning. Laura versus Garcia don't really interest me, as you can see why I'm in the comment live section area. But I'll be back because I know you're going to do post fight commentary again. Playing, yo, that was yeah right. That was fire. Spokes for the folks. What's up, man? Yo, I sent you the pictures with the little one and whatnot. So appreciate we were at the top ranked gym. So it's my guy right there, man. Yo, he got the cleanest bikes in Vegas. I don't remember if we talked about this fight in the gym, but Lara's definitely winning this fight. You ever see Benavidez' fight happening? I don't know, man. Unless Canelo, if he's willing to go back down and 168, But I don't know. That fight's dead to me right now. Let's see how long he can fend Lara off. These younger lines sooner or later is going to be too much. Adamas, um, Kyron Davis, Eubank, Lubin. Yeah, Laura's starting to pick it up a little bit more. I didn't realize my chat was a little bit off. Sorry, y'all. There we go. Let me make this a little bit smaller. There we go. Um, let's see. Like Shakur Stevenson, damn, bro. In baseball, we call this a shutout. This is in boxing, we call it a shutout too, and that's exactly what's going on. Seventh round, a minute, 5 seconds left. Danny hasn't shown any um, assertiveness, any aggression. Um, He's gonna have to go fight. He's gonna have to enter that fire. He's gonna have to take a chance. He's gonna have to eat some leather to deliver because at this rate, he's getting completely pitched out. I mean, shut out. You know. So Angel Garcia's crying like an angry baby. Depression has many facets, bro. I agree. I agree. So I don't know what his mentality is coming in this fight. I don't know if he's just like content that he got to fight for whatever, but he's definitely not winning this fight. I smell a draw incoming. No, there's no way. There's no way unless Danny does something these next 6 rounds. But no, Canelo and Edgar is the next fight. So Danny doesn't have the mental capacity to take chances. Yes, sir. Danny, damn, I need you on this one. And when you look at a lot of Danny's fights, he's usually getting boxed like until they kind of have a mental lapse and just kind of go on cruise control. Amir Khan, right? And then Danny was able to catch him and then ride that momentum. But Lara definitely a Cuban legend. He's 41, still whooping ass at the elite level. Absolutely. Lara gonna have to fight these younger lions to stay relevant. At this rate, Lara's the oldest middleweight champion of all time. Like how much longer is this dude gonna fight for? And at this point, like it, it's crazy. Danny was depressed because his whole family was dependent on him, everything financially. It was too much pressure, and he always had to put their needs before his. Okay, so maybe is that what he said? Like I don't know me if he did that. Like I know he did a couple of interviews building to his fight, so I didn't really get to hear everyone. But if that's what he felt, and now that he has this fight, does that put him more at ease? And does that help him? you know, and now he's content. And is that why now he's just kind of not wanting to take chances because he's thinking about his family at home, right? Not willing to go all out. Um, but yeah, Laura and Danny's fighting right now. Dope pics of you and nephew, bro. I appreciate it. Yeah, we'll be seeing each other still. Danny's running from this man. It's weird to say like he's running because like Laura's not coming out, but I know what you mean. Like he's not wanting to like take a chance. Like he'll take his occasional like one shot or two, but man, like you got to go for broke, brother. My stream froze had to go to another one. Laura versus Mosley Jr. I mean, Mosley will at least fight him, take chances. Who wins, Mike Tyson or Homer Simpson in 2024? Dude, Homer, bro. Have you not seen him, dude? Like Homer's been getting swole with the donuts. No, man. I don't know why you asked me that fuzz buzz. Eighth round, a minute, 45 seconds. I'm just waiting for the Edgar Canelo fight to happen at this point. This is a very like highlight list fight. Like I don't know what they're gonna pull for highlights for this. A lot of maybe jabs from Lara. You got to get him to those big ass. I don't know what the hell that. Canelo's going to win. Canelo's going to knock down Edgar. A fight like this is actually kind of getting me ready, excited for Edgar. Not because the fact that this is giving me what I need, it's just I need something like I need someone getting punched on. But Danny's starting to take a couple more chances. Yo, chill out, Adam. I just read that. Yo, chill out, bro. It's a little too far, man. You guys think you would love to see Lara versus John Jones in the octagon? Is this what the chat became now? Because this fight is like that boring. Now we're talking about Lara versus John Jones. Keno's winning this shit. Have they started? Now we're in the co-main. Danny Garcia and Lara. Lara's pretty much boxing Danny to a victory. Mosley Jr. got a good chance of adding more tied to the Mosley family legacy for him fighting against an Asian Lara. I mean, really, if Danny actually decided to take a chance and really see how much legs Lara does have, right? Because Lara just kind of stepping back, doing subtle movement, but we haven't really actually seen Lara's legs. Like, can Lara actually be on his back foot a lot and move, right? So, or is an Asian Danny Garcia happening younger than an Asian Lara? right? Because at this point, Laura looks like the fresher fighter. Now, if you are able to push and test Lara's legs and realize, oh, you can't go nowhere. Okay. So the counter punching don't start here. The counter punching starts a little bit over there. Then you can start trying stuff out. But if you're only fighting in this comfortable mid range, you don't know what Lara's capable of doing. And you're going to have to go try that out and really push him across the ring. And if he can't get across the ring comfortable, then you know you can set some stuff up. So, um, um, that's why he's depressed. Edgar's good, but Canelo's not gonna. So everyone just know like we got the main event coming up next. So there should be action going on that. But I just don't like how Danny's just not trying to push him back. Like really push him back and really see what Laura is capable of doing in the ring. This mid range stuff is just not going to work. Now he has to get a knockout, which it doesn't look like it's going to happen. When Berlanga loses, there's still a lot of good fights for him, and he'll definitely take the Rosado fight. Anytime you fight a big name, you got big fights still after it, you know? Like, look what happened with Rolly. Rolly was able to get a Pitbull fight. Ryan was able to get a Devin fight. So fighting at the top and then coming down like Caleb Plant, you know, you'll still get good fights. So, you know, David would be fine. I mean, Edgar would be fine. But after 8 rounds, 52 to 32 punches landed, not power punches. I mean, this is a pretty rough watch to fight. A pretty rough fight to watch. Bet thanks for the response. Who will win, Belanga or Rolly? Totally two different weight classes. The main event was supposed to start at 150, but at this rate, how Danny's fighting, they may start early. Good, right? You know, like a backhanded compliment. You can watch it on Amazon, the Zone. Danny was hurt. Ron Mosley Jr. has no chin, bro. I mean, he'll bring a fight. Is I guess what I'm saying. Like he'll come after him. So, and I still favor Lara too. Like, I'm not saying that I think Mosley Jr. wins the fight, but at this rate, you might as well throw Mosley Jr. in. You know, it's not a lot of middleweights in there. Um, Won the ninth round. Lara's starting now back Danny Garcia up, and yeah, this is a rough fight. This is a rough fight to watch. I feel like this is a favor fight to get both these guys to fight each other, you know, and help each other out for their own, you know, they're fighter, right? They're fighters, but this is a terrible fight. Rolly or Edgar, totally different, two different weight classes. All right, I'm gonna just lock in on the chat because there's really not much to commentate. Laura just putting pressure, but fainting, and Danny's not taking any counter chances off it. Um, Laura lands two solid shots, and Danny, you know, so Mosley Jr. got better, but he ain't skilled enough for Laura. I agree. I paid 100 after taxes for this fight. What the fuck is this BS? Did Danny go down? Danny just went down. Was that a body shot? What was that? Wow, Danny tuned out. Danny just was asked, "Do you want to keep going?" And then you looked at his dad and said, "He's up to him." And his dad was like, and he was like, "All right, stop it." That I don't even. Was there punishment in that? Like, I don't want to be that guy. I'm not saying. but I don't know what to call that. He looked at his dad and said, "It's up to you." Nah, Danny checked out, bro. Danny checked out. I don't know, bro. That just don't even like. He ain't hungry. He ain't hungry. And I never want to be that guy to disrespect a fighter and be like he quit, right? You rarely ever hear me say that. Yeah, but that's probably the closest thing that you can say of like a fighter not wanting to continue. He took a headshot. That wasn't a body shot. That was a jab. That was his backhand. It was a straight that dropped Danny. And that's what I was wondering. Like, is Lara like throwing some heat, and Danny's just like, man, this because he is moving up from 140 to 147, but damn, man. All right, let me get to the chat, man. Told you Ron G Fix Electronics. Tell me Danny didn't take a dive right now. I don't know. I don't know if it was a dive. I wouldn't say a dive. He just don't look he's there. Danny done at the top level, so he needs to retire. Lara with the KO. 160 is not his weight. Yeah, that's not good for Puerto Rico. Word from winning the fight is over. Danny couldn't handle the power night. He ran from it. He's not getting up, Jim. He quit. Show's over. Lord George Foreman him. We still love Danny and respect him. He was not there mentally. Berlanga next. He. Dominican gang can all KO easy win. Laura's just nice. Seen him warm up before. He's just too fluid. He's too fluid. Too fluid. Just old. Yeah, Danny gave up. Rana Tookie retired tonight. I love Danny. Then he looked at Laura like, "Don't celebrate too much. I already gave you the victory like you wanted." Crazy. Laura's nice, just old. Too much fire. Danny done Garcia. Yo, why you gotta put it that way, man? I think he is going through a lot of mental stuff going on. And when I mean mental is like as a fighter, I don't think his fight's there anymore. You're watching the fight? Yeah. Yeah, the co-main's over. Laura just stopped Danny with a straight left, dropped him, and then he looked at his dad after he was asked if he want to continue, like when he went to the corner. He said it's up to him. And Angel, his dad, looked at him and was like, just stop it. You know, Danny wasn't doing what Angel was asking him to do, move his head, pressure him. But, it's easier said than done. But Laura's on this knockout streak, he was able to stop Danny Garcia. So first AV, now Danny. My fighters are going out sad, man. Are you going to tell us what's going on in the Canelo? Absolutely. I'm waiting for that now. Like, I couldn't even commentate. There was nothing really to commentate in that. Danny ran all night and got stopped. I knew he was hurt earlier in that fight. Yeah, I think some of you guys were saying that he got hurt. Oh, they're booing Danny. They came off 2-year layoff, came up in weight. No excuses. He just gave like two excuses though, right? 2 fights in 4 years. That's what he said. The 11th round. Ask him if he's gonna retire. Even in a lifetime, Danny can't tie Lara's shoes. He really asked his pops if he wanted to keep going. He just wants. I can tell he just wants to, and it's okay. I'm just currently just listening to the post, so I'm sorry if I'm not really speaking too much. All right. So first, Kenny Porter couldn't handle the pressure, but now Angel Garcia down. They're too emotional, but it's understandable. They're the fathers. I mean, look, I'll be honest, man. Get in, get out. It's boxing, right? How old is Danny Garcia? Let me Google this. Danny Garcia is dude's 36, not even 40. Just get out and enjoy your life, right? You put in a lot of time, you know. You got internet nerds like me breaking down how you should be fighting and stuff. And you're in the gym 24/7, working hard throughout when you were a kid and constantly getting punched in the face. Now you made millions of dollars, you have a family, you've been celebrated, hated, celebrated again, and obviously probably like hated. But at the end of the day, when people see you out and about, they're gonna praise you, they're gonna love you, they're gonna oh, this is my guy Danny Garcia, and just enjoy your time, just enjoy yourself, um, enjoy the money you made. I know he probably just wants to get back to his kids and just spend some quality time and have them grow up and just do what makes you happy at this point. You don't really need to keep fighting if your heart's not in it, because at a certain point you will get hurt. And Laura isn't like a guy who's going to destroy you, but he stopped you. So fights only get harder at this point, and you're gonna fight younger, more hungrier guys that who really need your head, like your scalp on their resume, and they're gonna really come fuck you up. So if your heart's not in it, you know, it's really no point. Just like Eric Bell, I think I'm reading this. I ain't gonna criticize Danny because he's mentally been through a lot. Mental health is nothing to sneeze when it impacts every area of a person's life. But big up to Dan because he's a Hall of Famer. Yeah, and just everyone's career is different. He was able to always overcome these underdog situations, and recently he wasn't able to do it. So, but I'm gonna give that fight though a grade of D. It was rough to watch, but we knew like these two guys kind of like older and Danny's kind of last hoorah. And yeah, it sounds like this fight is like lion versus cat, easy money. All right, so now we're getting ready for the main event, Canelo versus Edgar Berlanga. This is what we're really all here for, right? So, but for everyone who's coming in, this is a watch party. I'm not gonna have the fight. We're pretty much gonna talk. We're gonna commentate, react, and then I'll probably post some interactions, some interviews that we might get. But other than that, it should be a pretty clean, simple, easy night. Canelo versus Edgar Berlanga. I expect this fight to not go the distance. I expect Canelo to demonstrate why he's arguably one of the best fighters of this generation, and he's trying to preserve his legacy as you know possibly you know one of the pound for pound fighters of the day still. I mean, he's not that far reach. I know we got three-headed monster, Bud, Usyk, and Inoue, but he's really a fight or two away from reclaiming that spot. So, um, Canelo's still that guy. So, Garcia's lost. I'm pissed. I'm gonna watch the fight. Started deuces. I hope his cherry pick. I hope it's a cherry pick gone. Wrong. All the best to Danny and his family. They're good people. You did your thing. Now off to sunset. Enjoy. You know, and when it comes to Danny, I've covered a few Danny fights in person. I've interviewed Danny coming into this fight. Um, I've interviewed Danny so many times, and I'll be honest. He's always been cool. He's always been a gentleman. He's never been rude. He's never been disrespectful. He's never turned down an interview from me. He's never like not acknowledged me. He's never, I can't think of anything negative of my interaction with Danny Garcia to speak negative about him as like a, a career-wise champion and stuff like that. So I take my hat off of Danny. You know, he's always been super chill, super cool. And, I just want obviously what's best for him. So only he knows. And, he did fight on a 2-year layoff. He did fight Lara, right? And he moved at 160. So like I predicted, and many of you guys predicted, I didn't really see Danny winning the fight. I know some people picked Danny, but I feel like it was a fan pick, hopeful pick. But it's one of those fights when you saw it, you're like, why? But I get it. He was daring to be great, but just enjoy yourself, and find things that you enjoy outside of boxing. Maybe you can kind of work on whatever you feel is not at peace and make that your priority because you've accomplished a lot in the sport more than you're the 1%, 1%er in boxing. You made millions of dollars, been on TV, won world championship fights, been in big fights. I think he's has the record of most Barkley fights, in New York. I mean, they got pictures of him all in the Barclays Center when I walk in there. Like they got all the concerts, but then they got Danny Garcia in there. Like he's part of the Barclays history. So I really think all the nice things that people are talking about Danny in here is correct. Um, no, Danny took a difficult fight, not ready. If Danny wants to fight, he has to take it serious. Danny beat himself tonight before he stepped in the ring. Wasn't Danny's tonight, but he's a warrior in and out of the ring. Salute to Danny, 1,000%. I love Danny, but after the Mauricio Herrera fight, new promoters would try to sell them. After the Ross Salka fight, he was not able to compete. He had to run from the top quality fighters. I mean, I think the last fight that I think Danny really showed me like toe to toe action was the Sean Porter fight, right? The vacant WBC title after Keith Thurman hurt his arm and they had to strip it from him, and he went toe to toe with Sean Porter. That was action packed, and I think that even though I thought Sean Porter won the fight, I know there was a lot of you know somewhat controversy, I guess, because I know some people thought Danny won the fight, but um, he had a great performance at the Barclays Center. They were going at it, and those two guys is probably last elite level performances. Not last. Sean Porter showed out in the Earl Spence fight, so I take that back. Um, he tried with Crawford, but that's Crawford. I think Crawford would have beat Porter at any part of Porter's career at any moment. It didn't matter. Um, but that's no shot at Sean Porter. It's just I just think Crawford's a lot better. But Danny's been in a lot of good fights that people didn't really think he was going to win. Lucas Matisse to um, um, Amir Khan to, arguably 5-7 loss to Keith Thurman. I mean, so Danny has nothing to be ashamed of. Retired champ, it was a good run. I'll be back after the main event. I see you there. Danny got whooped by an old man. Uh, Puerto Rico, Puerto Rico, Puerto Rico. Yeah, Canelo's still top five. Absolutely. Danny's a gentleman and a great dude. Yeah, I'll never ever speak negative about Danny. Like I always, always, always enjoy chatting with him because he has like a bigger than boxing kind of persona, right? Like I remember back, I don't know how long you guys been boxing fans, but you remember when like Danny was on World Star and they had like the puppets. I think he was like fighting a puppet. This is so long ago, but this is like my favorite Danny Garcia segment where a puppet was like, "Yo, hey, yo, Danny, hey, yo, Danny." And he comes in the gym and they fight, and he's fighting the puppet, and he's beating the shot of puppet, and he had like the hip hop sweat. Like Danny has cultivated such a big audience outside of boxing so early, and I think someone said like compare like Adrian Broner too, right? So It's kind of like we're starting to see these guys now start to no longer be part of boxing. It's a little weird, but he had a great run. He's did a lot of things. He's been around for a long time, and he's an overachiever. I don't think people thought, based on the performance he did, that he would win the fights he did. So, Pat G, PBC inactivity is killing fighters. Look, I'm a believer of it. Just like Q Lee says, inactivity is a killer, and I understand the model of like make a lot of money and then you don't have to get into grueling fights over and over to make your money. But if your goal is to continue to preserve yourself as a top level fighter, you have to keep activity going. If your ultimate goal is to make a lot of money, milk the game, get in, get out with your faculties, and not have to take these grueling fights as often, and be positioned properly in certain aspects of the fights, and have great opportunities presenting yourself. Because, yeah, remember, Al Heyman definitely did give these guys a lot of chances and opportunities, and they're kind of, when you look at it, better off financially and opportunities. The big stars that PBC, right? But when you look at it, that activity does play a factor. I don't care what nobody says. Like even right now, right? The activity aspect. I haven't did a fight hype stream or live chat for probably like a few months, all right? I can't remember the last one I did. But I already felt rusty. Like I already felt like, oh man, like ugh, just talking and doing all this and like I'll have like a troll every once in a while coming and like I'm not in my bag. I'm not comfortable. I'm not like interactive. My faculties isn't already there hitting the computers and doing all the same stuff. So I feel rust of just doing this. And this is not punching someone in the face or getting punched. It's a 9-day difference. Now it still has this whatever skill sets, right? I'm not saying I'm doing something that is, easy to do, but it still felt like rust. So Danny's in a position where he's getting punched and all that stuff. So you can't have an off night, really. I can have an off stream and come back tomorrow. So I think it's just best to say that like Danny needs to just enjoy himself. And I see Danny Garcia's washed. Um, but I'm gonna get to the chat. I've been kind of putting the sad face for Danny. But Danny took a bad fight after 2 year live. Now Danny has to decide what he wants to do. Just not a battle ready. Seen this too many times with fighters. Yeah. Um, They haven't walked in the ring yet. They're getting ready. Edgar and Canelo soon will be in the ring. So Danny Garcia quit. Um, yeah, so we're still waiting for the main event. The main event hasn't started yet. So Danny never had that dog in him. Um, right, Danny was never a dog. He's a good guy that was got good wins and never was the best in the ring, just the best in the city. At one point though, I have to say, at one point, Danny Garcia was the best 140 pounder. Very briefly, then he moved up to 147. I know that people wanted him to fight Victor Postal, and that's when Terrence started sliding in. Terrence. I know people wanted AB and Danny Garcia to fight, but Terrence started to come in, and that's when you know that kind of happened. Caleb Plant impressed me by fighting inside. Danny Garcia never did have that dog in him. He always wanted to counter. Someone answered Raul. What's Raul saying? Guys, what round is it? Just oh no, I just said it. We're not in the main event yet. We're just waiting. They're just waiting for them to do ring walks. How long before the fight? I don't know, maybe like 30 minutes. Will he be showing the? No, I won't be showing. So for everyone that's coming in, there's a live commentary. We're just chatting. I cover boxing for a living, so that's what this live chat is. Like I go to the fights, I interview the fighters. Um, so now I'm just here and just doing a live chat, just watching here with you guys. So I don't want to lead you guys on. The title says "Full Fight Live Commentary and Watch Party," so it's a watch party. Guys that always try to just counter and fight backwards eventually get found out as an incomplete fighter. I mean, it's not just fighters that fight backwards. You always say like, um, it's not just fighters that go backwards. Fighters that go forward too, right? It's more of the one-dimensional aspect, right? When you're a fighter that needs to, I've seen them all battle adversities and cuts, and All right, hold on. I think my stream took a dump. Am I back? If that happens again, guys, just stay in here. Sorry, I think my stream just whatever happened, my connection just kind of went down for a second. So I got you guys. All right, all right. I should be back. I should be back. All right, I'm back. I'm back. If that ever happens again, just stay in. What happens is just it was just a lag. That was a lag spike. So all right, cool. Sorry, y'all. I lost my train of thought trying to fix that. Yeah. Danny was never a Hall of Fame material. All right, I should be back. Bro, you're not even showing the fight. I just said I'm not showing the fight, Lewis. I just said this is a live watch party. No Duck Zone podcast. Let's go. What up, Clarence? Yeah, once again, my bad. If it ever just dips down like that, just staying alive. It just had a rebuffer. So auto was bad. Too much echo. Turn your trouble down, my friend. I'm not in my studio session. I'm actually like out and about right now. I'm just traveling. So I'm sorry, MP. Normally I'm in my studio. I mean, look, this is the best I could do at the moment. I'm like in a hall or so, but I don't really have my mixer set up and everything. So, but I appreciate that's fair criticism. Of course, not shown. It's illegal. Thanks, Steven. I mean, look, I'm not gonna knock people because I know people do it on YouTube and stuff, but Lewis, I got full fight live commentary and watch party. Okay? But you don't have to stay in here, Lewis. My bad. You got plenty of time. The fight hasn't started yet. So, I mean, if you're a Canelo fan, just support your boy Canelo, right? All right. Too soon to see what happens to Danny. Emotional reactions, but it's scary that he quit. Yeah, I mean, if you guys heard the commentary, I mean, his dad saying, like, are you okay? Like, you never want to, you know, his dad was concerned at that point. If he was like, all right, you're looking, you're doing what we're talking about, he wasn't doing anything he was talking about. So, all right, let's see the betting lines. Money line minus 1800 by knockout. Yo, Edgar is plus 2000 to win by knockout. That's crazy. All right, I think they're gonna slowly do their ring walks now. So the fight hasn't started yet. We get live updates of the fight or what? So the fight hasn't started yet. So everyone that's coming in, the fight has not started yet. They have not did their ring walk yet. Once they start fighting, I will give blow by blow commentary by the second, by the minute, by the rounds. So as of right now, we're just so if you guys want to give me your predictions, right? So Pito, once the fight starts, I will. So if you guys want to give me your round, who you think wins the fight? I think Canelo wins the fight. I think Canelo wins the fight. I think this is where he wants to try to get a signature knockout. He hasn't had one since Caleb Plant. So at the end of the day, I think this is probably going to be his best opportunity. I think that's why he picked Edgar Berlanga, like a guy who isn't seasoned, very vulnerable. Um, he's never been stopped. He's never lost. So essentially, like how chinny is Edgar? I don't know. He's been dropped one time. So yeah, no worries, no worries. I know. So also keep in mind, everyone. I'm also on a slight delay. When you stream, it's never going to be in real time. So I'm reacting in real time, but is going to be delayed for you guys getting the message. So right when you see a knockout or something like that, give me a few seconds on the stream because I will eventually react same time. It'll just come in at a later feed. So I just said thanks, Kena. Oh, no worries. Like I said, I'm just like, so for everyone, I'm on a delay. So it's not me ignoring or being impatient um or reacting slow. It's just I'm on a time stream. So I broke my back. My back is so right now they're doing paying homage to Martha Suleiman, the I believe the wife of Mauricio Suleiman and the mother of Mauricio Suleiman Jr. So um, it's all good. Like I said, it's this. I just want to make sure like there's anytime there's some sort of confusion, there's always a lack of communication, right? I'm willing to over communicate that to you. So I appreciate you understanding, Pito. MP, this is the only channel that has awesome commentary. Most channels, all you get is ooh, ah, damn. I protect Canelo wins by KO early in the fight. I appreciate it. Well, you guys are the reason why um, I'm able to engage because I'm able to kind of articulate some of the stuff that I've learned over the years from talking to a lot of trainers, boxers, and even you guys have kind of got me hip to certain stuff. So I want to say uppercut, be hard, but it's hooked to the body and uppercut belongs. Head is on the line. I mean, Canelo has a mean ass uppercut, but them body shots too, right? So you've been watching Canelo for a minute. It's been a minute since I've been a fight. Have y'all always my main shit to go. I appreciate it. You know what I mean? So just also for everyone also who's in here too, we're also gonna have live reactions. Like so, what I mean is, you guys know, like right when the fights are over, we're gonna have reactions and post conference. So all that stuff is still gonna be here on FightHype too. So we're just gonna watch it, and then we're gonna watch all the reactions and all the cool stuff that's gonna happen after. So how much longer to the fight? They're doing the national anthems right now. So they're doing the Mexican national anthem. Canelo 6 round TKO with an uppercut. Dang, y'all saying a lot of uppercuts. Canelo is a legend. Do you think Berlanga rehydrates to 200 and win a majority decision against Canelo? Well, he claims that he rehydrates to 200 some. I saw this clip that he was telling Eddie Hearn, so I don't know how true that is. I've never seen, they don't really show us no more like next day rehydration scales like they used to back in the day. So, but he's a big guy. Like I've talked to and seen Edgar in person. He's huge. Like when you see Edgar and Canelo next to each other, you're gonna visibly see how big Edgar is, like a big guy. And you know what? Someone said in here, and I apologize because I was like, "What? What do you get out of fighting Edgar Berlanga to get ready for David Benavidez?" And they're like the size and the height, and I'm like, you know what? Edgar is a big fucking guy. Like he really is a big guy. So you might be right with that. Um, but you're gonna visibly see how huge Edgar is compared to Canelo. Like Edgar's a big guy. So. But to answer your question, do I think he wins a majority decision against Canelo? No. I think Canelo is going to carry him, and then he's going to stop him. So, um, Canelo will KO him. Can you tell us about footwork too, please? Um, what do you want to know about footwork, Caleb? I remember back in the day with Mayweather Pac, those were the days. The whole Flomo Pac chart debates are some people still owe me money. I said Floyd was school, dude. I also thought, and I'm a huge Pacquiao fan too. I thought, so for everyone that's also coming in, I'm some guy that's blabbing. Um, um, okay, I gotta read this. I'm gonna give this last thought, and I gotta respond to this comment. Um, oh yeah, I always been a huge Pacquiao and Floyd fan, like, but I always thought Floyd was gonna be Pacquiao, the bigger, more skilled, talented, undefeated fighter, Floyd. So I think the next era became like Earl and Crawford, right? That was kind of like the next debate. So now it's kind of like, what do we debate about now? Is it Shakur and Tank? Is that the new David Benavidez Canelo? So Give me 1 second. I'm still reading chat, and everyone's coming in. They're doing the national anthems, the U.S. national anthem. So it's the T-Mobile during national anthems and ring walks. Everyone has their phone out and uploading. Nothing works. You just gotta move and try and go. I usually get out my seat and move around until it works better. All right, cool. um, Put a mirror behind you. Yeah, my bad. I can't do that, brother. If I could listen, if I can actually play the fight, I would. Like I'll generally, but I can't. Like we'll get a copyright strike to take the stream down. So. Um, but they just finished the national anthems. I think Edgar Berlanga is going to get ready to do his ring walk. To showing Taylor Tate. Canelo's 34. Edgar's 27. They're about the same weight. Now, Edgar has a 3 inch, about a 2.5 inch reach advantage. And essentially, like I said, he's 6'1". Edgar is 6'1". Canelo is 5'7". Canelo's not even 5'8". He's 5'7", fighting a 6'1" guy with a 2.5 reach advantage. So you guys, like I said, are going to see how big Edgar is going to look next to Canelo. Canelo's gonna hit him with that left to the body and later fake it to the bash uppercut. I mean, Canelo is good with them fakes, you know. He sells the hell out of those feints, man. Alright, nice job to figure that out there. And the prior should have been the priority. What you think Belanga's game plan is gonna be? Um, Good question. I really didn't put too much. I can probably think what he needs to do. I think I think Edgar has to be. It's going to be really hard to do this. He's going to have to throw in combinations, right? So he's going to have to be first, and he's going to have to throw in combination. When you saw Bivol, right? When he fought Bivol, Bivol was constantly resetting him, throwing constant combination. Uses. I'm going to sound generic with this ace, but he's going to have to use his height and reach. He's the bigger guy, right? Can Edgar box? I have never really seen. Um, um, he's just gonna have to figure out how to use his height and reach. Canelo's probably gonna have to use his awesome upper defense to kind of come in. So the small guy's gonna have to come to you. You gotta know how to box, move, use your reach, constantly pester Canelo. Floyd, smaller guys, he also did that. He constantly kept peppering the jab. I mean that's Floyd Mayweather we're talking about, right? And Bivol might be like the undisputed. He could potentially be the undisputed light heavyweight champion of the world, right? So I mean, you also got to be special. The game plan has got to be special, right? So um, I do feel Edgar is definitely going to be nervous, and he's going to make mistakes. He has to stick to the game plan. He's going to have to be composed. He's going to have to be ready, and he's going to have to not tire out. Caleb had a good game plan too. He was constantly doing that, but he eventually faded. And then when he started to fade, Canelo took over. So you got to train for stamina. You got to prepare for distance. It's just one of those type of fights, man, that you got to have the best performance in the world. So his game plan is he needs holy water, uh, Buster Douglas type of energy, and because I'm not giving him a single chance. I'm not giving him anything. So I think he's tone. He's trying to measure it. It's good, fam. So he's trying to measure. It's good, fam. Like if there's running or slowing down, I guess better said the pace of the fight. Um, are you asking like what's the footwork for this fight? Because I know you asked earlier, like, can you tell us about footwork too, please? Oh, you want me to tell about the footwork in the fight? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I got you. I got you, kid. I'll talk about the footwork. All right. Um, so Edgar's coming in the ring. So for everyone, once again, I'm not showing a fight. I'm gonna give very specific. Caleb asked, "Can I give footworks, descriptions?" I'm gonna do footwork, everything. I'm gonna try my best to give as specific details as possible. So I'm gonna kind of tune out on the chat when the fight starts, and then I'm gonna pick certain stuff in the comments and things like that. So um, let's see. I didn't know Berlanga was in top 10 in almost all the lists. I mean, he's technically mandatory for one of the belts, so this is a, no disrespect to the ring walk, but you gotta have Fat Joe walk you out, bro. No disrespect to the ring walk, but you got Fat Joe behind you. You gotta walk out with Fat Joe. This ain't it, bro. Fat Joe got like classics underneath him. I don't know if this is his boy he's trying to put on, but and that was BS with Floyd not getting Pat get the shot in the shoulder. I mean, that's the athletic commission, really. So I really don't know every specific detail on it, but I know there's a lot of fuckery. I don't know. It was just it's boxing. Everything's not organized 1,000%. So um, I gave Ben the most Ben answer to give Kevin. That's because I talk much. Like I don't know. Use mobile. Use the media one. Use yourself. Well, I use so it's random. All right, sorry for that pause. Oh, Belonga pulls up the upset. I mean, it would reset boxing. I know it's off top. I'm gonna get laughed at, but however, Tyson Paul. Don't put me in the spot, man. It's just because Mike is so old, man. Like he's so old. So if Mike can show any glimpse of Mike, then he wins. But if he's just shot, then Jake Paul is gonna probably sleep Mike Tyson, unless they have like some sort of agreement not to hurt each other. So Canelo's gonna fight his hardest fight. You think this is gonna be his hardest fight? Um, don't ignore me, bro. I need help. I'm gonna smear my. Hey, you got me, bro. That's the. I'm gonna be hesitant to read your comments now. I say Canelo hook to the body, KO hook to the jaw. Canelo gonna have a gangster ass ring walk, man. I don't know what Edgar was. I don't know what type of ring walk that he should have Fat Joe, bro. He tripping. Cannot allow Cano to stay in the pocket. Belong needs to keep the energy up. With combos, turn Cano and stay on the side. But see, can Edgar do that? I've never seen Edgar do that. I'm 6'1", 195 pounds, but Canelo's used to fighting the taller boxers. This is true. That's why he ain't really worried about it. The only three fights that were fights that were not just there were only three fights that there were fights were just not just a fight. Sugar Ray Tyson, Mike Tyson, and Mayweather were total events. I threw house parties for those guys and missed those days. I agree. I agree. I mean, I can't speak because I wasn't of the age of Sugar Ray, and I was like born when Mike Tyson was, and that was Mike Tyson coming out of jail. I'm a 1990 baby, but Floyd always was an event. I saw what Mike Tyson did when I was a kid, and I can only imagine what Sugar Ray Leonard did. So, they're the golden children. You know what I mean? And they performed at the levels they were supposed to, and they delivered, and they were in the big fights too. It's not just the fact that they were the events; they also fought the event opponents too. So Edgar got to stay at the range and try to tire him out. He's not going to tire Canelo out. But I mean, I've seen people question Canelo's gas tank, but he's gonna have to get inside. Oh damn! You say you're gonna have to get inside and rip shots. he's gonna have to just be active. You know what I mean? Canelo's is expecting a lot of hugs. Berlanga won't have that luxury. Man, maybe. I didn't think about Edgar hugging. If I get up, if I get up, I would. No, I told you in conference. I'm not gonna read them. You ain't gonna get me. Uh, I'm streaming a fight on my channel. Oh God. E World used to stop. Oh, and Muhammad Ali. Duh. Muhammad Ali. Joe Louis. Yep. Yep. World War II. That they have a painting of a world next to a ringside that I was explaining that was the fight that's everyone, during World War II. So then he said that fight gave hope to the Jews and stuff like that. Max Schmeling and Joe Louis too. Floyd era was probably the last good era, although Canelo and the recent young dude that socked Floyd kind of making making it happen. You talking about Jake Paul socked Floyd? You mean took his hat? Um, oh, watching from PA. That's what's up. Uh, I'm not the owner, Messiah. I'm one of the many here. You're probably thinking of Ben Thompson. He's the owner. He's the legend. I'm just like I'm if he's like Floyd Mayweather, I'm like the Earl Spence or something. I'm post. You know what I mean? So I would say Terrence Crawford. You know what I mean? Because Terrence beats Spence, but you get what I'm saying, right? Um, Canelo has amazing power. He's gonna walk that. So for everyone that's coming in, they're now officially in the ring. They're doing their stats and talking about their numbers. So right when the fight starts on my end, as a reminder, I will be delayed. All right, the stream is delayed. The YouTube stream to me to you guys will be delayed. So if my reaction is off, it's only because of that. So if someone gets knocked out, just expect me not to be reacting at the same time. Belonga ring walk perform just tripped and almost fell right now. Yeah, that was terrible. The one time he doesn't use Fat Joe. Yeah, I don't know why he didn't use Fat Joe. Um, I'm gonna skip around a little bit just so I can catch up. I'm sorry if I'm just trying to like get up to speed. Off topic, how do you see Tank versus Shakur going down happens? It's really like a 50-50 fight, but I would like to favor Tank right now. Shakur just is now coming off an injury again, another injury. So that stuff does like equate and like Tank is not just a power punch, he's actually pretty smart too. So he has dog. And I don't know, Shakur is an extremely talented guy, and I wouldn't be surprised. I used to be very like Shakur's gonna win the fight, but I'm slowly like favoring Tank. But the fight ain't nowhere near to happen, so it's just really hard because I'm gonna be very fickle because there's so many things that are happening right now that by the time that fight happens, so much could change. So like as in right now, Shakur injury prone, I got Tank, you know, maybe even stopping him. So. Um, Let's see. Don't worry about it, MP. He's actually like helping, like by being in here, like it's actually keeping the views up. So it's all good. Don't worry about it. And it's kind of funny just watching him just kind of trying to get me off my game. It's all good. They're in the ring right now, Daniel. So I think Canelo gets him out of there with the heavy body shots for Berlanga. It was all be too much. Those famous uppercuts are too much to handle. Canelo's gonna whoop him. Um, Mike won't win. Don't realize his style reaction time was critical. What's the first thing go when your age reaction time? Mike, Jake pains me to say Jake's winning. See, that's what I'm saying. I agree. That's what. It's pretty. Honestly, Edgar's walking heavy. Lean on him. Lennox Fury get him tired. I don't think he's gonna be able to lean on Canelo. No, the dude that sucked him in the airport and good old Ben Thompson. I remember all his good Floyd interviews. I mean, that's the man right there. So that's the legend. No, I'm not gonna show the fight. It's gonna be live commentary. Um, if Jake wins, I smell setup, boys. Let's not forget Boom Boom Mancini. I actually can't speak on if Boom Boom fights were like events. Like I've kind of heard a little bit about it. Like I watched a lot of documentaries. I kind of heard a little bit from my dad, but other than that, like I can't really speak. I know he was like a very I don't want to put like race into it, but like he was like a very celebrated white guy in America who was very talented. So I can only imagine like what type of attention he was getting on the airway because they limited on what they showed on boxing. Not everyone got airtime. So, but all right, we can watch the fight Amazon and DAZN. So if Edgar leans on Canelo, he would get punished. All right, so I'm locking in, guys. All right, I'm gonna lock in. All right, so I'm gonna briefly read parts of comments in between rounds, but I'm gonna give my honest assessment, my honest prediction. I mean, what I see is happening, and I'll give my best description. So first round, we got Edgar Berlanga and Canelo. They're both in the center of the ring right now, so they're both fainting, and they're both fainting. Actually, they immediately did a feint to the body, a quick level change, and I like that. I like that from Edgar. He's trying out different levels and he's already kind of testing out, what Canelo might bite and feint. But Canelo uses that left hand very well to set up different type of, openings and feints. Canelo is really good at reacting too with his upper body. So Edgar's doing a couple feints, but Canelo's not reacting to him now. They're both at the center ring. No one's really advancing. Canelo threw a jab right there. So Edgar at the moment is on his back foot a little bit, and Canelo goes for a left hook may have maybe just briefly hit, but no reaction to anything. Canelo lands a nice jab and splits the jab of Edgar. As right now, Canelo is slowly putting forward pressure, and Edgar reacts and bites and jumps backwards, getting a little distance. Canelo throws another left hook. Edgar throws a 1-2, attempting to fire back at Canelo. Canelo is advancing right now. Right now, I see that Edgar is giving up his height by kind of hunching down a little bit, which is not what you want to do with a shorter fighter. You want to use that height and reach and kind of make it difficult for the smaller fighter to get in. But, Edgar is trying to be very defensive responsibly, so he's probably trying to keep that position, trying to make sure he doesn't keep opening his body shots because he does have a long torso. Canelo is throwing a left hook and he threw a speedy, fast right, and he comes back and throws a right to the body. That was ferocious. Edgar Berlanga is talking. I don't know why he's talking, but Canelo tries to take advantage and throws a left hook. Edgar needs to get it set in the game. He can't be talking and waiting around. Canelo looks focused. Canelo is not fucking around. He's treating him like a world-class world beater. And whatever I said before about Canelo, kind of like wanting to carry, he's locked in. Like he looks a lot more focused in this fight than the Munguia fight. Me personally, just I was at the Munguia fight. He looked a little bit slow in the beginning, a little rusty. So he's looking like he's ready to go. He throws a nice jab that pops Edgar Berlanga's head back, and Edgar's been on his back foot for most of the time. Now, as in for the footwork, they're both orthodox, so there's not going to be a lot of tripping involved. And so at this point, it's not really going to be about keeping that foot on the outside. In this case, it's really about more just trying to make sure that you're in the right position to get off and move and turn and cut off your opponent if you feel like you got a good shot. But right now, Edgar did his first clinch initiation, no real damage from anything from Canelo, just from jabbing, but I think Edgar wanted to break the pace a little bit. Right now, I got Canelo slowly inching and winning the round because he's been extremely accurate with his shots, been putting a lot of pressure on the bigger, taller man. And Edgar right now is already in a fast-paced fight. This first round is a very fast fill-out round, and already Canelo is trying to throw some heat. So slowly but surely, the first round ends. I got Canelo in the books. I actually liked what Edgar was attempting to do, but you just see how much better Canelo was at that. Edgar's trying to just slowly pace himself. He's trying to read Canelo. He's not trying to go over the top. His footwork isn't crazy. He's not out of position. He's not, his defensive isn't sloppy. He's not throwing wide shots. He's locked in. But like I said, for whatever Edgar's doing, Canelo's doing better. So, but the shots that I've heard, it sounds like Canelo has more heat, and that might just be purely off of that technique, that torque. Like that left hook is vicious. He hasn't landed it, but that intent is there is beastie. So, Ron, we were so sad when he converted Joe Louis Arena to Elite Apartments. Yo, man, or I mean, at least they still got it's Little Caesars Arena, right? But it was Joe Louis Arena, right? That's what you're talking about. I'm sorry, that's the first comment I saw that came out. Best comments on YouTube right now. Let's go. I appreciate it. All right. So locking in second round. All right. So I gave the first round to Canelo. So it's exactly how the first round went. We're slowly just seeing two guys feel out round. I want to say feel each other out, feel out round. And Edgar is starting to try to put a little bit more offensive pressure in this round, trying to make sure that he's trying to get a little bit dominance. Canelo's on his back foot, slowly just bringing in the young fighter in to maybe try to take a bait. But now Edgar backs out a little bit. Now Canelo's starting to inch ahead. Edgar's trying to throw some feints to try to get Canelo off his rim, but Canelo's not moving. Canelo's not biting. Canelo has a high guard. He's confident. He's comfortable, and he's throwing different levels, and he lands a good. Yo, Canelo's feints are so solid. He threw like a fake left to the body, and he came over at the top. Now he's putting some pressure. Canelo misses with a right, and now Edgar's starting to throw his jab, and he threw a 1-2. Canelo blocked, but now Canelo's throwing a solid right to the body. Edgar's throwing a lot of jabs. I like that. I like that Edgar looks like a boxer. So I want you guys to understand. Edgar is boxing, jabbing, moving back, clinching, and making sure that the smaller guy does not take advantage of the situation. He's throwing some jabs. He actually threw a jab that popped Canelo's head back right there, and he clinches. Yo, whoever was saying here that Edgar was going to hold a lot, you are on point. Edgar probably held like 3-4 times right now. Solid. Edgar's boxing, moving, not like finesse like Lara, but he's boxing, taking step backs, keeping the distance harder for Canelo to kind of inch forward and make it, an easy fight for Canelo, making him work. Canelo's throwing combinations. As in right now, the fight's going back and forth a little bit. I think this is Edgar's better round. He's taking more chances. He's using that jab a lot more. Canelo's not as crisp as he was the first round. Edgar's slowly making adjustments, but Edgar is still getting hit by that jab. Edgar definitely needs to make sure that he does not get hit by Canelo's left hook. Now, they kind of tie up a little bit. Canelo pushes Edgar's head down, and Canelo hits two to the body. Ref warns him. So at this point, Canelo is definitely not playing around with Edgar. He's taking every opportunity to make sure that he can get some damage off because he probably definitely knows that he has a big guy in front of him. Regardless of what Lonnie B told me, he respects him as a power puncher and he's treating him like that. But he's definitely coming to fight. This reminds me a little bit of the James Kirkland fight where he's like going toe to toe with a guy who's allegedly big and strong and a power puncher. And he wants to make sure that he lets him know that he can bang with him too. So Edgar's back in the corner, trying to stick his jab out, trying to keep Canelo off and get off me jabs, But Canelo's putting pressure on. Nothing significant, nothing dangerous landed yet, nothing groundbreaking. But as we see right now, Edgar is trying to keep Canelo off with a 1-2, 1-1, 1-2. And as of right now, that was a good round for Edgar. I'm not going to sit here and say, hey, personally, I like that. I like what I was seeing from Edgar. He's putting Canelo to the pace that I want him to. Keep throwing punches. Keep him on the end of your jab. Keep pushing him back. Keep making sure that Canelo has to work his way of getting to you. And keep him responsible. Because while he's throwing his left hooks, Edgar's trying to make sure that he's trying to throw some heat between, and he resets him with the hugs and all that stuff. So I didn't think that was a bad round from Edgar, personally. Now, is that going to win him the fight? Well, I think that possibly got him maybe a round. Um, but what do you guys think? Never mind, I got 10 on Canelo. Canelo is at his best when opponents disrespect him in the build-up. Let us know when it starts. Who starts breathing with their mouth open? I got you. I'll let you know. Thanks for the coverage. Welcome to Norfolk. Pugilism. Yeah, I'll definitely be at Norfolk all the way, man. Um, all right, so I'm gonna lock in third round. 2 minutes 46 seconds. I thought first round easily Canelo. Second round was a very competitive round, and now Canelo's put a little bit. So you have them on your scorecards after two rounds. I mean, 1-1 or 2-1. I mean, 2-0. First round Canelo easily. But Canelo, he's shown a lot of poise in his career, and he's very patient. He's inching towards the young fighter, and Edgar. And once again, Edgar has given up his reach. He's hunched down, and he's almost Canelo's height, which I don't like. Use your height. You got a 2.5 inch reach, and Canelo lands a good jab that sends Edgar's head back. Edgar's getting his back off the ropes, and he's constantly throwing that jab out. And honestly, this is the first time I've really seen Edgar really use. Oh, the left hook drops Edgar. The left hook drops Edgar. Oh, I said it. You gotta watch that left hook, bro. He's been throwing it. He dropped Edgar so fast. He dropped Edgar so fast. That was insane. That left hook, I caught it. You can't. I was giving you praise in that defensive. You got to respect that left hook. Edgar instantly gets floored by left hook, and Canelo's pressure now. Edgar is throwing some heat back, trying to get Canelo off. He's now fighting. He's now a wounded animal. He needs to. Oh, and a solid left hurts Edgar again. And an uppercut. Edgar needs to get his head in game because a right hook lands right in his face, and Canelo's throwing bombs, and he's making sure that when Edgar misses, he pays. Edgar needs to not just throw wild punches. He's going to tire himself out. He's hurt. Canelo's landing sneaky uppercuts, right hook to the body. Yo, Canelo really wants to fuck this guy up. Like, Canelo is not actually trying to carry him. This is the opposite of a Mugia fight. Canelo throws a lead uppercut and it misses, but man, that boy Canelo was locked in. I haven't seen Canelo locked in. And it's not just disrespecting Edgar, saying like he's not at that level, but Canelo is showing, he is showing like he is ready for the next opponent. Like, just his poise, his footwork, his timing, he's super serious. So I don't know if it's a bad blood buildup, Puerto Rican, Mexico. Like, I can't lose to a Puerto Rican, but Edgar got up. He's ready to go. And once again, I don't like how much Edgar is hunching over. Like, he's given up his height. He is 6'1". Canelo is 5'7.5" bro. And that left hook off the top lands on Edgar again. Edgar's not showing any head movement. He's just sitting there, standing there. He's throwing leaping uppercuts. He's going away from the jab. He's getting away from everything I praised him about in the second round. Now he's going toe to toe, and he's going to get caught. He's getting punched. He's trying to counter Canelo. He's trying to just catch Canelo when Canelo's trying to be aggressive, and it's just stupid. I don't know why you're sitting there trying to exchange, trying to throw a lucky shot, but you got caught. You need to get yourself together. You need to not just try to throw and burn yourself out because Canelo is locked in, boys. Canelo is fucking locked in. Baits him, and the worst thing is Edgar tries to make it a firefight. That's what I'm saying, bro. Lubin is 154 and knocked him down in sparring. Oh, yeah. I mean, look, I gave Edgar 5%, 10, 15 on lucky, but that left hook was damaging. He bit on that feint so hard. Canelo's feints are so solid. Bro, and his left hook looks like it's going to the body and it's coming up. Like, bro, that Little Caesarinas there, but nothing about a hero there. Yeah, I know. That shit needs to be joked. I don't know why. I don't know E. I don't know why your comment always comes up, but lack of experience on Edgar. It's not even lack of experience on Edgar. Edgar acted like he was just happy to be there at the weigh-ins. Bust tool is not to let Canelo dictate every part of the fight. Um, yeah, work that jab. Yo, Edgar just needs to be busy. Work the jab. Stay on the outside. It's okay. You bit of that feint that Canelo did was phenomenal. It was a feint that would have a lot of people would have bought because it looked like he sold it to the body and it went straight to the top. And it's so fast that even if you had time to react, it's too late. He caught you. So fourth round, 2 minutes and 26 seconds. I mean, I am impressed with the stuff that I am seeing that Edgar is doing. He's improved a lot. He's locked in, but he's fighting Canelo Alvarez, and he needs to pepper, throw that jab. Canelo's putting a lot of footwork pressure on him, slowly inching, coming a little bit closer. Edgar is now trying to keep Canelo off by just pawing his jab out, but you can't just paw it. You got to throw it with some heat because you gotta when you paw a jab out, you gotta retract it back, and then you gotta hit him. That's time wasted by doing this. So, and while you're doing that, you're pretty much making yourself open to pretty much a right or a left hook. You know. So Canelo is just patiently now just stalking his prey. He knows he's got Edgar burning a lot of energy. He got him on the ropes, and he's holding. Edgar throws a body shot in the hold. And once again, Edgar needs to use that height and reach. By the range that he's at, he's in a comfortable hook range for Canelo to throw. Edgar needs to pick up that activity and stay at the end of his jab. But at the range he's doing, he's going to get seriously hurt. You got to get away from that range. They're practically almost toe to toe at this point. Canelo is at a range where all he needs to do is just throw a left hook to the body, and he just did it right there. Edgar is just literally just in the most unsensible range for a person at 6'1.5 inches. This is insane. He needs to, everyone's saying it in the chat. Hook off the jab, jab, jab. Get distance, like Edgar isn't using his tools and making it easier for Canelo. Absolutely. Work that jab and incorporate that right hook. I wonder if Floyd's watching. It's like a pro fighter. You can't quit on strikes. So, 33 seconds, Edgar's on his back foot. Definitely on his bike, as some people would say. But Canelo's putting a lot of pressure on him on the ropes. And Edgar needs to keep that jab up. His jab is kind of low. His left lead hand is a little low. I know he's trying to feint, but is that a little sign of fatigue? Because he needs to keep that hand up. You can't be playing around with your hand low against Canelo when you don't have the reaction time for that. But he's, they're kind of jabbing a little bit right here. Now, Edgar has that right hand glued up so he doesn't get caught by that left hook. But he needs to be careful because Canelo could sell an uppercut in that between. So he has his lead hand low. He has his other hand up. Demi Moore's at the fight. That's pretty random. And she still looks the same. All right, Canelo isn't easy to hit when he's using his defense. Punches look like that land until replay show he rolled and made them miss. Why are we all surprised? Anyone who knows boxing knew how this play out. I mean, I'm not surprised. I don't think nobody's surprised. We're just kind of in the moment, right? But it's just a point where you're seeing this guy who's 6'1" give up his height and reach already within 2 rounds. It's kind of almost like Canelo's not forcing you to fight that way. You're fighting that way. And you're making this a lot easier for him to just stay in a certain particular range and not really have to use his feet. People criticize Canelo's feet not being the greatest footwork. So why give him an advantage when his upper body is like incredible? His upper body movement. So is Edgar backing him up at all? He tried a little bit, but as of right now, most of the fights has been Edgar on his back foot, boxing, using the jab, and Canelo putting him against the rope. And when he is kind of in somewhat, mid range in the boxing, he doesn't really like separate himself from that. He just kind of tries to go toe to toe, or just kind of jab and goes backwards. But the only time he really truly wanted to fight and exchange is when he got hurt and dropped. And now we're in the fifth round, and Canelo's backing him up. I do like the idea that Edgar is boxing, but he needs to be more active. And that's the thing. You can't just pity pat and throw one shots against Canelo because Canelo's a person you have to throw constant get off me punches because his counter punching is incredibly fast. You have to do what Bivol did. You have to do what Floyd did. You have to even do what Lara did. Well, Lara had legs, but I don't see the legs in Edgar, but Edgar is just kind of just one jab, one jab, one jab. He needs to throw in combinations. And there's a little roughhousing going in the middle around. The ref separates and warns both guys for being a little bit too aggressive. Canelo's kind of saying, like, you're kind of holding me. They're kind of chirping at him. Edgar looks like he's saying, like, man, you were choking me. So the ref, I think, slipped on the floor. It's a minute 37 seconds. For everyone that's coming in late, Edgar got drops in the third round by a left hook. I think it was third round, right? Yeah, in the third round. So Canelo's throwing a lot of wing left hooks now. He's getting a little hook happy and missed. He threw a right and missed. Edgar needs to capitalize on these hooks because at this moment, Canelo's going for the kill. And he has to make sure that right now that he needs to get off those ropes, turn him, and throw a solid combination. There's a right uppercut that lands on Edgar, which I said is probably going to sneak in. High guard Edgar's doing. Edgar looks so confused. He's in the middle of the ring, high guard, not following. You got that left hand down. You got to put that left hand up. I don't know if that's a sign of fatigue. I just don't see him thinking like he's going to like bait him with a, low left hand and kind of like use athleticism to kind of like offer them. But Canelo throws a solid right that went straight and pops Edgar's head back. Every round has been Canelo. If you want to give maybe the second round to Edgar, but that's the only charity round I would give. Canelo is dominating this fight, putting a lot of pressure, laying a lot of solid shots. I see Edgar slowly breaking down at some point. And I feel like it's going to be like a brutal knockout. because these shots are landing so clean that Canelo's landing, and Edgar's just constantly getting hit from shot places that he doesn't see. There was a left hook that just landed. Edgar's on his back foot again. Left hook, left hand down, hunched over. I mean, Canelo's sharp, man. And I'm not just saying that because, yes, I expected Canelo to dominate Edgar. I wasn't really interested in this fight, just like a lot of you guys were. I didn't really think this was competitive. I thought this was a lack of experience. I thought Canelo was going to wash him. I thought all the same stuff. But you can still tell when someone's a little bit more locked in. And when he fought Munguia, he just didn't really look locked in. You know, the feints that he was throwing, his upper body reaction, his timing, you know. So, is Edgar's mouth open yet? I haven't seen it open yet, but usually when I see a fighter kind of not really put their, I've never really seen Edgar be a guy that really, I don't really study Edgar too much, I guess. So I retracted that. But I don't think Edgar is a guy that would typically put his left hand low to try to bait someone in the counter, right? So styles make fights, and this is a different opponent, you know, and he has to fight very strategically, and maybe that's one of the things up. But all right, so I gotta put one of my AirPods in on the right side. Shit. All right, sixth round, 2 minutes and 44 seconds. Kenelo's putting a lot of pressure again a little bit. Yeah, official scorecards got Canelo winning every round. Edgar could have probably had a charity second round, but if not, I give every round with a knockdown. Canelo threw a feint right hook to the top and went to the body. Edgar responded with a right little sneaky uppercut. Actually, try something different. Canelo throws a left hook or a left jab to the body. Edgar slowly, I feel like, kind of maybe slowing down a little bit. You know, his punch output is still there, but his body movement is kind of showing me that maybe this forward pressure might be working a little bit. It's so hard to tell because Canelo's also turned red so fast, and he's always known to get tired later rounds. But as of right now, Canelo's just dominating. Minute 49 seconds. Canelo throws a right hook to the body. Oh, Canelo tried to throw a feint to the body and try to do that left hook again. Canelo really is trying to land that sneaky left hook again. Edgar's now trying to put some pressure and trying to fight Canelo. Edgar got hit with a good shot, and now he tries to dance it off a little bit. I don't know. What do you guys think Edgar Berlanga needs to do at this point? Because there's a lead left that just, I mean, that lead left hook from Canelo is so brutal when he lands on Edgar. Edgar needs to definitely throw some punches, man. 20 body shots. Canelo landed to Edgar's 4 body shots, is what CompuBox says. Yeah, Edgar's definitely taking a break when he puts that left hand down. And Canelo lands a good jab on Edgar. 48 seconds left. Edgar's getting tired. I don't care what nobody says. He's getting tired. That constant pressure that Canelo's putting on is draining Edgar. It's almost like Edgar has to keep his left hand down for a little bit to catch a breather so when he's on the ropes, he can put his high guard up. And Canelo just constantly just throwing jabs and right hooks to the body, trying to feint that left hook. Edgar can't just let Canelo just walk him in, you know? And it's easier said than done. This is Canelo Alvarez. But you got to throw more punches and you got to use that jab. You got to use that stick. You got to use that height. You got to use that reach and keep him off you. Canelo's practically just walking him down. Like he's just walking him down. So, game over for so much all the talk, ring IQ from Edgar Berlanga. It could end round 8, like Canelo says. When a fighter unifies a division title by title, how is he ducking anyone? Edgar needs Riverdance. Tio lost to an Aussie. Edgar needs to check his tone. Double jab, turn Canelo, right hand keeps him up in the fight distance. Easier said than done, right? But that's probably a game plan they're telling Edgar. You know, you see Edgar's trying to box. You seen Edgar trying to jab. It's just you have to be conditioned for a pace like that. And you got to have legs, if not, to be able to get out of range consistently. See, the jabs to keep them off. And if you can't keep them off like this, then you use your legs, right? You use your legs. And the combination of both and legs, you look at how Lara was able to give Canelo a lot of problems. And look how Floyd was able to dominate. And look at Bivol, right? So mental more than physical, in my opinion. He is worried about those body shots. And yeah, I mean, Canelo is probably mentally draining him too. Maybe that is why he's putting that left foot down for the body shots. But regardless, I mean, he doesn't really have an answer how to defend all these tools that are being, used against him. He only has two hands, and Canelo has two hands, but he's using them a lot more versatile than Edgar is. Edgar's just consistent, just throwing, you know, good jabs, but you have to be consistent. You have to throw 1-2, 1-2s. You have to throw that backhand. You can't be afraid to not throw that backhand because you're down on all the scorecards, in my opinion. And Canelo tries to throw a body shot. I think ref was kind of warning him, I guess. So maybe he is trying to protect the body, what you were saying in the chat. But I don't know. I think fatigue is starting to kick in, and I think Canelo knows it. I think Canelo is just kind of walking him down, not using a lot of energy. You know, Canelo's been in a lot of fights where he's kind of overused his energy, and so the experience of him just pacing himself gets better every fight, and he's learning how to conserve himself a little bit better, and he's learning how to manage himself each and every fight. So we're in the seventh round, a minute 26 seconds. Edgar's trying. They're in the middle of the ring. Edgar once again giving up his height, reach, and Canelo's hitting the jab. Canelo's just ooh, Edgar had a good jab on Canelo. He needed to follow up on that. These jabs that you land can't just be just a single jab. And Canelo is out, trying to out jab Edgar. He's kind of is out jabbing Edgar in points of this fight, you know. But that's really all Edgar's really throwing. It's just jabs. Edgar's starting to proceed a little bit, maybe a little false sense of security because he kind of got the better of the jab exchanges. Edgar's starting to go really low, kind of a weird, the bigger man trying to make himself small, very unique. He's going really, really small. He's going really low. I guess there's an angle he's trying to create. So, but these jabs are actually starting to. These are good jabs. Oh, and Edgar trips after trying to throw a right hook, and Edgar, that was a hard slip. The bigger you are, the harder the fall. Dang, that was a hard fall. He threw heat on it and he fell. But yo, Edgar picked his jab game up a little bit. I feel like either Edgar was just getting a better jab exchange, or just Canelo was just kind of like pacing himself and just gonna kind of turn up a little bit. Or dare I say Canelo is the one that's getting tired? But picking and choosing, Canelo definitely controlling Edgar. Hello from Myrtle Ave and Bushwick. Oh, that's what's up. You supporting Edgar? I used to live in New York a little bit. I lived in Brooklyn, probably like 30 minutes away from the the Barclays Center. Nice. Let's see. And where are you guys at? Callum Smith was the ring champion at 6'3", larger than Berlanga. How's the crowd sounding? How's the stamina stays? Otherwise, he's going to break him down. Not currently at the fight, so I don't know exactly how it sounds. Okay, Edgar needs to demand more respect. All right, so let me get back to the fight. All right, we're on the eighth round, 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Edgar's throwing a couple good jabs. So we're in the eighth round. This is the round that Canelo predicted that he was going to do some damage. Good right hook to the body. Ooh, and Canelo throws a good sweeping left hook that lands on Edgar Berlanga. All right, so we're at a minute, 47 seconds. Canelo's definitely trying to put some aggressive pressure on Edgar. Now, this is around that Canelo said he wanted to get Edgar Berlanga out. Oh, the ref said stop, and Canelo landed a right after the ref said stop. So that was definitely after the ref was saying, I think Edgar's getting a little frustrated, so the ref came to warn Edgar, and right when the ref said stop, Canelo landed a right hook that hit Edgar Berlanga after the ref stoppage. So nothing happened after, but Edgar looking a little tired. He was telling him to watch the heads. Man, Canelo Edgar's looking lost, confused, frustrated, and he's starting to get tagged up with some serious shots. A good right hook landed by Canelo. Good left hook by Canelo. Canelo try to go for a top right hook. At this point, it just feels like he's just beating Edgar up. Edgar's just a sitting duck at this point. He's just not even moving. He's not even throwing jabs. Like he's just getting punished with all type of hooks to the body. Edgar can't even move. He's essentially standing still, head to head. He's lost his ability to box. He's lost his ability to jab. He's lost his ability to use his upper body. He's literally just standing there right in front of Canelo just to get hit. Called that Edgar got flagrant, dirty tendencies when he got frustrated. Yeah, I am way delayed. I told you guys I'm gonna be on a delay, so I think my output settings, the delay is actually probably too long, so I have to tweak that on the next stream. So we're getting Canelo Lara rematch after this to entertain that Bud fight for Canelo. Oh my God, Canelo needs to stay away from Bivol or Benavidez. I mean, if you bring David back down to 168, we don't know what Bivol looks like at 168, so. Psychological persistence critical now. Willpower is to survive long enough to throw some Hail Marys. I don't know, man. I'm gonna stick with my boy Lonnie B. Lonnie B said Caleb Plant had more heat than Edgar Berlanga, and right now it might be the case. I haven't seen anything that Edgar's landed or thrown on Canelo that defines him as this monster. And you casual fan, Canelo was washed. No, it's punishing him. I mean, a good right hook landed on Edgar right there. Oh my God, Edgar's starting to take some serious punishment at this point. Two solid rights landed on Edgar. This is getting bad. Canelo just having like target practice. He's just having fun in there. Edgar's now trying to put a lot of pressure and trying to do that get back. Canelo's on his back foot a little bit. The ref is warning Edgar again. I think if Edgar does something one more time, I think he's gonna get the point taken away. Which I think a lot of people probably predicted that if Edgar doesn't have his way, he's gonna start doing some dirty tactics because he's known. I mean, he's bitten a guy. He's bitten a guy before, so. But that left eye is starting to get a little swollen. Canelo's putting upper body movement now, and Canelo's starting to put a little bit more creativity on how he's coming in now. Good job from Edgar, and Canelo tried to get back. Ooh, Canelo threw a left hook and left himself really wide. That could have been an opportunity for Edgar, but Edgar might be too tired to really capitalize on some of these things. Canelo's starting to mock Edgar by kind of rubbing his head like this. He's just walking Edgar down. These punches don't even phase Canelo. Another solid left hook lands on the top of Edgar, and a right uppercut sneaks in. That's the right uppercut I was talking about. He needs to be careful. That right uppercut just landed on Edgar. Edgar's starting to. I think. I think Edgar might be getting hurt. He's just not showing it. Yes, but that right foot when he took a step back looked a little wobbly. I just don't understand why he's giving up his height like this. Like Edgar is just literally just a midget in comparison to Canelo when he fights him. I give him props for being in there and like banging out and not quitting against Canelo, but he is eating some serious vicious shots. I'm not gonna lie. These are some some serious shots. Like I don't know why he's taking this amount of punishment. Berlanga is tough. I'll give him that. I mean, when you really look at who Canelo is fighting, I'm not impressed. But what I can say though is Edgar has shown that he has a lot of heart. He has a good jab. He doesn't use his height appropriately, so there's things he needs to work on there. But he's young. He has a lot to improve on. And this just is a fight that just way too soon. Way too soon. No, this ain't Dougie Fisher, bro. But this is just an undesirable fight. Canelo just looks better than he did against Munguia, against an opponent that's not as accomplished as Munguia. So while on this feed, Edgar reminds me right now of Clubber Lang in the rematch. Lara put up a better fight than Berlanga. Um, I mean, he already did. They faced before. This is turning into one of those career-shortening fights for Berlanga. It really is. I mean, it's a lot of punishment. I mean, there's not really a place or spot that you necessarily can stop it, right? He's never been essentially wobbled besides getting dropped at the end of the third round, or what was it, middle of the third round? But outside of that, he's coherent, but this is a lot of punishment from a solid puncher. And we talked about percentages over time, and Canelo landed 51% of power punches. And when you get around that 51% power punches, you're talking about washing an opponent. And Canelo is slowly entering from 50, 51. And if he starts hitting 60s, he might not even get into the 60s because it's getting now right now, Canelo hasn't really connected like it did in the last round. We're at a minute 57 seconds, but like Murd 15 says, I'll give Berlanga credit for hanging in there. Alvarez has fought the toughest son of a bitches in the world. Edgar hasn't fought anybody. And that's what I'm saying. Like the power punching abilities that Edgar possessed was against, I'll say it, nobody noteworthy of like championship status, right? So you're not talking about the fight that's happening right now. I'm watching it. I mean, he's essentially washing him at this point. We're 10 rounds in, a minute and 20 seconds. Canelo just landing solid punches. This is really not a fight that really needs to go the distance at a point. It's probably not going to go the distance. Canelo just landed a solid left, right uppercut, and a right hook. Edgar's putting offensive pressure and he's trying to throw some heat, but I haven't seen anything that thudded. There was a good uppercut and inside from Edgar. He's trying to go toe to toe, but this is where you get knocked out. This is where you get knocked out against Canelo. Like this becomes James Kirkland. This becomes James Kirkland. And if Canelo can't stop him, it's just because he's just a massive son of a bitch, like a big, huge guy. And you just can't knock everybody out when you're moving up in weight classes like that. But he is just landing solid one twos. Edgar's punches look slower, flabbier. Canelo's jab just sent Edgar's head flying back, and Edgar tries to respond with a left hook. Canelo just threw a three-piece, missed two, and landed on the left. Edgar fires back with a jab. I mean, at this point, Canelo's practically walking away, and he gets caught. Oh, I think Canelo misunderstood the 10-second warning as walking to the bell and gets caught. Canelo misstood the 10-second as the end, and Edgar took advantage and ran and threw a left hook. And I think Canelo thought that was the bell. Yeah, Berlanga's doing no body work. Oh, how was UFC? Was UFC popping? I totally forgot UFC was on tonight. The Sphere? Damn. This boy Edgar Berlanga hit Canelo when he wasn't looking and still couldn't hurt him. That says something. He couldn't even hurt Canelo when he had his back turned and walking away. He had a free, clean shot. He threw that with all might. UFC was crazy? Oh, man. The championship fights for UFCs, huh? Canelo will beat anybody for the next 4 years for sure. When 11th round and Edgar's starting to now take some chances. 2 minutes and 25 seconds. I give Edgar props, man. He's young. He's fighting a pound for pound guy. He's eating these shots incredibly well, but he might have not even won a round. 2 minutes left, and Edgar is oh, he just got caught with a left. Edgar just got hurt with a left hook, but Edgar's still persistently coming forward. He knows that he has to. This is his only opportunity to come after Canelo. Edgar's definitely trying to put some solid shots together, but it's just not coming together. Canelo is just walking him down. Let's see. Edgar might as well bend over. That's funny, but I'm lit. Dude was walking away and can't phase him. I mean, that's what I'm saying, Bob. Like 40's at Canelo's at 48% power punches. Edgar Berlanga is at 34 according to CompuBox. So Edgar landed 52, but Canelo thrown more and landed more. I think Edgar's just a young, fresh fighter, so he can endure these things. But if he was the same size as Canelo, he would have been completely out. I think everyone's just giving him credit for moral victory in this sense. And do you give Edgar moral victory for going the distance with Canelo? Can he make it to the distance? Yeah. Canelo has different experience fighting types so far. Puerto Rican heroes getting demolished. How much money did Berlanga make on this fight? I'm not sure. And it's not absolutely shocker. Is there any indication that Berlanga's corner should throw in the towel and avoid more damage? It's he's taken punishment, but like he hasn't shown any signs of like unfortunately stopping the fight, right? This is just something like yours was like he's going to learn from it, but he's going to take the damages from this fight, going 12 rounds from Canelo. And he just ate, oh my God. In the 11th round, Edgar just got rocked. I think he got rocked right there. Edgar just ate like two, three hooks in the corner, and he kind of stumbled on the ref when the ref was trying to break him up. But when it was what were we saying? What was it? I heard a minimum 17.5, 12 million. I'm not surprised. He's fighting Canelo, and he has Keith Connolly as his manager, which is, I mean, think about it. Keith Connolly is the shit because he got his fight who never even fought for a championship fight to fight Canelo. So his manager is the shit. But um, and he also got like Sergey Derevanchenko like millions of dollars fighting Triple G. Um, but when it comes to stopping this fight, like there is no signs of Edgar not capable of fighting and being coherent. And this is just one of those fights where you just know that he's essentially eating punches and getting paid for it. Like every punch for every round, like he's getting every minute of it. And unfortunately for him, he has a good enough chin to withstand Canelo. Edgar's backing up, start of the round to the ropes, um, and Canelo's going straight after him. So I don't think they're going to stop the fight. I don't think they're going to stop the fight. So a lot of low blows from Canelo. I think he got warned a little bit. You got to fight Canelo dirty because I'm damn sure he does. You got to do everything against Canelo, man. You just got to just be the better overall fighter in every aspect. And Canelo is just one of those guys who's been around. This is his 66th fight, man. He's been around so many champions, like 10, 15 plus. So this is nothing to him. We're kind of getting to a point now. It's just kind of like Canelo didn't stop Edgar, so what's next, right? This was supposed to be the fight that everyone thought that Canelo was going to get the highlight real knockout. He got a great knockdown in the third. Um, we all kind of maybe predicted a knockout, and we're not getting that. So now, do we have to start to look at Canelo at this point? Like, what what is the reason? Is it just because of the fact that this is a young, big guy? Because experience-wise, he's not there. He's shown he's not there. He showed a lot of enthusiasm. He showed moments early in the early rounds that he has good jabs. Won the 12th round, a minute, 24 seconds. I know that essentially I've been calling blow by blow for the most part, but Canelo is just kind of just in full control. And right now we're just kind of throwing winging shots. Edgar just attempting to throw some good shots. Edgar landed a good right actually on Canelo, but Canelo's just unfazed. He's just walking through it and just walking forward, high guard. Canelo has both hands down and gets caught with his hands down, and Canelo capitalized and landed a good shot. Edgar tries to jump up and lands, but Edgar got hit to the body. Edgar is just fighting off of pure heart, youth, bravado, and like his country of Puerto Rico. And I respect that, he's not laying down. He's getting paid a lot of money. He could have kind of tapped out, but Canelo was just tagging him one twos. If I was there at the fight, I would really ask Edgar, like, why would you rate Canelo's power? Because you were eating this shit like all night. Like you were eating these punches, and you're just like still coherent. Like he went 12 with Canelo, and he hugs Canelo like with pure exhaustion, and Canelo's trying to get him off, like bro, like, or kind of get like, yo, okay, Edgar, Edgar, Edgar exhausted himself to the very end. I respect that. You can tell, like right after that, he just kind of practically collapsed on Canelo and praised him instantly. That boy is happy that he fought Canelo, man. That man is set. As in Canelo built with two Canelo's a champion in his division, he should just stay in his lane and be happy. Absorb and advance. What a rookie mistake. I mean, there's nothing else you can do. I love an underdog story, and that's not to take from how good Canelo is. I mean, Edgar shouldn't even have been in the ring with Canelo when it comes to like skill wise. Now, heart, I'll give him heart. I'll definitely give him heart. Canelo got embarrassed. Angry casual fan. You know, there's a lot of Canelo fans in here, so I'm gonna put you on the hot seat. What makes you say that he got embarrassed tonight? So we're at the end of the fight, 12 rounds. I think Canelo won every round. Maybe if you want to be generous for Edgar showing up, maybe you can give him the second round, but that's it. Um, who won? So short recap for everyone that came in. It went 12. Canelo dropped Edgar in the third round, and Edgar had little pockets of good jabs, um, good attempts, but for the most part, Canelo was punching Edgar almost whenever he felt like almost, you know. But for the most part, Canelo won the fight, pure 12 distance, no knockout, an insanely fast knockdown that I think personally would have got anybody out, right? Because he sold the feint to the body. But what we can take away is Edgar Berlanga's stock just went up 1,000%. The man just went the distance with Canelo. He can say he was young, inexperienced, and no wonder he's ducking Benavides. But man, you know, I mean, only if David can come down to 168 healthy, David's going to be a tough fight for Canelo. Boxing ain't the same before these fights are all fake money talks now. Yeah, I hope you ain't eating no damn Chinese food. That's rat meat. Yo, chill out. I'm half Korean, and this is Korean. This is Korean food. This is gimbap. So, um, everybody's really sleeping on Bud being the best challenge for Canelo. I mean, I'm so fickle because like the other day I was like, yo, Canelo, which should be the favorite against Bud, and he has a high chance of maybe hurt and then stopping Bud. But I don't know if Canelo should defend Edgar Berlanga. I mean, you know, he's going to, but very good point on what Edgar just accomplished. You're talking about a young guy who just got years and years and years and years of experience in a 12 round fight with an absolute modern legend. So um, I think, honestly, at the end of the day, I think he has a huge potential to be someone that can grow from it. But outside of that, I think he needs to have safe developmental fights. I don't think he should go straight into like fights with like Caleb Plant right away and go straight into fights with David Benavides or you know like you just fought Canelo, you're young, take advantage. I thought the card was pretty entertaining outside the co-main. The co-main was pretty rough, but but I can tell Danny wasn't there all the way. Canelo knows KO Crawford. I mean, you got to also remember Edgar Berlanga is like a humongous 168. Like he claims he rehydrates over the 200 pounds. So if that's the case, then you know, like of course he's not going to stop him. Of course he's not going to knock him out. You know, he's pretty much fighting a heavyweight. But when you guys talk about him fighting David Benavides, you know, there's a huge opportunity for an upset there. But that's only if David's able to go down to 168 comfortable. So Berlanga versus Munguia, both guys lasted 12. Both got knocked down once. That's a great fight. And that would also be Puerto Rican versus Mexico, right? If you want to do like another rivalry fight, that could be a supporting fight on a card for Canelo, right? I think that should be a good co-main. Who won co-main? Lara actually stopped Danny in the 11th round. It was some terrible fights. The Danny Garcia fight was garbage. It was pretty bad. But Danny wasn't there 100%. So Berlanga stops Crawford. How many times is Canelo going to be accused of avoiding Benavidez, who's fighting at 175? I mean, it's not really worth fighting talking about now. It's because the fact that like David is at 175. So, and now if he goes down to 168, we got to see how he looks, right? So, I give him props though that Edgar's conditioning went full 12. Benavidez stops Canelo. A lot of respect being shown between Canelo and Edgar in the ring. Canelo gives Edgar a lot of praise and words of encouragement. I don't think Edgar has anything to be upset about personally. I mean, he was really fighting all the odds. I gave him a 5 to 10% chance, and the fact he went the distance and fought a guy like that. You know? Stephen Evans, thanks for your commentary. Bye for now. I appreciate it, man. There's gonna be a lot of these, you know, and I'll be at some fights too coming up. I think the next I'll probably be at Keyshawn. I'll be at Keyshawn Davis out in Norfolk. I'm gonna cover the Brian Norman, Abdullah Mason, and then I'm gonna go out to Philly because I think Boots will be possibly fighting that same week, and then um, I'll be looking at a potential Javante Tank Davis fight. They'll be going to um, a lot of fights, man. So I appreciate you, Steven, man. Attorney Bailey, David has more offensive tools, but Canelo will get David also. Munguia was Canelo's toughest fight. In recent time, I mean, he claims he carried him. So, and that's what Bud also told me. Bud told me he thought that Canelo carried him. So, and it was funny is that Bud told me that before Canelo said that he carried Munguia. So I was kind of like, I don't know, Bud, but exhausted Edgar points for exhilaration. He did go 12. I was actually very impressed with that. $10 super chat, Attorney Bailey. Thanks. No, I always appreciate you. You know, and those things do help a lot for like travels and stuff like that. So I definitely appreciate you being one of my big supporters. You know, you're always here supporting anytime I'm live. So I know I've been saying this for a while, but I think within a month I have a new setup, a new situation set up going on. So I'm gonna have call-ins and videos and stuff like that. So instead of just me just speaking, you know, I'll be bringing you guys on. I'll be bringing on guests. I'm gonna bring you guys on with the guests. We're gonna have a lot of stuff. So, um, oh, you guys talking about fantasy fights, dream fight, Ward and Canelo. Who you got? I got Ward. I mean, Ward started at 168. So you're talking about arguably one of the best 168 fighters versus, you know, another one best 168. The only difference is one went to 175 and conquered Kovalev, which I got a lot of love for Ward. But I did think Ward lost the first fight by a hair, but it was an amazing fight. He battled a lot of adversity in the early rounds, and he came back and started washing Kovalev. So I predicted Ward was going to stop Kovalev in the second fight, and exactly what he did. So, and Canelo, you know, he fought an older, beaten up Kovalev, not taking away Canelo's accomplishment because he started his career at like 147 or 154. So I'm on a visibly way smaller guy, regardless of the age of Kovalev. He was a champion at the time. So um, I got Ward. I just think Ward brings a lot of the tools that you need to beat a Canelo. You need footwork. You need good defense. You need a great inside game. You need to be able to throw in combinations, and you have to be able to frustrate your opponent. And I think Ward has great endurance, heart, dog. So I personally would preference Ward, but I can't take away anything Canelo's accomplished at 168 because I think his run for 168 is equally as proven. So You know, it's a fantasy fight. It's pointless to even really take away any, John Hooligan, good job, my brother. Have they announced the winner yet? Yeah, Canelo won. I'm sorry, I didn't even really. I'm just talking. I didn't even tell you guys. Canelo clearly won the fight, but yes. Um, Ward prepared for any situation for Canelo. Yeah, got Ward. What I'm probably gonna do, we're getting reactions coming in. So Terrence, I got a Terrence Crawford reaction, right? So Terrence was at the fight. I'm gonna play it. I just want to just read a couple more of your comments and I'll get to it. Hold on, I think my headphones just died. Give me 1 second. You guys hear me? All right, hold on. Check. All right, you can hear me? All right, cool. Um, hey Ron, your commentary is great. Subscribe to Fight Hype. Until next time. Good night. I appreciate it. Ryan's speech, that was a good fight. Appreciate the commentary. I appreciate it 1,000%. I typically am usually at fights, but I'm gonna do a lot more of these, and we're gonna do some call-in shows. Floyd had a tough fight with Castillo and right away gave him a rematch and beat unanimously. Also, my dad in the same way. Why doesn't Canelo try to revenge the ass whooping with Bivol? I think he is, Riggy. I understand that he's saying like, if he beats Arthur, I think he's probably just saying like he wants to make sure that he beats him on the winning side, not on the downside, right? But I really wish he gave it, like did it immediately, because Bibble said he won't go down to 168. That's in your favorable weight. But I get that if he lost at 168, he would lose his titles. And Canelo wants to accomplish, I guess, being a two-time 175 champion opposed to just defending his titles. I don't know. He's already been a 175 champ, so I don't know. Maybe he wants the WBA, but good night. Till my next time, my friend. Awesome commentary. Appreciate it. Oh, and great commentary. I appreciate it. You guys are all nice. Viva Mexico Cabrones. Canelo started at 147, I believe. I also got Ward. I'll box the shit out of him. The fight ended. The fight started. If not, good commentary. Let me watch on mute while getting non-biased third-party commentary. I appreciate it, and and maybe I might be biased for things that I like, but but I just kind of expected this, so I guess maybe I'm just putting the horse in front of the wagon before the horse. But I think I was extremely impressed with the idea that he was able to go and do that well. So what was I gonna say? We're gonna go watch Terrence Crawford's reaction, right? Because that's what Terrence came there. So I see it. Okay, I see De La Hoya. So what's kind of going to go on is I'm going to play this Terrence reaction while I go work on the video. Yeah, I'm not going to play the post fight. Sorry. I'm doing some background stuff right now. FightHype. All right, cool. You want to get bud? All right, I'm doing Hey, bud. Did he even get him talking? Hold on. Hey, bud. What's up, my nigga? How you feeling, man? Dude, you big, man. Yeah, I'm getting there. I need to be with you. Yeah, definitely. Four of us. I'm with the commission and I'm trying to get the Huh? Thank you, guys. Hey, bud, what Tio said? How are you, man? Good to see you. Really good? Oh, damn, buddy. You didn't even say that. Damn. That's unfortunate. Hey, thank you all. I know I screamed out bud. I could have just said Bucky. That's unfortunate. All right. I'm going to go put me in the game, coach. Terrence wants that fight. All right. What De La Hoya just tweeted right here. All right, cool. I'm gonna be right back. Give me 1 second. Actually, I'm not gonna be right back. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna let you guys talk in the chat a little bit. I gotta get this video up of De La Hoya, so you guys are getting a little bit of behind the scenes. And if you guys do want to help me out, we work as a family and stuff. What I also do is I create a lot of the content here on the channel. So what I'm doing right now is I'm putting up Oscar De La Hoya's reactions to the fight. So I'm putting this together as we speak. So what do you guys think? What do you guys think about an Edgar Berlanga and Caleb Plant fight? Does that fight like get you guys going? Um, Upload this. Boom, boom, boom. And how do you guys rate Caleb Plant's performance against Trevor McCumby versus Edgar's performance against Canelo? I know two completely different level of competition, but one has already fought Canelo and one just fought Canelo. So, do you guys like that fight? Yeah, the fight's already over. He fought a legend. Um, we need another exciting fight. Five knockdowns. Andy versus Ruiz. I was at that fight. That shit was crazy. I got this clip. I got to work on this video right now. I'm working on it, but bro, I lost my shit when that was going down. Um, I have a video on my phone somewhere, and I'll play it. I'll tell you the story while I'm making this video. So when it was Andy Ruiz in New York, he was, um, the big underdog, last minute replacement. And here, I gotta switch my audio real quick. AirPods, boom. Let me go. Okay, boom, boom, boom. I'm picking some music to play. There we go. So, like I was saying, I was sorry, I can't talk, and I'm almost done with this anyways. Um, Andy Ruiz was the big underdog, so there was a media workout, right? And I'm like, all right, let me see Andy up first. I'll never cover Andy. And when I saw Andy at the media workout, I was like, yo, this motherfucker is fast as shit. And then I saw Anthony Joshua moving slow as molasses. So I was like, shit. So I was working with another platform right before I transitioned over here at FightHype. It's actually my last fight before I switched over and started covering with the great man, the legend himself, Ben Thompson. And here, let me pick this. And there was a guy who was working at the outlet, and I won't say his name, but he was from the UK, and he never came to America, and he chose to come and watch Anthony Joshua. He's like a huge Anthony Joshua guy, right? Um, and at this point in the time, he was praising Anthony Joshua was this, Anthony Joshua was that, and blah blah blah. So once AJ dropped Andy Ruiz, he was screaming, he was all excited and things like I told you, blah blah blah. And then when he officially let me render this De La Hoya, De La Hoya, De La Hoya. And when it finally happened that Andy Ruiz dropped and stuff, the whole entire Madison Square Garden was going crazy. Like absolutely insane. And in that moment of time, he was the only one that wasn't moving. And I have a recording of it. And then it was just like time froze around him, but everything was moving. And he was in pure shock. And I recorded his reaction. And he spent like, thousands of dollars to kind of like come to the US and cover. And he was thinking it was like the UK invading the US. And yeah, it's a video that I play to him all the time when I want to kind of get back at him. So Um, Let me get this. De La Hoya reacts. Yeah. And now he actually works for FightHype now. So he's actually ironically covering Anthony Joshua next week. So well, I probably don't think he would appreciate me telling that story or showing the video, but maybe on a good day, I'll bring him on here. All right, cool. So that's right now I'm uploading De La Hoya's reacts to Canelo. All right, cool. Yo, big fan, big fan, big fan, big fan, big fan. Respect to Edgar, fought with heart, represent PR plus. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Look, honestly, I can't even speak negative about Edgar, right? I know that he was not on the level. Um, it's in there now. He's not, he's not at the level, everyone expected him to get knocked out. So that alone was a huge accomplishment. Let me find a thumbnail. Um, I gotta make this De La Hoya thumbnail looking all. But yeah, he was. Let me open this. He was game, man. Like I can't even knock Edgar Berlanga. I thought he was gonna be out, knocked out, done. I'm not saying Berlanga can't improve his skills, but he was showing against Canelo it's going to be an uphill battle at 164, especially against Plant. I mean, styles make fights, right? And I really did like Edgar's jab. I wish his activity was to be a little bit more. Um, I mean, it's Canelo we're talking about, right? I mean, how many people were able to beat Canelo and what type of attributes you have to have? Edgar had the size, but he didn't use the size appropriately. And yeah, let me put this right there. I know the UFC is on, and I'm kind of like, I don't want to throw that on and kind of watch that too. I don't know if you guys are into UFC. I mean, this is the thing that's rivaling. Oh, now y'all see what I see. Okay, cool. Here I got the thumbnail. Perfect. Who else is reacting? I would use the word retire, but I haven't got a chance to do anything. Belong is not how. What's crazy is that I really was just like, yo, I don't know. Canelo's this big 168, dude that won a title in 75. Can Crawford actually beat this dude? I don't know, size. And I know Madrimov has a style that's very awkward, but styles make fights. You get kind of lost into the idea of like, all right, well, you had a tough fight 154. I had a feeling it was going to be a tough fight at 154. But then you kind of fall in love with you kind of fall in love with the idea like, well, this is his ceiling. This is his limit. This is the furthest he can go, right? Maybe 160 with the right opponent, like if Danny Garcia wins, or maybe, he could beat maybe a Lara, but um, can he beat Canelo? So I don't know. Do you guys think Crawford can beat Berlanga? I mean, Berlanga's a big ass dude. Canelo won the fight, so. So maybe that's, I mean, it's not like Berlanga put up a fight. Not like he won. We're giving him a moral victory for going the distance. So in that sense, it's like, he just couldn't put down or knock out this humongous guy. So I don't know about y'all, but I'm gonna check out what this spear fight's about. Michelle Lozano, shout out to you. I'm gonna get Shakur Stevenson reacts. Um, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. All right, I'm gonna make a Shakur Stevenson reacts. But you think like at this point, asking for Crawford to fight Canelo is just ridiculous? I'm seeing people on Twitter saying that Crawford beats Canelo after that. Do you guys think that? Where speculate he's on top of you. I mean, do you guys think that Canelo loses to Crawford, or you think Crawford gets demolished by Canelo? I mean, um, I'm gonna do the Shakur Stevenson reaction now. Berlanga did good. Just wish he threw right hands more. I mean, he was tiring out. Um, and for everyone that's coming in, I'm working on videos right now, so I'm sorry, my not as interactive. But for the ones that are in here, I will be interacting in between. I'm putting up reaction videos. Tell us where you graduated from. Congrats. Who graduated? I think Crawford's too small for Canelo. Canelo dominates. Canelo loses. Hell no, absolutely not. Okay. I mean, some of the tweets I'm seeing is like from Shakur, so that Shakur is rocking with Crawford. I mean, me personally, as like a bias, like who I would like to see win, um, I would want to see Bud win because I've covered Bud for a while, but that's what great fighters do. They take risks. They become this insane underdog because the risks match the reward. So, like, I'm never gonna knock Crawford for taking the fight and wanting the fight because he should want the fight, right? You know, and I think anyone who respects like media, right? Honest, fair, and I've talked to Bud many times. Like, Bud is like, um, don't be fake and fickle. That's all he has, right? Just be transparent. And and I'll say it right here. Like, I think the Canelo fight's really hard. Like, that's a really hard fight for Bud. But that's why Bud wants it. It's chasing the idea of greatness, and he knows that, and he sees how like that cements him, like an all time. Like you're in the all time, like Leonard and Floyd and Pacquiao kind of like, you know what I mean? So, and you need to take a fight like that where they're looking at you like sideways, and then you become that guy. Like Duran, when you really think about it, was a 135 pounder fighting a humongous 147 pounder Leonard, and in today's modern age, like as good as Duran was, I don't think people would be like, "Yo, that's a great fight." We'd be like, "That's kind of stupid." Pacquiao went and just did crazy weight jumps that arguably are stupid, and then look what the reward got him. An 8 division world champion. He was a minimum weight. Floyd went up and fought this young, talented kid who we just watched today, school a young kid named Edgar Berlanga, and that's Canelo Alvarez. And he didn't have to take that fight. That was a scary fight. A guy who equally had as many fights as he did, not as the same level of competition, but you know, um, I think you get the point, and that's what Crawford wants to put himself. So I think it's dope. I would probably favor Canelo to beat Crawford. I would be rooting for Crawford, and I think at the end of the day, if he's able to accomplish that, then I think that cements him as an all-time super great fighter that deserves all his flowers. And whatever people say about Terrence Crawford, I mean, you gotta shut the fuck up. And that's really, and there's a huge upside too. He's gonna make a lot of money. And it's Shakur Stevenson. Um, Crawford beats Canelo. And I respect that. Um, I think what I see about Aaron Pryor in the chat. Um, what did I see Aaron Pryor? The Three Kings all avoided Aaron Pryor. Yeah, Aaron Pryor didn't really get his fights that he wanted. He ran up and called out Sugar Ray Leonard on the podium. So boxing is a disgrace nowadays. All right, Riggy, it's a pleasure, man. I appreciate it. I know it's late, so for all my people in here in the late crew, I appreciate it. We just hanging out now. Now I don't have to be. I mean, I'm still gonna be working, but I'm gonna be hanging out. And I give Belong credit for hanging in for the distance, but it wasn't like how Plant Mungia, how they put up an effort against Canelo. Of course, I'm gonna show the video a little smoky, a live commentary. Let me put this. Shakur Stevenson reacts. Bun wins slightly sharper, mentally tougher than Charlo. You know how crazy, you know how fucking crazy that would be if Terrence Crawford just dethroned Canelo? I mean, I wish it would have been sweeter if he was undisputed, right? Like, oh, damn, three Division Four belt era, undisputed, totally skipped two weight classes and still became undisputed. Damn. What Bud post on his? Oh, wait, did he post something? I said I was gonna watch some UFC, and I didn't even watch this shit. Oh, Bud rushed the UFC event. Oh, that's why Bud ran out. He's going to the UFC. He said, "Fuck this! I'm going over to watch Sean O'Malley." Bud's going straight to the UFC. That boy a real fight fan. Like all fights. I think Ross was losing this fight. All right. Let me keep reading the chat. I got the Shakur Stevenson. Canelo's a hype job, lost to Miro, lost to Triple G, lost to Lara. I did think Canelo lost the first Triple G fight. Um, Bud, Chin, and Transplant. And what weight should they fight at? The weight that Canelo chooses. 168. Canelo versus Crawford Christmas super promotion. Berlanga will go on the road that Canelo took, losing to Floyd and then pushing forward, being one of the greatest. It's hard, man. A lot of people did lose to Canelo, right? So, I mean, Canelo is not the best. That boy Edgar went 12 with Canelo. He's gonna go home with all this motherfucking money. That boy is set. That boy is. Shout out to Edgar, man. Canelo beat Crawford. No cherry picking, couldn't finish him. Crawford's a different kind of beast. Um, Canelo won the fight. Went 12 rounds. If Berlanga want to prove himself to stay a worthy contender, he would have to step up to guys like Plant. I would say Munguia and Crawford's fellow Omaha, Nebraska Steven Nelson. Steven is not going to get an opportunity. I'm going to say that right now. He's just not a person that people want to give an opportunity to because there's really no upside they get from him. So, especially coming off a Canelo fight, why does he need to fight Edgar Berlanga? I mean, Steven Nelson, right? Tommy Hearns hit Roberto Duran so hard that he got a headache watching it. Oh, so my bad. I got an update on the post conference. Originally, we were gonna stream the post conference, but I don't think we actually got the full clearance. So, but there is gonna be a post conference. We're gonna post the post conference, so we're gonna get it. Um, that's what you meant, right? Outdoor the post. Press is before. Right? Well, technically, you can call maybe a post a press because it involves the press. Who has Crawford fought? Um, I mean, you don't watch the Earl Spence fight? Or you're saying like who's he fought in combination of everything? All right, I'm gonna eat this and I'm gonna be incapable of reading for a second. So, um, I'm sorry. I was just looking at my mic levels. You guys totally could have heard me eat. That is so disgusting. I just had a mute. Crawford's legs are almost as good as Mayweather's, and he won't be standing there to be hit. He'll pick his shots and get in and out. He would have to. That would be a fight where he'd just be using his legs, and Canelo knows that. That would be a fight that he would have to chase that man down. Canelo beat that boy like he stole something. Yeah, I was at Crawford's last fight. That was a irky jerky tough fight. You know, we got to see what Madrimov does after. If Madrimov ends up fucking everybody up, the fight, that opponent ages very well. So I don't know if you guys know, but Troy Isley actually beat Madrimov in amateur, so that's a pretty good accomplishment for Troy. So I'll give Troy props, big time. Totally slept on. Crawford beats Canelo. Crawford hasn't fought nobody. Crawford's better than Canelo. Canelo deserves that right to do whatever he wants. That boy fought everyone coming up. Canelo's the best. Canelo the real deal. Started fighting at 15, fought several world champions. Yo, for sure. Um, and just beat up two and just got beat two up and coming lions, not bums over the hill fighters, young contenders. Canelo earned this. Oh yeah, Canelo's definitely at a point where he's picking and choosing, man. He's doing what he wants, man. Just read Berlanga just made 5 million. So there's this Korean dish called gimbap, right? I don't know if a lot of you guys are like into sushi, but if you're not into sushi, it's equivalent of like sushi. Like think of it like California rolls, like, but if you put meat in it, it's cooked. So like if you like Korean barbecue, it's like it's kind of the same type of fashion. It's a roll, right? The same. There's rice and there's like veggies in it, but they cook the meat and put it inside opposed to raw fish. So, and when I was 16, I watched Tommy Hearns KO Duran in the Destructive Man that he did against the man Leonard Hagler Benitez. Iron Barkley wasn't close to being able to do what Hearn did to Hall of Famers. Trying to make me jealous, Eric Bell. Yeah. But my question is like when those fights happened, how long did it really take? It was pretty like respectfully, like they all fought each other in decent time, right? So except for Leonard and Hagler, that took a long time. But it happened. Errol Spence wasn't in his best moment. Yeah, I was munching. I'm sorry, Jonathan. Viva la Mexico! Yeah, man. Mexican Independence Day, man. Come on, man. When Canelo loses, man, it shocks the world, man. That boy don't be. Oh shit! Hold on. Terrence Crawford's live. Hold on. Hold on, guys. I got Terrence Crawford. I'm recording Crawford's IG live. Give me a second. He's with Turkey at the UFC. Hold on, fuck that. I gotta post him up. I'm gonna show you guys. Hold on. Ooh, okay. Um, browser, audio output, window capture. I'm trying to get you guys, bud. Okay, never mind. It's over. All right, hold on. Give me a sec. I just got Bud's IG live. place. Sorry, y'all. I just got Terrence on IG Live with Turkey Alley Sheep saying, "Put me in, coach." Hold on, y'all. Sorry, I'm putting Terrence up right now. All right. This is the stuff we do. Terrence reacts live. Right, like almost like Terrence heard us just talking. It's crazy. Canelo lose if he stays so long. Title thumbnail dropped it. All right. All right. Sorry, y'all. I'm almost done. All right. Boom. 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 That was quick. I'm about to step back in and rejoin a live comment. No worries. You guys jump in and out as you please. This is just me working after hours. So just so you guys know, new to the stream, right after I do the live commentary, I gotta get straight to work. Like there's so much stuff. Like the stuff that you guys see on the channel with like you know, Instagram lives and all that stuff. Like you're looking at one of the guys that make sure that nothing gets missed. And this is something that you guys might have missed. So I got you. Okay, boom, boom. So it's going to be actually dropping in a second. Drag the Terrence video. Boom, boom. That'd be so crazy if Terrence actually was able to pull that off and beat Canelo. If he was able to beat Canelo, that'd be that'd be my goat that I covered. You know, I didn't get to cover Floyd, so Terrence Crawford. Boom, 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 boom. Submit. Boom, boom, boom. And let me see. Yeah, I did. All right. Crawford will beat Canelo. Canelo will not take the fight. Okay, it's going up. Um, boom, 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 boom. Drop it like it's hot. All right. All right. Sorry, y'all. This is what I do when I'm here. You guys want to hear it? I'll play it here. I need to get where is it? Oh, I gotta make it short too. I'm sorry. I gotta make it short now. So it's up right now. So yeah. Boom, boom, boom. Let's clean this up. Boom, 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 boom. Turns, boom. Okay, just making upload. Okay. Terrence. Short. Cool. All right, I'm gonna play it to you guys. You gotta set a fight. Imagine if no chance equates. All right, cool. Where is my scene? Drop, window capture. Let's do Terrence Crawford calls out. There we go. Where is it? Why can I not find this? Sorry, I'm just a little all over the place right now. Window. There we go. Can you guys see this? Y'all can see this, right? Okay. Sorry, I'm like mid editing stuff right now, so this is what Terrence. We didn't really. He didn't really say nothing that other day. All right. That's essentially what he actually thought because he didn't say anything when he left with all the media. So, but let me see. Let me put on some. Cause I'm gonna punch Terrence Hart's up. What up, double O, double O, or triple O, 007. I have to bring the fight to Canelo, otherwise Canelo cannot move. Bill will show that Crawford gives crazy angles, can do it. Reduce Canelo to a punching bag. Did I make this short? I did not finish it. Okay. Boom, boom. Terrence short. Yo, did they just confuse Terrence Crawford as Kendrick Lamar? He called Terrence Kendrick Lamar at the UFC. Ah, that's funny. Yo, I didn't even play the audio. You guys didn't even hear the audio, did you? Why didn't y'all even say nothing? Y'all over here listening, just watching Terrence just.
You hear at the speak, feel me?
I'm tripping over here. Yeah, I'm on my laptop, so this setup is not the main setup.
You doing here at the speak, feel me? You doing next?
We want financials.
Tell him we going for Canelo next.
Yes. Let's
him.
go. Canelo, come on.
You heard it from him?
We are ready.
Hey. Just put me in the game. Just put me in the game. Canelo Crawford, the biggest fight in boxing. Get ready for the main event, y'all. But we stay ready, though. We stay ready. That way we don't gotta get ready.
All right, so that's. All right, boom. All right. Crawford look ready. My bad. See, yeah, I got it up. My bad. But for real, as anyone who's practiced boxing watched a sparring match up close before Saturday, it kind of looks like a sparring match, to be honest. That was like a I'm gonna whoop your ass sparring match. It was I'm gonna fuck you up sparring match. Berlanga did just that. Survived 35 minutes of a veteran of a beef sneak. Canelo's a hint, the beef boxer. Canelo will punch you in the arms. At this rate, fuck it, man. Fight Terrence. Fight. Like, if you ain't gonna fight David, fight Terrence. If you ain't gonna fight Terrence, then I don't know. What fight is Canelo gonna fight? I guess Bivol? If you if it's not Bivol, better be with Terrence. I don't know. There's like three good options for Canelo. At this point, I don't know. I know he has the right to pick and choose his fights, but it'd just be nice that we got a fight that we kind of wanted, right? I know like people wanted Charlo back in the day, and so we did get Charlo, but it's not Jamal, it was Jamel. So I don't know. I don't know how I feel about boxing right now. I'm sure Terrence studied him and saw something he could take advantage of and know what adjustments he might have to make. Almost got my kidneys knocked out sparring. He should fight Tank Davis. Crawford and Terrence and Tank, that would sell, but that's Tank's too small. That's he's just too small. Tank wouldn't fight Terrence. Like that would be insane. I wouldn't even know how to react if I woke up one day and checked my press email. It was like, get ready to go to a Terrence Crawford versus Javante Davis press conference. I'd be like, what the fuck is going on? But see, we need something like that. Like, just so many like fights that are so anticlimactic. Okay, I gotta upload this short. Um, I gotta upload this. Canelo versus Usyk moving up like George. I just need a reset. Like we need some fights that need to be made so we can start to just build up new fights. Because it's kind of getting to that point now. Like we're just seeing these guys slowly fall. Sean Porter retired, right? Right? And Danny, yeah, Danny. Sorry, let me get this short. We just saw Danny might potentially retire. Sean Porter um retired. You know, EJ probably ain't got too many fights left. Thurman's like mad injured. Um, Logan versus Canelo. It should be Jake Paul versus Canelo. That's the fight that really needs to happen. Boom, 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 boom. Return, upload short. Okay. Um, Canelo Usyk moving up like George Jefferson. What's the next fight that we got? We got Munguia returns next week, and then we got Anthony Joshua fighting Daniel Dubois. Shushu Carrington comes back. Xander's eyes come back. Michaela Mayer versus Sandy Ryan. Keyshawn Davis versus Gustavo Lemos. I like. Abdul Mason comes back. Brian Norman comes back. Juan Ennis is coming back. So yeah, we got some fights. We got some fights coming out. You know, two and Rolly would be nice. Two and Ryan. Tio and Rolly, or Tio versus Ryan, or Rolly versus Ryan. I mean, we're almost getting close to April. Almost getting close to April, right? Yeah. Mm, what am I missing? I want to make sure I don't miss anything out online. I don't know. I'm looking at reactions. I don't really see like there's too many going on. Benavidez would hurt Killer right now. Swear, swear. Yeah, I don't see that fight happening anytime soon. David's a 175 pounder. So I like AJ versus Dubois, but I think AJ dominates. I think so too. I think this is the best version of AJ, as weird as it sounds. Like he's almost like in his Lennox Lewis arc, where he's lost twice now, like to two people. He's only lost three times, but he lost to two people, and now he's like better than ever. And like Lennox, he lost twice, right? Oliver McCall, and he avenged that. And then was it Oliver McCall? No, who did no? Who did Lennox lose? He lost to Hasim Rahman. Am I tripping? Oliver McCall? Was it Oliver McCall that knocked him out? Yes. Okay. Oliver McCall knocked him out, and then Hasim did, and he avenged both of them. So essentially, if he was able to fight Usyk for a third time, I think maybe, maybe. I mean, but then again, Usyk just splattered Tyson Fury. He damn near stopped him in that round. So I think people just need to leave Usyk alone, man. Heavyweights need to leave Usyk alone. That boy's built different. Mm, 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 mm. Munguia versus Berlanga would be a good fight. Absolutely. It'd be Mexican versus Puerto Rico, Emilio. Ryan needs to get his head together before he look like Danny. I mean, the boy's got that whipping hook, and he don't care. He'll come after you do some crazy shit. So, AJ would probably take Lennox Lewis' career in the end. Oh, I mean, Lennox is like my heavyweight when I grew up. He was the man. Big Baby didn't look bad in his last fight. Um, like Big Baby Miller or Jared Anderson. 'Cause Jared Anderson, boy, he got cooked. That was a tough fight taking on Bacoli, man. Something just didn't sit well with me with him taking that fight, but because even if he beat Bacoli, like he just wouldn't get the credit because he's just not really known like that. I know the British fans definitely knew Bacoli, the diehard boxing fans knew Bacoli, but it was just a tough fight, man. He got cooked. So, but I'm glad he's okay, and I'm glad he's with his daughter. Caleb Plant definitely stole the show. He was just boy became a dog. Um, I think you asked me, what do you think about Daniel Lipin and the young fighters from Ukraine? So I only seen Daniel a little bit on some of those Saudi cards, and from what I see, he looks talented. It's just hard for me to gauge him. Once he steps up in competition and fights some guys that I'm kind of a little bit more familiar with, then I'll be able to, be a lot more familiar. But I think a lot of those amateur guys, those talented fighters from Ukraine, and like Uzbekistan, and they're just naturally awkward when it comes to fighting Americans. So Americans struggle with them pretty often. You see Terrence had tough fights with, am I like recording? Um, let me get this. Okay, I was recording. I need to delete this video. Um, yeah, Terrence struggled with those awkward Eastern European fighters. I don't want to say awkward, it's just awkward to Americans, like awkward to us. But he struggled with Mean Machine a little bit. He had a box Victor Postal. He used a lot of IQ. Madrimov gave him a lot of issues. Lomachenko gave a lot of issues. You can see Devin. I've seen Devin spar and just cook people, and that was a tough fight for Devin. Um, Usyk is just a machine. Even if we go back to like when I was a kid, Vasily Jirov. I mean, him and James Toney was going to war. Like, and Vasily Jirov is someone not to play with. I believe he was a gold medalist too. Like, so from what it came to me watching Ukrainians as a kid, like I've always knew these guys were extremely talented. So I wouldn't be surprised if this Daniel Lappin, dude is like gonna be a future problem. I just can't really give a fair. I don't want to say that I'm not able to see this or he needs to work on this because at the end of the day he's just fighting guys to kind of build his experience up. So if he's good, we'll be talking about him for the next 5 years, and we'll be watching him. I love Kel's facts. Crawford would not let Canelo's slow feet keep up with him. All the jabs Canelo got off on Berlanga, it wouldn't work in Crawford. It's appalling Canelo's opponents don't cue in on Canelo's slow feet. I mean, the big thing about Edgar tonight, right, is that he gave up his size and his reach like right away, and that's already like a huge problem with me, right? You don't fight at your opponent's height when you have that type of advantage. And I know that he was using his jab and moving, and he also showed he had a great chin. But imagine if you actually extended your reach from the height that God has given you in comparison to Canelo, and you actually used it. Imagine if you didn't put your, I mean, maybe he was just tired. I thought he was tired on this part, but if he did intentionally, imagine if you didn't put your lead hand, your jab hand, low, so it wouldn't have to travel the distance from down by your knees and up to your opponent's face when it's already at the length, I mean, at the height of your opponent's face. And all you have to do is just extend it. That's just time wasted. So there's so many things that I already irked me in that fight, but he's young. He's fighting Canelo. there's probably a lot of things Canelo neutralized that we didn't get to see and didn't really understand. Only Edgar knew. And for the most part, I think that it's just a learning experience. It's like you got a guy who probably punches as hard as you, maybe harder than you do, and you're dealing with that. You're dealing with a guy who's probably faster than you, and Canelo probably had better feet than Edgar. So at the end of the day, we're not really surprised, but it is very frustrating to see that there is blueprints out there and you don't see guys execute it. But at the same time, it's so much easier to sit out here and say to do it, and they don't because we're not the ones getting punched. Edgar did have an extended amateur background. Um, but I think, from the stories I've heard from a lot of people who grew up with him and the amateurs, it just kind of told me they felt like they fell in love with his power a little bit too much. And so a lot of his fundamentals probably went away. And I was impressed with him a little bit early on because he was doing things that I normally don't see him do as a professional. And that just showed like he's capable of doing some stuff. If he worked on those things for a long period of time, we could have probably had a different type of fight. But I still would have favored Canelo. But yeah. I think Lewis beats McCall in the rematch after a flash loss in the first fight. He did. Lewis did stop him. Is Fury done? I think he's doing a rematch. And Malik Scott, his trainer, said Wilder's not done. Fury was a beast. The original monster gave great James Tony fits. Absolutely. The Klitschko's, how could we forget about the Klitschko's, the Ukrainian brothers that dominated after Lennox Lewis and dear God, damn near, dare I say, almost beat Lennox Lewis. I mean, Lennox was fucking that eye up. Vitaly's eye was just destroyed. But there was uppercuts that was just ripping Vitaly's head apart. But that was a tough fight for Lennox Lewis. That was a last minute replacement against Vitaly. I know that there was a movie called Ocean 11. They did a remake on, and they did a fantasy fight as if Lennox Lewis and Vitaly actually fought in that movie. And I remember that watching it as a kid, and then they actually ended up fighting for real, and I thought that was pretty cool and badass. But Lennox Lewis had a completely different opponent. Now, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt that he was kind of not prepared for it, but he still won. So that just shows Lennox Lewis is that guy, man. Berlanga just don't have the skills cannot do that, and how we honor it. Absolutely. Um, we would ever see another Jack Johnson, Joe Louis, and Muhammad Ali. Um, the great American boxer, and especially what those guys kind of did for the sport, because they kind of were like at a time where there was a lot of like racial oppression. I mean, and like segregation and all, those type of strong um, divisions that was going on. Jack Johnson was at a time where he got arrested for transporting a white woman. Like it was like as if he was like trying to human traffic her. And it was his wife. He was driving his wife across the borders and he got her for human trafficking a white woman. And, they had that. Joe Louis, the original bronze bomber, who was used as a symbol of hope for not just Americans, but Jews when he fought Max Schmeling in a rematch for the heavyweight title, viewed as an American hero. Muhammad Ali at a time where, people were against going to Vietnam, and he had his um, political times where he was with Malcolm X and Martin Luther and trying to get, his political status across. I mean, those are some really deep, three really deep individuals when it comes to boxing. So, I mean, that type of symbolism and that type of political ties to sports is rare now, but it still exists. You know, if you're talking about like Black American heavyweights, I mean, we'll have to see. I know Deontay was trying to kind of symbolize some sort of symbol in that, but there wasn't really anything in the mainstream media, I think, that was kind of tied to his cause. But, we can't discredit guys like Alexander Usyk, who was a person who represented a whole entire country during a time of war, and he brought them um, like war morale, by beating Tyson Fury and becoming the undisputed heavyweight champion in the four belt era. I mean, it's pretty huge in that fashion. So I think, guys like Alexander Usyk can fall in that same category. Just he's not the, black American. He's the white Ukrainian during a Russian war time. So I think they're everywhere. But you just have to dig really deep into the politics. And I'm not really big into it too much. But I'm sure that there's a lot of other stories that are tied around. Um, because even back then there was what Alexis Aguayo probably was going through political things throughout his country. I think Tito Trinidad might have had a little bit. I think Manny Pacquiao had a little bit. Um, there's so many. Um, mm, what else? What else? I mean, I'm just I think there was like a North Korean versus a South Korean fight. Like there's just so many things like that. So. Um, No one thought Edgar Berlanga was markedly better than Caleb. Yeah, I didn't think Edgar was going to do better than Caleb. Berlanga also waited on return jabs from Canelo too much, was getting in and getting out. Yeah, he waited. He definitely waited a little bit too much. I love Kells. But even when he tried to be a little bit offensive, it's just, it's a lot easier said than done. So I'll give Edgar that. But he tried, right? So dope Lennox Lewis info, bro. Yeah, um, Lennox was just probably the best heavyweight in my generation, and I think the best heavyweight prior to that generation was Larry Holmes. And then prior to Larry Holmes, because I think the problem with Larry Holmes, and I've talked to a lot of like older journalists and people who been around the sport longer than me, and I did a little studying, but Larry Holmes was like the guy who came post Ali, right? The guy who was compared to what many people fell in love with. And for the heavyweight division to go from Ali to this like guy who's a little bit quieter, similar like if there's a lot of Puerto Rican people, a lot of Puerto Ricans still in the chat. It's like going from Tito Trinidad to Miguel Cotto, and they're both loved and adored. But it's like one was very brash and very like you know prideful. I'm not saying Miguel wasn't, but like he wore it. You can see in his ring entrance. Miguel Cotto was very reserved, kept to himself, soft spoken. And so there was a contrast and difference. And so Ali and Larry Holmes is like what is like that. So Larry not necessarily was able to get a fair shake because he was busy being compared to the last guy. And I think even now, like Terrence might be somewhat in the shadows of like a Floyd Mayweather because he's a very chill, well reserved, not crazy outspoken guy, want to do things his way, and gets oftenly compared to like Floyd Mayweather and stuff like that. And we're human, like the last guy, the last it guy might not be the next guy, like on how their personality is. And we often try to compare, and we've done that with like Adrian Broner with Floyd, and it didn't really work out that way. And so, yeah, I'm just ranting off. But I do think Holmes was like one of the best heavyweights I got the film study, right? I didn't get to live in that era, but I definitely film studied Larry Holmes, and I thought his jab was like impeccable for a heavyweight. Like it was in Trump's big selling point. Usyk and Lomachenko, you're right. Yeah, you know. And I didn't say Lomachenko. That's my bad. I should have included Lomachenko. But like these guys are considered war heroes, or heroes to the war. I love Usyk. I was so happy Usyk humbled Fury. Yeah, I mean that was like an amazing performance to kind of come back from those early body shot detriments. So Alexis, great champion, man. He's still a politician. Oh, I mean, yeah, he's a senator. So if you really dig deep, there's a lot of political stories that are tied to boxers. It's just we just haven't had a black American heavyweight that matched that symbol of cause because first we got to get a heavyweight champion, and so black, Mexican, Puerto Rican's best boxers. There's a lot, I don't want to just simply just say black, Mexican, Puerto Rican. I think, Japan has a lot of good boxers, smaller weight classes. You know, um, British boxers are pretty good. But I get what you're saying. Typically, it's yeah, black, Mexican, Puerto Ricans. Uh, I don't know. There's a lot. There's a lot. There's a lot of good boxers. I don't want to just not another Ali, skill as fighter and just as awesome, humanitarian, the complete fighter in person. Another Ali, like in the future, just unforeseeable. What Ali did was with the stance in the war. Um, Usyk did impress us. Holmes was a dominant champion, just followed Ali. And sometimes your shortcomings is just you coming at the wrong time. And sometimes your blessings come because you came at the right time, right? So, ironically, like Floyd, not saying that I never thought Floyd was not going to be pound for pound, but like his timing was great too. Because I think when you look at like pound for pound rankings, I think Floyd was like 4 or 5, and guys like, I think they put like Bernard Hopkins and like certain other fighters ahead of him. I think Roy Jones, Bernard Hopkins. Maybe it was like Shane Mosley or like they just had like a couple fighters above Floyd, and then they all just lost. Like within a year and a half, they all lost. So when your top three pound for pound rankings that a lot of people put, right, all suddenly lose, then it's a great opportunity for you to step in and get that type of attention. When Floyd retired and Dre retired, the big debate slowly became who's the pound for pound guy. Is it Lomachenko and Crawford? Or later on Canelo too, when he was getting to that Triple G age. But a lot of those guys really necessarily wasn't really looked at as the pound for pound guy when you had to compete against Floyd and Dre and certain guys that was already kind of slowly being anointed in that position. So that was good timing for Lomachenko and Crawford. So now when they fought, people was marking them as like the next pound for pound guy. You must watch him. And so it puts an exclamation mark. And that's good timing. So um, I mean, Holmes doesn't get enough credit. Great career. Too bad he didn't have Foreman's later in like person or Ollie's charisma. Yeah, I mean, dude, he fought some underrated killers in the '80s, man. Some serious killers. Like if we go up Larry Holmes, box rec, right? Um, and it's funny because like every time I study Larry Holmes, right? Because like keep in mind, I had to study Larry Holmes because I didn't get to like grow up and watch. And the only version of Larry I watched was like the older version of Larry with the high top fade and like kind of a little out of shape. And even then, like I was still like a baby, I was probably at the stage where I was like watching him fight like random fights of people I've never heard of and whatnot. So, um, but as in Larry Holmes, prior to like him being resurrected from Don King, um, because Don King definitely like there's a funny story. It was on a DJ Vlad interview, and Larry Holmes spoke about how the Mike Tyson fight happened. So you should look it up. It's actually like wild. But let me look. I think so. He got like his WBC world title against Ken Norton. This was like probably the last healthy peak Ken Norton, the guy who arguably beat Muhammad Ali all 3 times, right? But then he fights what's it? I can't remember his name. OC Akaso. I can't remember if he was a good fighter, but I know he fought Mike Weaver, and then the big one was Ernie Schaefer's. And what's funny is Holmes is like practically down like in 3, 4 fights, and he gets up and like avenges it. Then I know the Muhammad Ali fight hurt him pretty bad because that's him beating up the world's darling, right? And he was a lot older at that point, and so that fight wasn't necessarily needed to be sanctioned. A lot of people felt, and it was just a pure beating. Um, that's actually one of the grueling parts of the sport of boxing, and Larry Holmes and Ali. So there's a documentary of that too. It's a good watch too if you want to like really become a nerd if you didn't get to live through it like I didn't. So then he fought Trevor Burbank after the Ali fight and kind of went there. Then he went and beat Leon Spinks, stopped Leon Spinks, who beat Ali. Then he fought Ronaldo Snipes, undefeated version of Ronaldo Snipes. Holmes got knocked down in that fight, and then Ronaldo Snipes was never the same after that fight. After Holmes stopped him, then there was the big race war between Jerry Cooney and him. Jerry Cooney came off and like demolished Ken Norton, and he had the big white, hope, and I think there's this 20, what was it, Legendary Nights, where they talked about how there were snipers on top of the buildings at Little Caesars Arena, not Little Caesars Arena, Caesars Palace Arena, and it was just so racially divided. Of course, that's how it was promoted, and he beats an undefeated Jerry Cooney, and then it just goes on to fight guys like Tim Witherspoons, and it's just like he's just so underappreciated. And arguably, in my opinion, I thought he beat Michael Spinks. I thought he beat Spinks the first time. So the second time he did lose, but I did think Larry Holmes did beat him, and I know he was trying to beat, what was it, Rocky Marciano's record or something like that. But then after the Michael Spinks fights, he retired and comes back. Mike Tyson resurrects, Donkey resurrects him. Mike Tyson sleeps him in 4, and yeah, now I'm just rambling, but yeah, I love me some Larry Holmes, man. AB fella, short for sure. Larry Holmes jab, right? So, um, I'm a 1990s baby too, so I actually had to like really go back and do my homework and like really study this stuff. So, um, I agree. Usyk came through and walked in like he talked in the press. Be great if we had a politically progressive Black American champ. I mean, as long as there's like something positive, right? And then, I don't want to say like I want some sort of racial division, and then all of a sudden like someone's coming in during those. I prefer like, we just not have those type of situations. But if we did, like those storylines are very heroic, right? So, but um, you're right. Holmes didn't get his just due. It's like Hagler fought in the shadow of Leonard, as Hopkins fought in the shadows of Jones. It happens in every generation. What's so crazy is something about Hagler. John the Beast Mugabe, right? I was doing some nerd digging, and I was just trying to really understand like the concept of why people were like, "Yo, John the Beast Mugabe," and I'm just like, why is people like this motherfucker's a problem, right? So, I've never seen this, at least me covering boxing, right? And I know my coverage is short lived because it's like almost a decade, and it doesn't compare to the years that the sport's been around. I'm considered a baby, right? And even me watching the sport, I don't think I've ever seen this. But Hagler had in the 3 belt era all 3 belts, and John the Beast Mugabe, I kid you not, was the #1 mandatory for each and every single belt Hagler had. Could you imagine that you were sitting there and you're trying to look at your options, and all 3 belts was John the Beast Mugabe, John the Beast Mugabe, John the Beast Mugabe. And Hagler fought that motherfucker, and it was a war. And Hagler broke him down and beat him. And that was the fight that Sugar Ray Leonard was like, I see something. I'll come on and retire. I could beat him. Crazy. So, anyways, just a beast from Japan. Skill wise, just off the chart. Goes to show that race is not an issue. Look at baseball, for example. Who's the best baseball player today? The Japanese player. I mean, I'll definitely say this though. Japan gets busy with baseball, just like Cubans, right? So it doesn't really surprise me when I hear Japanese or an American or a Cuban, right? So I think, but I get what you're saying. Don King as well. I saw that Humble Holmes interview, right? About the check and shit, and just rolled up with the check. That's crazy. Ali was Larry Holmes' hero too. Yep, they said he cried after the fight. It's not even just they said. There's actually footage of him crying in the post, and you can see him. He was a sparring partner, So they used to go to that camp, like that cabin or wherever Ali used to always do his camps later in his career, where you see the footage of him running on the highway or whatever, the streets in the mountains. So Norton versus Holmes was a fight. YouTube that. Great fight. If you want to laugh, look at Holmes versus Mar. Oh, yeah. I skipped that when I was reading through the Vox rec of stuff. Yeah, I was like, oh, I'm not going to mention that. But yeah, Norton and Holmes. Bro, um, when I was watching that fight, I think when I was studying a lot of Larry Holmes, I was Because when I find a fighter that I don't know anything about and I'm really interested in, right? I obsess with it, and it's like a good like month obsession. I would just read everything I could find. I would watch everything I could find. I would try to even like imagine myself in that era and like thinking like, what would I feel like if these guys were fighting? What, would I be excited? Would I be like, oh man, I've been waiting for this, because that belt was for vacancy. So you're thinking like, all right, Ken Norton. What has Ken Norton done? If I was a diehard boxing fan, how would I feel? Oh, he was robbed 3 times from Ali. I mean, he beat Ali 3 times. He didn't get all. He should have blah blah blah. So I'm watching the fight. So I'm thinking, yo, okay. So now you feeling like this really is like Ali. He's like killer. And I know George Foreman later on stepped on Ken Norton, but either or, you're still like, this is Ali and Ken, and Ken Norton made him look human. So, and then you get this talented kid from Larry Holmes, sparring partner against Ali to get him ready for fights and stuff. And so you're like, damn, that's a good ass fight. That's a good ass fight. I'm excited for this fight. So I'm sitting there and I'm watching it, and I'm like, yo, these dudes are just brutally beating each other up. And like, you don't see that type of heavyweight fights. I feel like Bacoli gives me a little bit like that, and I know I'm just kind of just coming off the Jared Anderson fight, and I know Jared isn't really proven, but Bacoli gives me like that rough and tough, like rugged '80s heavyweight that I've watched a lot. And so, but yeah, if you have not seen Ken Norton versus Larry Holmes, that's a phenomenal fight without a doubt. That's like old school 15 round battle nutrition kind of shit, and no one gets knocked out. You think someone has to get knocked out for you to enjoy a fight? No. Like that shit was like a war. Oh. Eric Bell. Man, I'm a black American in my 50s who was born in the struggle, but Don King's someone I can't respect. But Holmes did good under King Promotions and considering the circumstances, but he is a legend. Yeah, I mean, I've heard all the stories about Don King. I can't really necessarily say I agree with a lot of stuff that I've researched and read about. And so, I mean, I believe the Ali Act was created because of Ali and Don King. So, if that was ruled because of some sort of like foul play and it's because of Don King, you do not want that to be named after the fighter that you're like screwing over, right? So, didn't know that about McCumby. Yeah, dude. Like I said, when I rabbit hole, I'm like in it deep. So I really obsessed with um, Marvin Hagler at that time. And then I really wanted to know once again, like I really want to put in as much effort to really understand. Because everyone wants to like, oh, you don't understand the old school, you don't understand the '80s. You were 99. Fighters these days don't fight, and all this stuff. So I'm like, I don't know. Like you tell me, like you're telling me all this stuff, and I'm feeling a little offended because the guys that I'm watching, I think they're fighting, right? So, but yeah, it's crazy. I'm gonna maybe see if I can find it. Um, John the Beast Mugabe, mandatory. Um, I gotta find like I was doing like a hard ranking. Like every once in a while, I'll go through like back in the day, and I'll just look up like sanctioned bodies and rankings and all that stuff. I'm not like that anymore because I have a son now, and I'm constantly working and then I got my lady, and it's just time is I don't have the luxury of doing that, right? But when I had the luxury of time, you know, I would just freely go through all that. But I don't know if I can find it anytime soon. But if I do, I'll save it, and then the next live I'll pull it up. But I would just go down like rankings and see who's the champions, and then I'll research like who's the top 10 at that time, and I'll do that for like every weight class from every year, and then eventually, um, I came across this weird like three name underneath three belts. I mean, a champion who was reigning at that weight, and I saw Marvin Hagler, and it was John the Beast Mugabe won, John the Beast Mugabe won, John the Beast Mugabe won, and I'm like, what in the flying fuck? You're the mandatory for all three belts? I see why. So, um, and yet still Ali told Tyson to get Holmes from yep. And the whole how Holmes' arms got stuck in the rope, and that's when he knew like, oh, I'm fucked. And Tyson teed off on him. Norton versus Holmes, Jesus, like Foreman versus Lyle, yo. Or like Foreman and Holyfield was a war. Um, um, what else? Honestly, one of my favorite fights of all time, and it's so cliche, but it's Leonard versus Hearns, right? And I'll get into it right when I read your comment. After I read your comments, I'll explain why. Foreman stepped on Frazier like, ouch, yo, that ass whooping that Foreman did to Frazier right after Frazier like beat Ali was legendary. Like he hit him and he did like a skip and a hop. That was terrifying. Mugabe was a beast, gave Hagler fits, but Hagler just outlasted Mugabe. Mugabe just had the skills to beat Hagler, but not the boxing IQ. Yeah, that was a battle nutrition type of fight. I don't think people, that's some Castillo Corrales type of shit. People crap me about eras. Most fights, they wasn't there. That's why history and writers is crucial. Yeah, and I think like it's very unfair to compare the next generation. And I'm already kind of doing it right now. Like I'm already in a point where like I'm in a generation of fighters and now I'm covering a group of fighters and I'm like they ain't fighting like the fighters that I watched. Like so I mean, I think it's normal. I do it with music too, right? I'm like really big into hip hop also, so it's just very common. Maybe you have more time luxury. Yeah. So you be breaking it down, bro. I appreciate it. I mean, I don't act like I know. I just I just try to like speak about things where I feel like it makes enough like how to say it. Like I try to speak in like a passion where I'm assuming that's how people felt, right? Because I don't think like people are just making shit up. Like I think when people genuinely felt something, so I try to envision myself in that, and then when I can imagine myself in that, then I kind of speak in that type of fashion. Like man, mandatory three. So, but um, yeah, I don't know. I'm just a nerd, bro. Just fighters today don't throw punches like they do in the past. Take a stopwatch and time the frequency of exchanges between fighters. Look at past fights and recent fights, just slower today. I mean, I do feel like fighters influence other fighters, right? And certain fighters will want to fight like others. And I know like Ali, you know, looked up to Ray Robinson, and then like Sugar Ray Leonard will look up to Ali, and there's some of their own style, but they also emulate others. And so, post Floyd Mayweather era, it's easy to say that a lot of people have like emulated Floyd, but they emulated Money Mayweather Floyd. So, don't get hit, keep your faculties, make your money, be smart, smart investments, you know, and it benefited a lot of fighters, and because of that, they were able to move a lot more intelligently than fighters back in the day, which had to take tough fights, kind of like the UFC model, which I completely just blanked out. Like that fight is going on. I'm a UFC fan too, also. So like, um, I'm completely just having no idea what's going on in the Sean O'Malley and Marab fight. But but there was just so much more need to fight tough competition consistently. And there was, your promoters that would fight, I mean, place their fighters in positions where they wouldn't have to take risk all the time. But, at the end of the day, you just had a fight. There was less promoters, and, it wasn't as fragmented like how it is now. So now there's more continents, right? It used to be like one or two land. Now it's like seven different continents, eight different continents, seven different networks. It's just too much now. So, and now they're kind of forced to take their fighters and put them in other positions and not necessarily need to fight the best all the time. So it's a business. Kareem McDavid or Does it say Billy Sir? Can we make the Bivol and you talking about David Benavides? Uh, Ben. So for me, I'm not Ben. Ben's working on uploading videos right now. I'm Ron. I'm one of the guys that Ben's hired over the years, and but I'm sure that he'll probably say something like Bill and David Benavides. I mean, if it makes sense, if the money makes sense, if Bivol is interested in fighting David, David should be the mandatory, right, for the WBC belt, you know. They've sparred before, so if it makes money, it makes sense, then sure. But Bivol has to get past Arthur, and I think David might want probably maybe one more fight, 175 to get acclimated. So Illustrated said, better pray Sugar Ray. My friends were like, better learn Thomas Hearns. Yo, that's pretty slick. An amazing fight. Oh, yeah. So I never explained why that was one of my favorite fights of all time. Yeah, and exactly. So on point about the Floyd style analysis. Yeah. I mean, it birthed Broners and Davin Haney's and Shakur's. What's so crazy, and I'll get to my Sugar Ray and Hearns, why I think that's probably one of my favorite fights of all time. Um, but what's ironic is Adrian Broner, he's a better come forward high guard fighter. So when he did the shoulder roll shit, he kind of like stopped being as good. Anytime you watch Broner and he's like doing extremely well, it's high guard, in your face, walking you down. So, um, but pre-Floyd, a lot of fighters ended up like ending like bread for chocolate. Yeah, yeah, they were broke. So there's a lot of good things in it. The UFC is like the equivalent of back in the day boxing. All right. So that's why when people are really like about obsessed with UFC, it's just old school boxing. But eventually they'll get fragmented because people will want to get in, and and there's probably going to be more lawsuits about UFC not being able to monopolize, and you'll see it kind of devolve into what it, probably be full of different organizations and leagues creating their own top guy and not knowing who's the best guy because they're all built as the best guy. And yeah, but the reason why I like Sugar Ray Leonard versus Tommy Hearns so much is like you got two guys who are extremely talented in their prime, undefeated, right? And it's a unification fight. And I believe that was the two belt era, so it was technically like what would be considered undisputed. So for the most part, you always hear guys like, "Hey, this fighter's one dimensional," or "Hey, like you got to make adjustments," or you know, when this fighter gets hurt, you become the killer, or if you get hurt, you need to box and move and fight intelligently. That fight alone has shown me those two guys can do everything, every single thing to be a world champion. And what I mean by that is the shorter guy Leonard went after, no, I think it was Hearns, the big strong, the big knockout artist was going after Hearns. Leonard, opposing his size, opposing his will, doing what Hearns does. And Leonard's boxing, trying to, keep this big guy off him. And eventually the tide changed. Leonard hurts Hearns. And then, so the smaller guy's trying to, cut down the gap and put the pressure on the tall guy and make Hearns uncomfortable. And now Hearns turns into this tall guy who's using his reach intelligently and boxing fucking Leonard's head off and just taking him apart. And then from that point, Hearns hurts Leonard. And then the tides turn. Now Leonard has to kind of like be smart. And then eventually, Hearns starts to dominate from the distance. And now from that point, Leonard realizes, oh, I'm behind on the scorecards. I'm going to lose the fight. So now I have to go after the tall guy. And the big guy, Hearns, is now trying to keep his reach and stuff. And Leonard's trying now to cut down the distance and show what you need to do to hurry up and win behind the score. Like they literally did everything. Everything that you want your fighter to be capable of doing, they both did it. Just one happened to win. And you're blowing it, and then Leonard's coming up, and it's like closer towards, I don't know what round. It was like, the 15th. Like they literally did every type of adjustment that you would want your fighter to do. And they're both different sizes, and you show that the taller guy did things intelligent as a tall guy should, and the short guy did things intelligent, offense and defensively, as a short person should do. Like it's so like I watched that fight so often just because I'm seeing the amount of adjustments that these guys do. And that's what I always look for in fighters. Like, how many adjustments can you do? And so, Caleb Plant, the reason why we really praise Caleb Plant today is because we saw him battle adversity and he made a huge adjustment. And it was Trevor McCumby's now job to learn how to get Plant out of the pocket and out. Because if he was capable of doing that, then what? Now Plant has to make an adjustment. So I love the fights where you constantly see these adjustments and constantly seeing these guys almost equal. Even at a point, Hearns actually started surpassing Leonard, but then Leonard kind of closed the gap a little bit, and then he, stopped. It was just, I don't know, like that. That to me is one of my favorite fights, and so I can watch that all the time. Like it's just that's what a best versus best looks like, a prime for prime, and those type of fights are so rare, so rare. And sometimes just even if you get on paper a 50-50 fight, some guys, if they fought 10 times, I'm sure they probably went 4-6 or 5-5. Like that's my personal opinion. They were like almost as even matched as possible. Um, Word inside about AB Bizarre. Never thought that his career would play out like that. Lost enough. I think like AB in my generation is like the older generation of like Hector Camacho. You got a guy who's just extremely talented at an extremely young age, very brash, very vocal, admired for his like outfits and antics and charisma, which then later kind of like slowly lost a lot of fights, lost kind of like I don't want to say like all your big fights, but just kind of like it almost felt like right before you got to get started, it ended, and you were kind of like used as like a name that um oh Sean O'Malley lost. I'm not surprised. But no, yeah, Rob is this spear shit looks weird. I'm sorry, I got the UFC on and they got like this sphere going on in the background. It's just too much for me right now. But like Hector Camacho losing to Chavez and De La Hoya is like Broner losing to like Manny Pacquiao and like I don't know, like they're just like developmental losses. I don't know. I'm just rambling. It's like 2:05 my time. I'm just like working off of like my last cup of energy. Um, what else? What else? How many more of you guys have gotten here before I probably need to tune off and sign off? Um, yeah, what I got cooking in here. All right, cool. All right, so I got 86 of y'all. All right, cool. All right, so I'm rambling enough. It's 2:06, and there's probably a lot of stuff I still need to probably get online and look for. So at this moment of time, Hector Camacho won some big fights against great fighters. That version of Hector you saw was washed up. Um, I know I kind of feel like I'm disrespecting Hector Camacho a little bit. I mean, Ronan did become a four division world champion. I know it's like some people don't look at it as the same. I mean, and Hector later on did get to knock out Sugar Ray Leonard, right? That's what set up the De La Hoya fight. He did beat Roberto Duran. I mean, yeah, I mean, I am just, I mean, today was Mexican versus Puerto Rico, so I mean, I probably shouldn't go all out. Like, he did beat, I can't remember that dude that, like, well, who won the first world title fight? Uh, well, I guess the reason why, 207 here, I guess the reason why I said, like, Hector Camacho and AB, like, I had a good comparison and I didn't explain everything. Once Hector Camacho got hurt, he never fought the same. He was very worried about letting his hands go, and he would kind of like do what AB does. After he kind of got rocked by Maidana and things didn't really work in his way, he slowly started to show up and he slowly did not perform the way that people know him for. And then he started just kind of letting fights go out. And that's just kind of like the AB, but the Hector Camacho, he did it. But I'll tell you, Hector Camacho, he took pride. People used to always say, like, you can't hurt Hector Camacho. You can't stop Hector Camacho. He took his beating like a man. Like when he fought Chavez and De La Hoya or Trinidad or just all those guys, right? He fought Trinidad, right? Am I tripping? Did he fight Trinidad? Did Hector Camacho fight Trinidad? Hector Camacho versus Felix, right? Yeah, okay, yeah. Not tripping. And never got stopped. And Adrian Broner as well. Even though he got his tooth knocked out recently by Blair Flair, never got stopped. And I think there's a huge parallel. It's just only thing is Hector Camacho had a very sad ending, and I don't want Adrian Broner to have something similar like that because he's a guy that I also watched, growing up in Ohio. He was essentially the man when I was coming up in high school. So, but either or, I think I'm gonna call it a night. I appreciate you guys rocking with me. I haven't done a live for a very, very long time, but I want to let you guys know that there's a lot of moving pieces going on. There's a lot of shifting and different people being placed here and different situations being brought around. And you're going to see a very huge, I want to say change, but like re-energized um, form of content is going to be coming through. And everything's going to stay the same, but on top of that, get better. So for the most part, I really appreciate you guys like being here, staying here, just rocking with me, just chatting consistently. Um, like, E, you've been here for a very long time. Return Bailey, you've been rocking with a lot of lives, and super chatting, heavily supporting. So Hector won fights in the early 80s. Camacho destroyed fighters, beat Howard Davis. Camacho was great studying him. I'll be honest, I still need to really study Hector Camacho. I kind of did like a brief run through, so I'm still a little rusty on my Hector Camacho knowledge. So I'll be happy to, always take insight. A lot of you guys sound like you've been watching boxing before I was even born. So I'm extremely grateful that you guys are here and patient. Because, like I try not to act like I know. I try my best to learn. So, like, at any point you guys want to kind of correct me, there's no ego here. Really, I'm just a guy that's blessed to be able to cover boxing. And then now I'm able to talk with you guys and build, like a relationship with you guys. So, Eric Bell, catch you on the next live. I appreciate it. Um, so I'll definitely pull a little bit more. I'll look up that Howard Davis fight. I would see like that name doesn't really ring a bell. So I do need to study who Howard Davis is a little bit more. So, but I'll do my homework and I'll be re-energized coming up. The lives will probably start to maybe slowly kick in a little bit more throughout. But I think maybe sometime throughout October, like I said, this has been in the works for like a very long time. But there's going to be a consistent live show that's pretty much going to be 6 to 7 days a week. I'll probably have like my occasional outings to cover a fight or just an off but I'm going to have a consistent schedule. There's going to be call-ins and video call-ins and guests and real-time stuff. So and this is primarily what I'm going to mostly do for most of the time. So a lot of the switch over from being always at the fights and covering doing interviews, still be there, especially when like big ones or when I need to go. But on a regular basis, when there isn't fights, or I'm not attending something, or just like groundbreaking news, we're going to do this. And now we're going to build an actual community of people where it's not just me talking to you, but you guys talking amongst each other. And we can do like group chats and stuff like that. And the regulars, you guys get priority just being consistent, supportive. And so we just built a solid community. And I really appreciate you guys just supporting and being patient. It's Still technical issues here and there, you know, but I'm definitely trying to make this like the chillest, coolest chat, most respectful. We can disagree in the most respectful manner and help each other just kind of have like this amazing boxing community where like we don't have to be rude and disrespectful and be like excited about the same stuff or disgruntled about the same stuff or just disagree, you know? So, but as always, you know, this is me getting all late night mush. I appreciate you guys a lot. And until the next one, while you guys are also still up, please, we got a lot of stuff. I need you guys to take the time. We got Canelo responding to Terrence Crawford. We got a lot of the post stuff. We got Edgar Berlanga describing Canelo's power, a lot of people's reactions. Caleb Plant, um, it's just a lot of good stuff. Ellerby's up. Um, we got Mema Heredia reacting. So just a lot of stuff out there. If you're interested, just to figure out the storyline. So, but as always, I appreciate you guys. You guys are the best. So, good stuff. Thanks, guys. Peace.